One day, the bravest warriors had to admit their shameful defeat. Before, they could not even imagine that one day they would have to lower their blades. It was on this significant day that all heroic deeds came to an end. Many soldiers did not understand how they would continue to live with this shameful defeat. However, not every hero was ready to agree that from now on everything was over. Sun Wukong, a great sage equal to heaven and also a heavenly rebel, did not share the views of his comrades. The brave warrior claimed that he would not die so easily, and his soul would live forever. Hercules, the hero of Olympus, was outraged by the impudent behavior of his comrade. Immortality has absolutely no meaning now, since this place will be discovered very soon. Suddenly, a spherical body of unknown origin appeared behind the warring warriors. Kim Yu-won, who was forced to leave his friends for a while, returned back. Previously, it seemed to the guy that his quarrelsome acquaintances had already killed each other long ago. Those present were surprised because Kim Yu-won appeared without the accompaniment of his comrades. Merlin, Asura, and even Vishnu could not overcome his terrible howl in the final battle. The new reality was that even the bravest warriors were leaving this world at incredible speed. It turned out that the mysterious spherical creature was some kind of stupid chaos. The heavenly rebel immediately guessed the presence of one of the outer gods. From what happened, Kim Yu-won was able to learn one very good, very valuable lesson. They, the internal ones, even with all their great desire, will not be able to overcome the external gods. However, the problem that had arisen was only temporarily not subject to any solution. There was, however, one way by which they could defeat their opponents. To begin with, the young man needs to return to the first world line and then start all over again. Kronos was the only divine being capable of controlling the boundaries of time. A brave warrior will have to pay a high price for turning back time and inverting the world line. Unfortunately, Kronos risked losing his usual physical form forever. Kim Yu-won would have preferred to end everything here and now, but he couldn't lose his last chance for salvation. The young man asked those present if any of them would like to travel back in time. Of course, the heroes unanimously chose Kim Yu-won, who would act as a candidate for their common interests. It turned out that the young man was chosen because he was the last of those who entered the tower. But despite this, the brave hero was able to adapt to the new world faster than the others and fight shoulder to shoulder with the others, rising up in the tower. One of the warriors reminded his comrade that creatures from the upper floors receive a personal restriction when entering the lower level. But you can change something in the structure of the magic tower only by rising from the very bottom. When returning back, the immortal beings will not be able to recognize their comrade. However, the heavenly warrior believed that even through time they would continue to remain loyal friends. Kim Yu-won was genuinely amazed at how loyal his comrades were. Previously, these powerful warriors always acted willfully and rather selfishly. Opening his eyes again, the young man discovered that his body was quite light and agile. Stats that support physical fitness, as well as mana, have completely disappeared. First, the main character needs to find out how far he has gone back into his past. Oddly enough, the mighty warrior was forced to return to the days of chaotic university battles. The smug young man looked arrogantly at the guy who had been challenged to a duel. The main character even forgot that he was once a very ordinary student. The fair-haired youth tried to strike his immobilized opponent again. The young man instantly dodged to the side, calling the attack childish babble. The angry student could not accept the fact that some upstart was speaking to him so arrogantly. There are only about 9 hours left before the main character gets into the tutorial. The rest of the story took place in the vicinity of the Hongdae region. Kim Myung-hun, a student at the Faculty of Physical Education, Health and Sports Work, decided to meet up with his friends. The students were genuinely happy that their friend had finally arrived at the meeting place. One of the boys jokingly asked Kim Myung-hun to pay 50,000 won as compensation for being an hour late. Instead of chatting with his friends, the unpleasant young man decided to immediately start emptying beer glasses. The rest of those present immediately noticed that their comrade looked very sad. Everyone was very interested to know how things were going with Kim Yu-won. The physical education student got angry when he heard the name of the guy he lost to today. This was the first time that a bully had to accept defeat and retreat. Surprisingly, it seemed as if Kim Yu-won had become a completely different person. This silent young man had never been characterized by arrogance and confidence before. The bully's friends had no doubt that their comrade had managed to teach Kim Yu-won a good lesson. Moreover, it is not the one who defended himself who is right, but the one who emerged victorious after the duel. Having finished talking about the pathetic orphan and loser, the friends clinked beer glasses. When the students finally stopped drinking, it was pitch dark outside. Some guy suggested going on a third round of drinking in honor of the approaching new year. Kim Myung-hun wanted to get drunk as quickly as possible to forget today's shame. Not every fighter is ready to accept his first defeat in a fight with humility. Suddenly, one of the students noticed that Kim Yuan was walking right next to them. The appearance of a familiar face further angered the local university bully. Kim Young-hoon decided not to waste time and greet his acquaintance as quickly as possible. The angry hooligan asked the boy why he was hanging around the area late at night. The main character advised the students to enjoy the last 3 minutes, because at exactly midnight, the real hell would begin. Unfortunately, when it comes to saving the world, people are very skeptical of such warnings. The young man opened a suitcase containing dozens of types of bladed weapons. People, frightened by the behavior of the strange stranger, began to carefully retreat back. The students were afraid that Kim Yu-wan would try to take revenge on them for all the cruel bullying. Luckily, there were enough people in Seoul's main square to carry out the protagonist's plan. Random passers-by, who were the most ordinary people, became witnesses to a terrible cataclysm. Time was running out, which meant that danger was getting closer with every minute. At this time, the population was 12,014 people. The tutorial has begun, that is, a competition in which people must confront zombies. It was reported that all attacking monsters would be eliminated in exactly 30 minutes. Suddenly, disgusting monsters began to appear right in the middle of the city streets. The number of attacking zombies corresponded to the set difficulty level of the tutorial. This way, the balance between the districts will be maintained, since the more people there are, the more difficult the survival game will be. In Hongdae, the density of people is extremely high relative to the area of city streets. The main character was able to obtain a basic weapon for defense called an old knife. However, the items provided for fighting zombies could hardly be called worthy equipment. Perhaps the previous Kim Yu-won would have been enough to survive, but now it was not enough for him. The main character decided to collect the largest number of game points at any cost. Since the young man destroyed the first zombie in the area, he was able to receive a strong increase in experience. Kim Yu-won felt his body gradually begin to regain its former strength. By killing dangerous monsters, the main character increased his overall character level. Ordinary people decided that they should also try to fight back against the bloodthirsty zombies. However, not every person was strong enough to resist the monsters. Kim Yu-won knew that it was almost impossible to defeat the enemy with conventional forces. Despite their slowness and weakness, zombies can easily survive and use a deadly bite. There were those who barely managed to survive and who were able to rise to the high floors, but it is not easy at all. Suddenly, the brave young man noticed that the effect of his weapon had long since worn off. However, even the most difficult opponents have their weak points that can be easily exposed. Luckily, the main character was able to prepare well enough before the tutorial. In the past, one of the participants who was lucky enough to survive was able to find out an incredible thing in the first competition. It turned out that the weak point of the zombie from the first tutorial was the most common salt. The main character was able to get 3 free stat points by eliminating hundreds of zombies in 10 minutes. Unlike level-up points, which randomly increase stats, they can be used to increase desired stats. Kim Yu-won decided to save his weapon because he had many difficult competitions ahead of him. First, the main character needs to find a suitable place to carry out his plan. The other players did not understand why the mysterious young man eliminated the zombie so easily. Kim Young-hoon assumed that his opponent was using a special weapon. With each passing second, fighting with bare hands became more and more difficult. The frightened students tried to follow their friend, who was desperately killing enemies. It seemed to all the players that the number of zombies was increasing with each passing second. In order to survive in the competition, the hooligans tried to follow Kim Yu-won everywhere. Apparently, the main character was the only person who could defeat the zombies. Suddenly, an attacking monster appeared right in front of the physical education student. However, after a strange substance began to fall from the sky, the zombies began to die. Through simple analysis, the student came to the conclusion that it was ordinary salt. Thanks to his sophisticated heavenly attack, the main character managed to raise his level several times. The events unfolded exactly as Kim Yu-won had planned this morning. An official notification appeared in the sky, stating that the first tutorial was complete. The main character who killed the most enemies received 500 points. The young man also received an additional 1,000 points for an achievement called Incredible Result. Participants were informed that the second tutorial would begin in a few minutes. Suddenly, all the players heard a mysterious voice congratulating them on their victory. However, the mysterious stranger was confused because there were too many survivors left among the private owners. The voice decided to tell the survivors the news that is usually told after the second tutorial. The thing is, there were several ways to use points in this game. Firstly, participants could find many useful products in the virtual store. Secondly, it was also possible to trade with anyone through a simple handshake. The main character understood perfectly well that the store plays an extremely important role in this world. It is from this moment that the fierce struggle for the level and points begins, which can be exchanged for important resources. The announcement was over, which meant the players had to prepare for the next competition. In the center of each district, a safe zone is created, in which you can get 100 points every 3 hours. People immediately guessed that they needed to get to a piece of land surrounded by strange shining rays. Some participants still couldn't come to their senses after the first test. Kim Young-hun noticed that some of his university friends were missing. The hooligans tried to figure out where Kim Yu-won, who was fighting the monsters like a madman, had disappeared to. The guys suggested that their friend might have a predisposition to using a knife. Meng-hun, who noticed Kim Yu-won nearby, immediately went to meet him. Since the main character was good at fighting, the hooligans wanted to recruit him. However, clenching his fist, the guy came to the conclusion that he would have to deal with his problems on his own. Moreover, at the moment, the safe zone was the best option. Suddenly, the bully noticed that some of his friends could not follow him. It turned out that the number of people who can be there is limited to 2,000. It turns out that the second half of the survivors will be forced to participate in the slaughter. Suddenly, giant worms appeared from underground and began to greedily devour people. The main character, watching what was happening, guessed about the beginning of the second title. Since the young man was the first to destroy the earthworm, he was able to receive 300 additional points and 2 random stat points. Unfortunately, the new monsters were much more dangerous than the living dead from the first competition. In order to detect worms, you need to block your vision and focus on your other senses. Thanks to the lightning attack, the young man was able to raise his strength, agility, and intuition by 1 level. It turns out that it is enough to kill just a couple of monsters in order to achieve such good results. If Kim Yu-won tries hard enough, he can easily gain a lot of stat points. Earthworms settle underground and dig deep caves for themselves. In other words, the subway was the best place to hunt these monsters. The protagonist received another 100 points for discovering a hidden dungeon. Of course, the young man could not help but rejoice at such a generous gift from fate. Once a pest nest is located, hunting becomes much easier for the player. The protagonist decided that he first needed to reach level 20 on his own. Suddenly, the young man noticed how a blue bee jumped out of one of the monsters. This magical thing looked very charming in the eyes of the main character. Now, Kim Yu-won has a worthy reason to exterminate all the monsters. People who were in the safe zone watched what was happening with fear. 3 hours after the start of the first competition, players were able to get 100 points each. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the sky, stating that due to exceeding the new limit, people would be randomly expelled from the safe zone. A mysterious force began to suck out the bodies of people who fell under the restriction. There were approximately 2 hours and 57 minutes left before the safe zone was expanded. Frightened people who were trying to survive began to block the road with their bodies. Outside the safe zone, a real struggle for life began between people. Kim Young-hun was one of the few who had to fight the earthworms. In order to survive, the hooligan was ready to risk other people's lives without any doubt. He believed that through killing, he would be able to emerge victorious from this competition. Therefore, the thoughts of the ruthless Kim Young-hun were filled with betrayal. To implement his plan, the guy decided to choose the weakest victim. Of course, it would be easiest for a young guy to kill a weak and feeble old man. Meanwhile, the main character continued to fearlessly fight real enemies. Dexterity, endurance, and intuition have been increased by another level. After reaching level 20, Kim Yu-won was able to unlock a new stat mana. The young man felt quite tired, as he had to spend about 3 hours on the duel. As a reward for hunting earthworms, participants are given 3 random stat points. Unfortunately, this was the only reward the fighter could now count on. Mana, which is a stat, will later become the basis for the future powers of the main character. Even the small number of people who received the tower's blessing had starting mana of 12 stats. The young man was about to continue his fight, but he felt someone else's presence behind him. The experienced fighter immediately guessed that someone had been quietly watching him all this time. This was not surprising, as Kim Yu-won attracted attention with his fighting style. Moreover, among all the people present, he clearly turned out to be the most interesting character. The mysterious creature told the protagonist that he added color to his routine work. The top 6 applauded the most outstanding player with admiration. Kim Yu-won stated that his points were just due to luck. The main character expressed his desire to visit the store and buy something necessary. In such extreme conditions, the young man wanted to acquire a new skill. The Executive 6 said that Kim Yu-won was most likely the first person who wanted to make such a purchase. Surely the main character would have to spend a lot of time to get acquainted with all the possible skills. However, the young man was very disappointed because he was unable to find the desired goal. Kim Yu-won spent 2,000 to buy the so-called monkey eyes. The guy also acquired a lower magic sword, which makes up for the lack of attack power of beginners. When the protagonist finished shopping, the boss's 6 instantly disappeared. It is obvious that the leaders had high hopes for the promising young man. Kim Yu-won will surely be looked after as a special service object. The main character was not worried at all since he got into this world legally. The only thing to worry about was his return to the future. As a penalty for using the Chronos clock, his very existence was erased. The sixes, the so-called trustees, the ordinary examiners, will not be able to find a single clue that would lead them to return. When activated, the monkey eyes expand the field of view and enhance the five senses. In fact, the real value of this skill lay in one interesting secret. Depending on how you use a low magic sword, you can create an outstanding treasure sword. Luckily, the protagonist was able to find his original target without any difficulty. Kim Yu-won finally met the boss of the second tutorial, the Mother of Worms. This creature was completely different from the monsters that devour people. This monster had an incredibly high attachment to its children. The obvious disadvantage of the Mother of Earthworms was the complete lack of brains. The main character, determined to win, bravely rushed into battle with the monster. The young man, who had already felt like a winner, could not resist the pleasure of cutting the nasty monster into several small pieces. Having calculated the most opportune moment, the main character jumped onto the back of the Mother Earthworm. Just a little more, and he will finally be able to get the desired number of points. However, the monster, wanting to survive, continued to deftly wriggle in different directions. Victory would not be interesting at all if the young man could achieve it so easily. A real hero should not only win, but also enjoy the process. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the main character dealt a fatal blow to the Mother of Worms. The unfortunate victims, who witnessed numerous deaths, did not understand why some people became wild. A student from the physical education department started a bloody brawl among the survivors. All those present agreed to choose a person to die in place of Kim Young-hun. Of course, the players, wanting to survive, obediently bowed their heads before the insane guy. Now people had to fight not only with monsters, but also with their own kind. There were exactly 30 seconds left until the end of the second deadly tutorial. However, for some unknown reason, the countdown suddenly stopped. A notification appeared stating that the safe zone would no longer shrink. With his brave fight, the main character was able to defeat the six, as well as the rest of the observers. The young man even refused treatment, since with increased stamina all wounds regenerate. Six continued to be amazed at how a completely ordinary person could get into the subway on the second level. This time, the worms appeared much later than Kim Yu-won originally expected. Destroying the mother worm that supports the second-level ecosystem exceeds the expectations of the sixes who are in charge of the tutorials. Of course, for this reason, no reward was set for the destruction of the monster. The protagonist began to insist that he needed compensation for the efforts he had expended. Six reluctantly agreed to the guy's terms, who looked quite threatening in the eyes of others after destroying hundreds of worms. As a reward, the main character could choose one of three options provided. Firstly, the young man had the opportunity to immediately move on to the fifth tutorial, having received the entire reward for clearing the third and fourth levels. Apparently, the observers just want to prematurely send the hero into an impossible competition. Secondly, Kim Yu-won could have received additional points if he wanted. And thirdly, the main character would have the opportunity to contact representatives of Olympus. Six revealed the secret that the tutorial is just the starting point of this world. The tower contains countless powers and beings with powers equal to those of the divine. If a person can get the support of Olympus, after completing the tutorial, he will be protected at the highest level. The main character knew from his past life that Olympus had enormous power in the tower. However, the young man decided not to take risks and choose the second option, that is, additional points. Of course, the six tried to warn the man against making a stupid decision. As a reward, the main character received 10,000 additional points. The six was sure that over time the young man would regret his hasty decision. Kim Yu-won asked the magical creature not to interfere and to carry out its instructions silently. The protagonist suggested that Olympus or heaven could have bribed the six. In any case, thanks to the chatty mouth of the little observer, the young man understood what he should do next. For 1,000 points, Kim Yu-won asked for a one-on-one meeting with the manager. For the sake of his future goal, the young man will never get involved with the inhabitants of Olympus. A few seconds later, the manager himself appeared before the brave hero. The mysterious man couldn't believe that he was summoned for only 1,000 points. To begin with, the main character decided to politely introduce himself to the stranger who appeared. However, the manager had long heard about the player who killed more than 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. The creature that was the inhabitant of the tower's lower floor stood right in front of Kim Yu-won. The manager asked the player how he knew how to request a private conversation. The main character said the first rule of the tutorial, which said that all information should be learned only by the participant himself, without the intervention of the creatures from the tower. The manager sees through all the truth and lies spoken in the area of his responsibility. Obviously, there was no way Kim Yu-won could have gotten the information through any other means. The hero stated that he witnessed interference on the part of the manager. Not long ago, the main character was offered the support of Olympus as a reward. The frightened six began to guiltily justify themselves to their leader. The manager was angry because the Olympians were climbing where they weren't supposed to. The man sincerely thanked the player for the opportunity to get rid of the six. The young man recalled the second rule, which stated that for all actions and achievements of a participant, awards are given depending on his exclusivity. Kim Yu-won spent his well-earned points to summon the steward and get rid of the corrupted six. In other words, the main character did quite an important job on his own initiative. During the examination of the lower beings, no abnormalities or peculiarities were found. However, the manager thought that there was something very suspicious about this. Although not with his own hands, the main character was able to kill the vile creature. The six close to the ranker was forced to leave the world in the second tutorial. It turned out that it only took one person to organize her death. The manager asked the hero what thing he would like to receive as a reward. First, it was worth figuring out what exactly Kim Yu-won could use. Firstly, the young man already had an innumerable number of earned points. The protagonist continued to closely observe the actions of the mysterious creature. In the end, the manager was still able to choose a worthy reward for the guy. The outstretched hand symbolized the gesture used when exchanging points. The protagonist was slightly disappointed, as he had expected a more valuable reward. But it turned out that the manager decided to give the player the Mana Master skill. Slightly increases the recovery of magical power, its resistance, and the power of induction. Overall, Kim Yu-won's mana was increased by about 5 levels. Having made sure that the player was satisfied with his reward, the manager said goodbye, since he had to teach the low creatures a lesson. Finally, the man promised the main character to definitely see him after the end of the third tutorial. The Master of Mana is one of the powers of the steward who has dominion over magical power. Recovery and resistance have been increased by 10%. The main character's skill was still at 0, but he was already able to acquire a useful skill. In deadly competitions, magical power will never be superfluous for a player. With the power of thought, the brave hero tried to materialize the mana he had received. The art of controlling magical forces of great complexity with a mana stat over 40. The protagonist watched carefully as his hand filled with energy. So far, Kim Yu-won has not been able to properly control his new abilities. Mana was too unstable, but sooner or later it would be curbed. However, these abilities are still not enough to climb to the very top. It is not enough for the main character to simply repeat the entire path and regain the power of the level before rewinding time. As long as the boy can breathe, he must continue to kill monsters, increasing his level. Only with enough acquired skills will he be able to defeat all enemies. Someone has to teach the arrogant, all-powerful external gods a good lesson. Regular people were very worried, as there was no guarantee that they would survive after the third or fourth tutorial. Everyone present was afraid of the disappearance of the only area in which they could be safe. More powerful players began to establish their own rules among the people. Kim Young-hun assembled supply teams and then ordered them to leave the safe zone. The bully was sure that thanks to someone's sacrifice, the strongest participants would be able to survive. The squabble suddenly stopped when one of the players noticed something strange. Right in the middle of the destroyed streets of Hongdae, a mysterious lone figure was moving. People decided that only a crazy person could hang around outside the safe zone. The asphalt under the protagonist's feet began to crack, which meant another worm should appear. Of course, the brave young man was able to deal with the enemy that appeared very quickly. The boy asked the surviving people to ignore him and continue their discussion. Intending to receive a well-deserved reward, the protagonist headed to the safe zone. The other players began to suspect that the mysterious young man was somehow involved in what was happening. A hardened hooligan decided to take on the role of leader of the survivors on his own. The student of the physical education department immediately tried to suck up to the main character. It was obvious that even the most problematic player was willing to bow his head to Kim Yu-won. At the moment, the limit in the safe zone was 1,500 people. Kim Young-hun tried to distract his friend's attention from the frightened people. As it turned out, many players were forcibly pushed out and forced to carry food. The bully believed that useless people should at least bring some benefit to others. The protagonist, being a noble individual, condemned the actions of the imposter leader. Kim Young-hun did not like it at all that someone was trying to scold him. According to the bully, in order to survive, you need to become a real coward. In this crazy world, moral standards and laws have absolutely no meaning. Only the most selfish and cruel players will be able to take their place in the new reality. The physical education student believed that Kim Young-hun needed to adapt to the new conditions. The second tutorial is over, which means all participants in the safe zone will be given 500 points in additional inventory. Finally, the main character warned the bully that he should not cross the line. Even in the most extreme conditions, a competitor must remain human. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating that the third tutorial was starting. This time, players need to hunt monsters and collect 50 essences. After the tutorial expires, the area where people are currently located will be completely destroyed. Exactly 70 hours later, a special gate will be activated near this place. Many people expected to stay in the safe zone until the competition was over. Apparently, all the tutorials were somewhat similar to the plot of a banal video game. The hooligan suggested that he had to collect all 50 pieces. Fortunately, the main character had a very good supply of magical essences. The bloodthirsty monsters gradually approached the frightened people. The main character expected to kill about 1,000 different monsters this time. After all, the young man had enough of the necessary resources. With each new attack, the main character gradually increased his level of skill. The entities from the second tutorial were a good reward, but it wasn't enough. Kim Yu-won began to concentrate his mana in order to defeat all the monsters. Like night moths, the bloodthirsty monsters ran towards the bright glow. With just one blow, the young man was able to defeat about 100 monsters. As the main character increases his stats and mastery level, mana will become more useful. After the first blow, Kim Yu-won felt a lot of fatigue in his body. Although mana concentration was a basic technique, the youth considered it foreign to him. Suddenly, the competitor noticed how the remaining monsters began to tremble. The protagonist decided that he should try using his magical abilities again. The serious-minded young man had no intention of wasting his precious time. A few hours later, the second day of the third tutorial in this world began. People who were trying to survive began to explore the local area. It is necessary to find a good shelter, since after 2 days, only a third of the participants survived. As the whole world turned upside down, even the most familiar places began to seem foreign. Stopping, the young girl said that she noticed something very interesting. It turned out that there was an untouched 24-hour convenience store in the metro station. The participants were very happy, as they had the opportunity to fill their inventory with food. Of course, players were hoping to find ramen or other tasty instant food. However, the insidious monsters were just waiting for the right moment to attack people. Unfortunately, one member of the group was forced to say goodbye to his life. The surviving players were scared because they wouldn't be able to defeat 100 monsters. The girls felt like they were desperately fighting for survival and raising their levels, so they were bound to be saved. But now, in the company of monsters, the participants' heart began to fill with doubts. Players who didn't have any decent weapons desperately tried to fight back. The girl, sparing no effort, swung a sharp blade over the heads of the mutated rats. Fortunately, she still managed to eliminate some of the attacking monsters. Suddenly, a couple of surviving players heard a familiar human voice from afar. It turned out that the whole time the main character was trying to sleep in order to take a break from the fights. The girl, watching the actions of the main character, considered what was happening to be absolute absurdity. No matter how high the level is, it is impossible to kill a monster with a regular can. The remaining players managed to survive only thanks to the help of the brave Kim Yu-won. Song Chang, who had his arm injured, fell to the ground suddenly due to the intense pain. The protagonist, who felt lenient towards the other players, decided to share his medicine. The injured guy said that at the moment he only has 17 stamina stats. With such data, the young man will be able to survive, although there remains a chance of infection of the bitten hand. Kim Yu-won then watched carefully as the girl rubbed the ointment onto her comrade. Even though the main character was able to sleep for about 6 hours, he still felt very tired. Unfortunately, it was only for the first time in 3 days that he had the opportunity to rest properly. The young man even had to buy sleeping powder, which has the effect of protecting against monsters with a good sense of smell. However, the main character did not expect at all that other obstacles would arise on his way. A curious girl asked the guy how often he hunts in the metro area. It is quite dangerous here because if you are unlucky, you can accidentally encounter an underground snake. The main character replied that he comes here exclusively for the cafe and a place to relax. As a professional, he prefers other places for hunting. The participants were very surprised to learn that the dungeon had several floors. Kim Yu-won asked his new acquaintances why they decided to come to such a dangerous place. Since the protagonist did not visit the safety zone, he was not aware of the situation outside. Because people stopped trusting each other, players began to kill each other mercilessly. Therefore, the participants who were attacked were forced to flee into the dungeon. The girl was about to thank her savior, but she was suddenly interrupted by a strange sound. The frightened players assumed that the three could belong to a terrible monster. The main character, who was purposefully heading towards the monster's lair, calmly waited for the right moment. Kim Yu-won advised his acquaintances to be more careful, since even the most harmless person can kill them and then take away their essence, and participants who had previously blindly believed the protagonist felt tension in their bodies. Compared to the wild people and bloodthirsty monsters, Kim Yu-won was the most dangerous opponent. Song-chan told the boy that there was no point in killing them since he already had enough entities. Deep down, the players were well aware of the inevitability of their situation. Even if Kim Yu-won doesn't kill them, they will still have to fight dangerous monsters. The frightened girl asked the guy why he was trying to scare them. The main character told the players that he had a good and quite profitable business proposal. Of course, under the leadership of Kim Yu-won, the couple will have to risk their lives again. It turns out that from the very beginning, the brave warrior had a brilliant plan in mind. With a sly smile on his face, the main character asked his friends to run as fast as they could. As it turned out, Song-chan and his girlfriend were just ordinary bait. Inexperienced players were lucky that Kim Yu-won took on the task of killing all the attacking monsters. Apparently, over the past few days, the protagonist had managed to accumulate a decent amount of essences that had a positive effect on the speed of his attacks. However, it is also worth considering the difference between monsters that belong to different levels. In the 2 hours since the start of the third tutorial, players managed to collect 50 entities during the hunt. The protagonist asked Song-chan if they had managed to achieve the desired results. On average, players received about 5 to 6 essences for each monster. Fortunately, the speed of the monster's arrival cannot keep up with the speed of Kim Yu-won's hunt. Ju-yeon was a little late as she was trying to lure a few more monsters. Song-chan politely asked the protagonist what level his body was currently at. Kim Yu-won admitted that even despite the high hunting speed, they gradually stopped growing. It became obvious that the main character was gradually approaching his final indicators. The young man advised his friends not to share personal information anymore and not to ask unnecessary questions about levels. Other players can cheat by using their knowledge of other players' stats. The main character also advised not to waste time and hunt monsters in order to collect as many entities as possible. Suddenly, right behind the players, a slightly late Ju-yeon appeared. Of course, the girl did not come alone, but with a crowd of bloodthirsty monsters. The participants didn't even have time to really rest before starting the hunt again. Inexperienced players who usually stood on the sidelines also got involved in the killing process. Through their efforts, Song-chan and Ju-yeon managed to raise their scores by several levels. After just a few minutes, the players were able to deal with a crowd of dangerous monsters. This time, Song-chan and Ju-yeon took all the essences for themselves, since they were the ones who were able to defeat the monsters. Now everyone present has achieved a result that allows them to move on to the next tutorial. The girl sincerely thanked the main character, because before she could not even imagine that she would be able to accumulate many entities in such a short period of time. It was thanks to teamwork that the hunt accelerated more than twice. There are only 2 hours and 57 minutes left until the end of the second tutorial. Now it is necessary to go up, since the time for activating the gate is slowly approaching. The players were happy that they would finally be able to see the light again and rest in a safe area. It must be that while the participants were competing in the dungeon, people had already managed to kill each other. Obviously, in order to survive outside, one must continue to remain vigilant. Players noticed that the magical gates began to gradually turn scarlet. These changes indicated that the third tutorial was about to end. Everyone hides knives behind their backs, chatting with each other as if nothing is happening. Rather than killing monsters and risking your life, it is much easier to defeat a person and take away the necessary resource. One of the participants expected that as soon as the gate was activated, he would quickly take away the entities and escape. Suddenly, one of the participants noticed a strange look from the leader of another group. The hooligan, who was covered from behind by the same gang of vile scum, headed towards his acquaintances. One of the guys immediately responded that they were not in the kind of relationship where they would greet each other happily. Kim Young-hun, feeling absolutely fearless, hinted to people about a terrible reprisal. Once the gates open, a real rain of blood will pour down, which is the result of human cruelty. It was for this reason that the physical education student created a small gang for his own protection. The frightened guy asked the bully directly how many entities he was missing. Kim Young-hun stated that his gang currently needs at least 700 entities. Of course, with such an absurd demand, they would not have been able to avoid conflict. The hooligan told his friend that if he gave him 400 essences, he would be released and allowed to go further. In the end, the most important thing for the physical education student was to protect himself, not the other players. But the guy understood perfectly well that if his opponent refused, then a total massacre would begin between them. Kim Young-hun didn't even know whether he should take away all the essences or just half. Suddenly, players appeared among the people who were busy hunting in the dungeon. However, Kim Yu-won did not come empty-handed, but with real treasures. The protagonist explained that he had to leave for a few days because of business. The moment had come when the young man could boast of the number of entities he had collected. Players who failed to collect anything could hardly believe their own eyes. Kim Yu-won said that he has about 2,000 entities at his disposal. The envious bully continued to slowly boil over with his own anger. The student tried to reassure himself that if necessary, other people could stand up for him. There were at least 50 men in his group who were capable of engaging in combat. No matter how strong the main character is, he cannot cope with such a number of people alone. Kim Yu-won advised all the players present to look carefully at their feet. In order to fence himself off from the abnormal crowd, the young man drew a small circle. The protagonist directly stated that he was ready to share the spoils since he currently had an excess of resources. But of course, the young man had no intention of giving away for free the essences he had obtained in a difficult struggle. If players want to progress to the next tutorial, they must purchase entities that cost 100 points per unit. Only those who intend to make a purchase are allowed to enter the circle. People who didn't have that many points started to complain about the high prices. Unfortunately, essences can only be purchased from other participants in the competition. The bully stated that Kim Yu-won is not in a position to dictate his own terms. The student, who was used to solving all problems with bloodshed, began to openly threaten his rival. However, the main character was not at all surprised since he was initially prepared for such an outcome. Besides, he had no intention of forcing anyone to buy anyway. The young man stated that even borrowed items or skills would be suitable for sale. People began to seriously think about exchanging their resources. According to the hooligan, Kim Yu-won killed someone and then simply took away what he had acquired. Song Chang and Ju Yan began to defend their comrade, with whom they had collaborated not long ago. Players were outraged that Kim Myung-hun could afford to kill innocent people. In their opinion, the bully who provoked most of the conflicts had no right to accuse others of deception. The student of the physical education department refused to continue this pointless argument. The self-proclaimed leader gave the order to kill Kim Yu-won and his henchmen. A pack of bandits rushed into battle, but the protagonist was able to easily stop them with his blade. The young man once again repeated his warning that no one has the right to cross the line. Only the person who intends to make a purchase is allowed to enter the circle. So the guy had no choice but to resort to self-defense. For his own protection, the protagonist activated the lower magic sword, which he had recently received as a reward. The angry bully hoped that with the whole crowd, he would still be able to defeat his enemy. However, the desperate people who listened to their leader without being homeless died one after another. Kim Myung-hun realized that compared to his enemy, he was at the bottom of the food chain. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the hooligan decided to flee the battlefield and leave his comrades. The guy was sincerely glad that after what happened, he managed to save his life. However, the main character, who remembered his victim's face well, decided to attack first this time. Fortunately, it was at this moment that the tyranny of the ruthless bandit was ended. Kim Yu-won took the box and headed towards the surviving participants of the competition. It seemed incredible that one man could commit such a brutal murder. Even those who were gradually adapting to the rules of the new world found it difficult to watch the bloody mess. One of the guys told the main character that he would like to buy the essence from him. The player had no money, but he intended to sell the sword to the six for 500 points. The guy told Dusik to pay attention to the fact that Kim Yu-won was all entities in the fair hunt. Even after his victory over the hooligans, the young man had no intention of taking their resources. It is obvious that the protagonist will adhere to the position of a fair deal. The laws and rules of this cruel world are created by the hands of such strong people. Kim Yu-won made his first deal, which earned him 700 points. Most people agreed that it would make perfect sense to just buy the essences and move on to the next step. Members who made a purchase began to move to the next level through the portal. Some players who ran out of points were forced to borrow resources from other people. Also, many participants began to sell their purchased weapons to the Sixers. However, these deals were pure fraud, as the magical creatures greatly reduced the price. Fortunately, all the players present managed to get the necessary amounts. But for the main character, there was absolutely no benefit in these deals. Kim Yu-won was only now beginning to realize how precious the lost stats were. But in the end, everything worked out quite well, as the young man was able to earn 167,000 points. It is worth admitting that initially the main character set himself a much smaller goal. Sung Chan and Ju Yan expressed their desire to go to the next level with Kim Yu-won. Players were even willing to become bait in order to survive in this world. However, the main character did not want to make new allies for his journey now. Moreover, unlike the other players, the young man was heading to a different place. The entities were gone, which meant he couldn't go through the portal with the others. Song Chang and Ju Yan were afraid that their savior would be forced to die due to lack of resources. Players were confused, as a professional player would likely have set aside extra essences for himself. Finally, the main character told his friends to head to the portal as quickly as possible, because very soon, real chaos would begin in this area. The players, unfortunately, had no choice but to abandon their savior and continue on their way. As far as Kim Yu-won remembered, the second tutorial was all about defense. Suddenly, a stranger approached the young man and asked if he had any extra entities left. Despite all his reluctance, the protagonist was forced to tell the truth to the remaining players. Instead of wasting time on unnecessary conversations, you need to find a quieter place. From now on, this area will become a battlefield where everyone will risk their lives just to get the essence. Before the tutorial ends, the protagonist decides to summon a shop. The young man immediately suspected that this time he would not have to meet the six. The manager materialized right in front of the young man who wanted to make a purchase. The man said he now has to recruit new employees because his workforce has been significantly reduced. Many magical beings have had to be brought to justice because of their connection with Olympus. Plus, with many sixes busy selling and buying, the other side's progress slowed down considerably. More than 100 people used the store to make a deal with Kim Yu-won. Still, the main character could not believe that the distributor came in person due to a lack of labor. The brave young man was recognized by the management as an object of special service for me so long ago. If something cannot be discovered from the manager's position, it is usually ignored. The thing is that the main character's power could completely collapse the entire tutorial ecosystem. However, the young man specifically collected 160,000 points in order to begin introducing his own rules into this game. For the first time in his thousands of years of work, the manager was able to meet such a self-confident participant. The man asked the main character what exactly he would like to buy this time. To begin with, the young man wanted to get a medium personal inventory that could activate an item with a command. He then acquired an ice jade steel sword that spread freezing cold. The manager noted that it is quite difficult for players to master such weapons. The main character also received a fire spell robe, a magic deactivation shield, and 4 ice crystals. The chosen inventory was ideal for surviving the hellish fire. Finally, as a small bonus, the young man also decided to buy a well-forged sword with excellent sharpness and strength. The steward explained to his client that the latest purchase was a very basic item, incompatible with other magical resources. Now the rest of the tutorial participants won't be able to even leave clues on the main character's clothes. However, besides ordinary people, there were more dangerous and powerful opponents. The host said he would be looking forward to watching Kim Yu-won's fights. Now that time has come to an end, the third tutorial is officially over. A notification appeared in the sky, stating that the remaining participants had failed the level. A terrible destruction began, which was accompanied by all sorts of cataclysms. The sky gradually began to be covered with disgusting bloody shades. The fire spell robe, made from a special material, increased resistance to fire attribute magic. First, the young man needed to protect his body from the air, which was gradually beginning to heat up. The surviving players, like living matches, began to painfully burn alive. In total, there were about 3 people left who failed to reach the next level. One of the survivors asked the main character in fear why he stayed there. Right at that moment, the ground beneath the feet of the remaining participants began to crack loudly. People who became victims of the terrible earthquake tearfully begged for salvation. After just a few seconds, low-level demons and skulls began to appear on the streets. The main character noted that with each level, the number of monsters increased. However, the skulls were the least of the problems that Kim Yu-won had to solve. There was another reason why the fourth tutorial was called Destruction. A lower demonic creature named Surtra appeared right in front of the protagonist. Kim Yu-won had been looking forward to this long-awaited meeting since the very beginning of the competition. Since ancient times, the young man had been well acquainted with this otherworldly creature. It is worth noting, however, that during Ragnarok, Surtra's size seemed more impressive. The giant demon declared that another world would disappear, being swallowed up by the tower. The protagonist interrupted Surtra's sentimental tales and asked to begin the duel. This youthful arrogance seemed very familiar to the demonic creature. Kim Yu-won had the same golden eyes as the monkey from the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. The resemblance, which brought back memories, greatly angered the fire demon. The fire spell robes compensated for the heat from the skull's explosion, and also gained additional resistance to attacks. The protagonist believed that buying the cloak was a wise investment. However, the young man prepared all this not to fight back against Surtra, but for a real hunt for the demon. The creature smiled impudently, and we hear truly impudent and arrogant words. Surtra believed that the pathetic man would become exhausted after a few weak attacks. The experienced warrior immediately rushed into battle to kill the demon's minions. Thanks to the magic deactivation shield, Kim Yu-won was able to gain a significant advantage. After several strong attacks, the main character was able to successfully increase his level. General stats such as agility, stamina, and mana began to improve instantly. However, the hero's health had clearly worsened, as his body had been absorbing heat for 2 hours already. The force of the skull's impact is small, but since it is impossible to dodge, the young man is forced to take all the attacks. The protagonist could perform a long-range attack with mana concentration, but using this skill is problematic because it has too high an energy consumption. It is amazing that the shield, which is gradually reaching its limit, was able to withstand about 1,000 explosions. Kim Yu-won asked Surtra to stop sending his minions and come down for a fair fight. The demon noted that the items that the main characters possessed were quite amazing. However, players in the third tutorial are too weak to buy such things. The young man stated that the demon was also not without sin, since he was causing chaos on the competition grounds. Surtra only punished weak players who had no right to move further. But according to the demon, Kim Yu-won has the potential to become a ruler by ascending to the Endless Tower. The protagonist once again reminded the creature of his intention to emerge victorious from this battle. In that case, Surtra had no choice but to fight back against his opponent. Over the past few hours, the brave hero's body had absorbed quite a lot of flame. Even despite all the physical inconveniences, the young man must certainly win. The main character even had to use his golden eyes for this fight. In order to obtain this skill, Kim Yu-won had to fail the third tutorial. Of course, the young man failed not because of his weakness, because he had completely different reasons for it. Unexpectedly, the main character deliberately exposed himself to the attack of the demon Surtra. Sun Wukong, on a whim, fought about 100 battles with the main character. Kim Yu-won only managed to win a few battles out of countless duels. Firstly, the heavenly rebel always used the divine item Jingubang, which could strike lightning and reach the end of the universe in the blink of an eye. Secondly, Sun Wukong possessed boundless mana, which was the result of absorbing an entire peninsula of heavenly treasures. And the main reason why it was troublesome to defeat the heavenly rebel was because of the monkey's eyes, because they had strong resistance to fire. Before gaining this skill, the protagonist was forced to endure pain without special items. The young man finally decided to use the ice crystal and the ice jade steel sword. Now all of Kim Yu-won's preparations for hunting the demon Surtra were complete. However, the monster only laughed in response, since the warrior's condition at the end of the duel was quite deplorable. While there was still an opportunity, the protagonist began to quickly absorb ice crystals. As the body temperature gradually decreased, the burns also began to disappear. That is, thanks to the ice crystals, the young man's health began to return to normal. The protagonist felt as if his body was starting to get cold. Surtra knew very well that the energy that enveloped Kim Yu-won was the complete opposite of the demonic flame. Fire spell robes gain additional magic resistance to flame attribute attacks. The protagonist's fiery eyes resist Surtra's destructive fire. The giant monster's temperature gradually dropped due to the pinpoint attacks. The protagonist decided that the moment had finally come to try to deliver the final blow. However, this time the young man was unlucky, as the demon reacted too quickly to the attack. Thanks to the fiery eyes, Kim Yu-won was able to activate the battle prediction. Due to excessive absorption of ice crystals, the protagonist began to experience symptoms of frostbite. In his current state, the protagonist will not be able to withstand the killing cold for long. If the young man cannot finish the duel quickly, he will have to die before reaching the tower. Kim Yu-won activated the magic sword skill since there was no longer any point in conserving mana. Seizing the right moment, the main character dealt a decisive blow to his opponent. The young man did this in order to distract the demon's attention from the concentration of mana. Surtra was outraged that she was not there, who could not even reach the tower, dared to attack the demon. Having climbed onto the enemy's back, the protagonist tried to use the cold and the fire spell's robe again. But even after using all the flame retardants, the difference did not decrease. Despite the appearance of second and third degree burns, the young man continued to attack mercilessly. Fortunately, after some time, he still managed to increase his flame resistance by 1 level. Kim Yu-won was absolutely confident that he would finally be able to defeat his enemy. The demon, who was at the limit of his strength, felt his body begin to weaken. Suddenly, a notification appeared informing that the tutorial destruction had been defeated. By eliminating the demon Surtra, the protagonist was able to increase his overall performance by another level. This was only the beginning before the young man could defeat all the monsters here. The calculation of the reward for obtaining an impossible achievement has begun to be delayed. Considering that the burns still haven't healed, the main character was unconscious for quite a long time. The icy cold that had recently plagued the young man's body continued to remain the same. Now Kim Yu-won was in the intermediate stage of obtaining golden fiery eyes. The main character needs to prepare himself for serious fights, as he still has a very long way to go. The demon Surtra looked rather unsightly after the disappearance of the tongues of hellfire. This creature's body must be composed entirely of byproducts that can be used in combat. For example, the young man was able to find the heart of a giant, radiating the power of otherworldly flame. Since this miracle drug changes the very structure of the absorbing person's body, the subject needs quite a lot of endurance. Suddenly, the main character heard the familiar voice of the manager next to him. Kim Yu-won certainly didn't expect to see this creature so often. The manager was forced to listen to a lot of abuse from the management, since the balance of the fourth tutorial suffered a total collapse. For the first time in a long time, a person appeared in this place who brought so many headaches. The man told the protagonist that he needed to visit the last area, as the fourth tutorial was almost finished. There were only about 4 hours left until the end of the competition, so the young man had to hurry. The manager also added that a lot of time had to be spent discussing the award for Kim Yu-won with employees on other floors. Having received the Heavenly Fate, the main character was able to increase absolutely all stats by 3 units. This was the only top-level skill that the young man had no idea about. The essence of the Heaven's Fate was that depending on the weight of life that the player would gain in the future, his fate and value would change. High-level skills are not all good, but it has high efficiency due to raising stats. The young man also spent 10,000 points to purchase a small pill that could increase mana and stamina. The steward said that if the young man had no more demands, he would like to leave. After swallowing a small pill, Kim Yu-won's mana and stamina increased by 1 level. The property of this attribute was that stamina was quickly restored and wounds healed. The main character had to restore his stamina and prepare for the 5th tutorial. The young man remembered that the essence of the next competition for life was a race. Waking up, the young man noticed how the world around him began to gradually disappear. A notification appeared saying that the final tutorial was about to begin. Many players noticed the smell of the sea emanating from the new competition venue. In the last location, tutorial participants from different universes gather. The tower's masters have named the final competition, in which players must survive, the collected world. Varaganda Island is slowly sinking into the sea, so all participants need to escape from here and prove their right by first killing the boss at the top of the highest mountain. When hunting an enemy, points are awarded based on the contribution of all players. 30 days after the start of the tutorial, the island will be completely underwater. There is no need to take up arms and fight right now, because the longer the time limit for achieving the goal, the better. In other words, this is how much time a participant may need to fight the final boss. It seems that some players immediately understood how to manage their time. Some people decided that the best tactic in this situation would be to create a team. In addition, players who had seen real cruelty were afraid to act alone. However, there were also those participants who were categorically against the creation of teams. The mysterious guy stated that among all those present, there was no creature suitable to be his ally. The protagonist almost immediately understood who this impudent tone belonged to. The players, offended by the stranger's words, decided to teach him a good lesson. Hargan, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus and a relative of Zeus, was able to fight off the humans without any difficulty. The other participants had never seen pure-blooded power of one of the highest ranks before. The stranger is definitely worthy of the tower's attention, as his level of mastery of powers is ahead of the 5th tutorial. Purebloods, once chosen, absorb the secrets of the tower from the moment of their birth and therefore cannot but differ in level from other participants. The one who contributed the most to the 5th tutorial in his past life was Hargan. The protagonist decided to leave the noisy place, since he had no reason to get involved with the heir to Olympus. However, Kim Yu-won had to stop for a moment because he was approached. A relative of Zeus unceremoniously asked the main character who he was. The main character didn't even have time to catch the moment when the stranger approached him. Apparently, Kargan, a relative of Zeus, recognized Kim Yu-won as his future rival. The stranger immediately noticed that the newcomer was wrapped in the robes of a fire spell. This detail seems suspicious since this item is not available in the tutorial. The protagonist, who did not want to go into details, said that he purchased the clothes with points. Hargan was very surprised since a lot of money is needed to make such a purchase. The descendant of Zeus tried to find out Kim Yu-won's level, but he was unable to get an answer. Obviously, the protagonist had a good understanding of what information could be provided and what needed to be hidden from the other players. Hargan realized that it was better for him to retreat now and not pester the stranger with unnecessary questions. The descendant of Zeus suggested that the young man create a team with him to increase their chances of victory. However, the protagonist, who was a single player, quickly rejected the offer. Hargan became angry because only the ignorant could neglect his generosity. The heir to Olympus decided to pursue the stranger in order to give him a second chance. As it turned out, even an experienced player found it quite difficult to catch up with the main character. It didn't look like the boy had used a speed-increasing skill. According to the descendant of Zeus, only a purebred player could have such speed. Usually relatives of elves are distinguished by their extreme dexterity of movement, or alternatively, the player could be the heir of Hermes or Master Murim. Hargan began to find that this competition was becoming more exciting with each passing second. Fortunately, after some time, the main character was able to break away from the annoying player. Speed is not Hargan's specialty, so he clearly used his brute Herculean strength to get that much speed. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he was not the only one who contributed to the deterioration of the tutorial balance. Nevertheless, the young man, despite the manager's warnings, tried not to bother himself with unnecessary thoughts about the structure of this world. By destroying the Norl, the young man was able to slightly increase the fate of heaven. After several hours, the main character managed to kill a huge number of monsters. However, oddly enough, killing monsters did almost nothing to increase the level. The main character needs to kill monsters that are at a higher level in order to achieve some results. Kim Yu-won, entering the cave, began to spray powder to suppress excess odors. Since the cold had almost completely left his body, the young man's health was restored. After walking a few more steps, the main character took out the giant's heart from the reserve. While absorbing the resource, the young man recalled the warning from the steward of this world. It turns out that the giant's heart must be consumed before completing the tutorial. The protagonist felt how the demon's blood began to gradually penetrate his body. In the body of a brave young man, a confrontation begins between a man, a giant, and a demon. Since this fire is inside the body, it is not stopped even by the garment of the flame spell. It feels like the bones and muscles are being twisted, and the blood is flowing in the opposite direction. Only after enduring hellish pain can the protagonist gain the greatest power. People usually smear themselves with the blood of giants, but they never risk consuming it. Eating this resource in the tutorial is equivalent to murder for a normal person. Therefore, in order not to say goodbye to life, before absorption it is necessary to obtain fiery eyes. The young man, experiencing terrible agony, hoped that with time it would become easier for him. By satisfying the conditions of the hidden part, the main character received a giant fire. The problem, however, is that Kim Yu-won originally had a completely different skill in mind. More than anything in the world, the young man feared that his efforts would be in vain. A sign appeared in the sky announcing a temporary restriction. Our strength was almost completely exhausted. He couldn't move at all. According to the protagonist, about 6 hours have passed since the resource was accepted. This skill is initially obtained by hunting 10,000 giants and wiping yourself in blood. It was not so easy for an ordinary player to obtain a new skill of such a high level for himself. The protagonist suggested that he should moderate his pride and limit himself to generally accepted limits. A sign appeared above the young man's head again, stating that the condition of the hidden part had been met. The pure blood of the giant and the demon was completely absorbed into the human body. Everything worked out because the giant's heart was perfectly absorbed in the tutorial area. At the cost of his own suffering, the young man was finally able to achieve gigantization. Having woken up, the main character came to the conclusion that in total he had slept for about 4 hours. You need to hurry, because the record for the shortest history of clearing this tutorial is a week. And the main role in achieving the shortest record was played by the best gladiator and leader of the enormous power of Asgard, Odin. The young man who was aiming to be the best in the competition was not going to lose to some stranger. As expected, Hargan currently occupied the leading position in the main rankings. 5th and 3rd places went to Elidor and Paladinta, rankers who hailed from a world with advanced magic. The second was Yolka, whom the protagonist had never heard of before. The 4th was Lee Sung-yoon, a person from the same world as Kim Yu-won. According to the young man, most of the people with whom he started this game have long since passed away into the other world. The effect of absorbing the giant's heart was a significant increase in strength and agility, so care must be taken to maintain an even balance. Although the rank was not that high, the protagonist did not have any skill in the attack area. Now Kim Yu-won had to decide how exactly he could improve his ranking. To begin with, the main character decided to use the skill of Fiery Eyes. Using the skill, the brave warrior was able to instantly reach the orc settlement. It was a pretty good hunting ground to test the giant fire. The young man roasted a settlement of voracious monsters without any regrets. The frightened orcs, who could not resist the magical attacks, ran in fear in different directions. The protagonist then decided to improve his attack by using a well-forged sword. There were still 6 days left to finish this tutorial before Odin. Hargan didn't know the name of his opponent, but he felt that only one person could have taken 2nd place in the rankings so easily. For a while, Kim Yu-won was not noticeable, and the descendant of Zeus forgot about him for a while. The heir to Olympus decided that he would do everything possible to deceive this guy. Participants from the Earthworld line, Lee So-yoon immediately guessed who they were talking about. The young man, who was also of South Korean descent, had excellent talent in controlling mana. Hargan even decided to gather his own retinue in order to finish the competition as quickly as possible. However, the last spot was still vacant as Kim Yu-won refused to accept the generous offer. The descendant of Zeus, with a smile on his face, announced that the hunt was now open. One of the team members was able to find several traces of mana fairly quickly. Paladinte, a half-breed, was a mix of a dark elf and an elf from Panthemium. The heir of Olympus decided to come closer to take a closer look at the traces of mana. Hargan asked his group members to be more careful and not come under attack. It took the players about 12 to find the right place. If it weren't for Paladinte, their search would have probably taken much longer. One of the participants noted that this spacious place is very similar to an ordinary cave. The half-breed elf decided to first look around and then continue moving. Hargan realized that they were in some trouble, as a dungeon discovery message should appear. If there is no notification, it means that another player was able to find this place much earlier. Lee Seo-yoon asked his commander to check the rating as soon as possible. Of course, after a short period of time, the main character was able to take first place. The heir to Olympus, seeing the unpleasant changes in the rating, instantly became furious. After the latest news, the mood in the team of adventurers has clearly worsened. When Hargan got angry, he looked like his blood was teeming with determination. One of the participants came to the conclusion that now they will not be able to conduct a good hunt. Yolki, a pureblood from the tower, came from a line of mercenaries who wielded magic. Since the road has two branches, in each team, Elidor and Paladinte are responsible for finding the best path and communication. Zeus's relative divided his participants into two small groups. The guy hoped that there would be no unnecessary problems, since Yolcha was a very good warrior. Having dealt with their main tasks, the competition participants went their separate ways. Players were very good at using various skills, including mana concentration. Over the next few hours, the participants were busy exterminating monsters. Luckily, they managed to find a huge door that probably led to the final boss. Lee So-yoon noted that he had seen a lot of similar things in his past life. Yolka asked her comrades not to get lost, since the time of relaxation is the closest moment to death. The young man smiled at his companion and then, with a slight movement of his hand, opened the rating. Suddenly, the players heard a loud roar coming from behind the huge door. Yolche ordered Lee Seong-yoon to quickly take up a defensive position and prepare for an attack. Players guessed that the recent changes in the rating were somehow connected to what was happening. A few seconds later, the huge stone door opened on its own. A sign appeared in front of the participants, stating that they had entered the boss's room. However, the very moment they crossed the threshold, the purge ended. Squinting, Lee Sung-yoon noticed a stranger right in front of him. The young man guessed that Kim Yu-won was the person who was able to defeat the final boss. Overcoming terribly tenacious monsters, the main character gradually increased his level. The young man tried to use absolutely all the skills he had. He understood his current level of combat capability, so the data he acquired was quite sufficient. It is definitely necessary to use the giant's plans carefully, taking into account the endurance stats. Kim Yu-won uses his skills to kill only the highest level monsters. The protagonist calmly informed the players that they were a little late, and therefore they would have to be content with their loss. The participants could not believe their eyes because the strength of the young man seemed incredible. Even though their captain was recognized as the strongest in the tutorial, a stronger player was just found. Lin So-yoon doubted Kim Yu-won's integrity, as a person from Earth could not possibly have such incredible fighting skills. It's no wonder that Hargan wanted this member to become part of their team. Lin So-yoon asked the stranger if he wanted to join their group. The main character began to carefully examine the guy who was his fellow citizen. The small number of team members means that they split up briefly to hunt monsters. Yolki, next in the ranking after the descendant of Zeus, was the strongest among those present. It turns out that Hargan has created a pretty good team to work with. This group had a great future ahead of it, but the young man had no intention of joining them. The main character was going to defeat the final boss, Varaganda, on his own. Yolcha clarified that there shouldn't be any problems if the boss was killed by the majority forces. In other words, the essence of the last tutorial is teamwork. The key is how much you grow, how many allies you gather, and how you combine your team's forces within the allotted time. The elf said that she needed to report to the commander about Kim Yu-won's appearance. Just a few seconds later, the heir to Olympus appeared right in front of his opponent. Hargan didn't want to waste an extra second, so he decided to immediately start with a surprise attack. But Zeus's relative was unable to do anything, as Kim Yu-won was able to stop him without any problems. Pushing aside the body of the self-confident fighter, the protagonist decided to turn to his comrades. The young man came to the conclusion that instead of surviving, these players wanted to gain the status of a ranker. This is a creature that has overcome all the tests of the tower and cleared all the floors. A being with the power to enjoy authority, glory, and eternal life. Yulchi, who unlike some players was not chosen by the tower, could only dream of becoming a ranker. Absolutely every participant in the competition dreamed of becoming a powerful king. The main character stated that he was not at all interested in any kind of ranker status. Kim Yu-won wanted to break through the ceiling of the tower and reach the outer divine beings. All players unanimously came to the conclusion that such a desire was complete absurdity. Meanwhile, the descendant of Olympus, who had recently lost consciousness, suddenly jumped to his feet. A relative of Zeus, who had received a strong blow to the head, was loudly indignant. The protagonist said that he had no choice but to defend himself from the man who was running headlong towards him. When such a strong man flies towards the player, all that remains is to get scared and start defending himself. The other participants felt ashamed because their leader could be deceived like a small child. Before, Hargan had heard from his relatives that there was a much greater power hidden outside the tower. The heir to Olympus began to boast about his father, who was an incredible man. Kim Yu-won refused to join the team because a sardine cannot swim with a whale. But Hargan was confident that one day he would become the true king of Olympus. The claim of a direct bloodline to Zeus was evidence of the player's great ambitions. The heir of Olympus decided to make a bet on which of them would kill the final boss faster. Hargan said he would create a team with no more than 9 members. However, Kim Yu-won may not limit herself to the number of participants she wants. If the heir of Olympus wins the bet, the opponent will be forced to join his team. And if Kim Yu-won wins, then Hargan will treat him like an older brother. The main character said that instead of this nonsense, he would like, in case of winning, to use the help of a relative of Zeus once. The young man, who wanted to get rid of the annoying player as quickly as possible, began to leave the battlefield. The heir of Olympus clenched his fists and declared that their dispute was officially concluded. Kim Yu-won sincerely hoped not to meet this hyperactive player again. Hargan returned to his team and said they needed to move on. However, there is no point in counting every second, nor in acting in such a hurry. The protagonist pointed to a sign with a message that was located directly above his head. The thing is that for some reason, time was stopped for an indefinite period. The rest of the players had to face a similar situation for the first time in their entire life. Suddenly, the main character decided to tell that Varaganda is a sacred beast, not an island. It turns out that the monsters that attacked them were parasites that had taken up residence in the body of a huge magical creature. When Varaganda dives underwater again, all monsters will be destroyed. The heir of Zeus came to the conclusion that the defeated monster was something like the king of parasites. Hargan doubted it because a man with an unknown identity and origin knows information that is not available even to Olympus. Until the manager or the sixes return the system to its original state, the time limit will not work. The gist of the 5th tutorial is how much time is left and how many bosses will be killed. It turns out that in order to win, you need to somehow stop time. After enough power up, when it's time to resume your turn, the tutorial will end. The other players who were on the island also noticed that time had stopped. Some participants feared that the allotted days would gradually decrease. One of the players asked his comrades not to stop and continue earning points. Meanwhile, the sixes continued to worry about the fact that someone had killed the parasite dragon. In order to restore the competition, you must first contact the organizer. Another bloodthirsty monster was defeated with a knife blow straight to the head. The monsters that remained alive began to run away in fear in different directions. The red-skinned creatures claimed that the man who attacked them was a real monster. Naturally, the main character reacted very negatively to such comments. Suddenly, the young man became distracted as he noticed that time had begun to flow again in its usual order. The main thing is that the broken installation does not break again due to his fault. Otherwise, the manager will be seething with anger. Most importantly, by killing the parasite, the young man was able to buy himself 3 more days. So you need to follow your original plan and gradually move forward. At this rate, the young man will definitely be able to reach the tower where the gods live. The people who reached the final point had sufficient fighting skills. With the destruction of the boss, only a few were able to get high scores and get ahead. Apparently, most of the players were able to reach at least level 20. However, unlike some of the participants, there were also tower dwellers who were unable to control mana. If such individuals are chosen by the tower and receive the blessing of the system, they become purebloods. Yulchi wasn't sure that she could defeat the boss on her own. The girl was counting on her captain, who in the eyes of others seemed to be an unusually capable fighter. Some players stayed a little late as they wanted to make the most of the precious time. The heir to Olympus began to wonder where his opponent was now. Like the other participants, the main character was gradually approaching the final point. Kim Yu-won began to carefully analyze the players he was about to face. Based on the flow of mana, There were participants who increased their levels in a short period of time. The main character noted that Zeus's relative had not stood aside all this time either. Hargan asked his opponent if he had decided to kill the final boss himself. The young man who wanted to get the most points had no intention of sharing his reward with anyone. At the moment, Kim Yu-won had 7,000 points more than Hargan. Suddenly, a low-level player approached the main character and asked if he wanted to join their team in order to defeat the final boss together. Before the competitor could even finish his sentence, Hargan instantly drove him away with a magical skill. The descendant of Zeus was outraged that some weak player dared to address them. The members, who did not want to make dangerous enemies, began to run away from Hargan and Kim Yu-won. The main character decided to move forward immediately, since every second in this world is a very valuable resource. The young man, who had incredible experience, completed a task that took him a whole month to complete in less than 5 days. The heir of Zeus suggested to his friend that they go together to complete the task. The first thing you need to do is find the right boss and complete the first quest in this tutorial. Many players were scared because the number of monsters was countless. There are several checkpoints that need to be cleared before the boss encounter. Oddly enough, monsters from all over the world are gathered here and are unable to coexist with each other. However, such a shortcoming in the competition was only to the advantage of the brave players. The young man decided to combine 2 skills, namely Giant Flame and Magic Sword. The rest of the players couldn't wait to see Kim Yu-won in action. In their opinion, it was probably not for nothing that this person was at the very top of the rankings. The heir of Olympus, who was in no hurry to start the fight, watched what was happening carefully. Suddenly, under the gaze of dozens of interested glances, the main character disappeared somewhere. This was the first time that players could see such a dangerous type of fight with their own eyes. Apparently, among all the players present, no one could compare to the main character. Hargan, who had no intention of losing to anyone, also decided to enter the fight. The heir of Zeus shared the victory with his new enemy. The rest of the players decided to join their commander and help him disarm all the traps. The elves decided to use a barrier spell so that Lin So-yun could break through without any problems. The young man asked everyone present to bend down because he was going to use mana concentration. The protagonist was happy that the other players would not die, being drawn into what was about to happen. And most importantly, their skills were useful enough to cover for Kim Yu-won. Hargan suddenly stopped, noticing a picture with very strange contents in front of him. Oddly enough, the main character had never seen this image before either. In order to continue the competition, players must enter through the door. The protagonist, without any warning, slowly headed towards the hidden room. The heir of Olympus asked the young man not to rush, since they were now together. After Kim Yu-won entered, loud screams began to come from inside. The frightened commander told his subordinates to follow him. Many players who did not have sufficient strength were forced to abandon the fight. A strange creature, which somewhat resembled a dragon, wriggled in its chains. A notification appeared in front of the main character, informing him that he had entered the third boss's room. The tutorial will end immediately after one of the players kills the sealed chimera. One person can free, subdue, and control this powerful creature. The temporary limitation in battle ends when the seal stone is destroyed. The owner of the chimera receives additional points depending on the number of participants killed by the chimera. A test in which, while killing a chimera, you must protect the seal stone from people who are former allies. Even if someone does something unexpected, the captain will be able to stop that person instantly. Hargan tried to stop the young man who was about to complete the tutorial alone. However, the heir to Olympus considered such behavior a sign of betrayal. Instead of starting a conflict with one of the players, the young man decided to simply destroy the seal stone. Now, thanks to the main character, the final boss, namely the chimera, was freed. A notification appeared stating that Kim Yu-won had become the master of this creature. The next task for players is to defeat a chimera that has been freed from its seal. Zeus's relative was afraid that his opponent would order the monster to attack the other participants. Instead, Kim Yu-won asked the monster to use its powers to destroy the wall. As long as the protagonist controls the chimera, it will not attack anyone. This monster was created by combining different monsters that were found on the island. It turns out that there is a more powerful enemy who created the chimera. The protagonist told the players that they didn't have to go with him to the final boss. At this point, Hargan didn't quite understand how best to proceed in the current situation. Having penetrated the secret lair, the participants saw in front of them a huge number of human corpses. It seemed as if the passage they were walking along was endless. The fourth room of the fifth tutorial, which the system does not notify players about in advance. The protagonist moved forward towards his triumph without the slightest regret. A few minutes later, the young man reached the room that belonged to the fourth boss. A sign appeared above the players' heads notifying them of the update. A disgusting old man, resembling a living dead man, was the creator of the chimera. The final boss stated that this was the first time that one of the players decided to come to him on purpose. Only the bravest daredevil could gain control over the chimera. The creator of the monster said that in his opinion, the situation was developing in a very interesting way. The nasty old man decided to turn to the heir of Zeus, who stood next to the main character. Despite being a half-breed, Hargan's physical attributes were quite suitable. In fact, the creator of the chimera was the black magician Child, who had long disappeared from the Rancor Tower. He used hundreds of players who took part in the exam as test subjects for his crazy ideas. By committing such mayhem, the black mage shamefully lost to one participant and then broke the law of the tower. Because of what happened back then, he was sentenced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. But even after the term of punishment had passed, he could not regain his former strength. The protagonist smiled smugly and then looked closely at his enemy. Apparently, the black magician recognized the man who had once brought him a lot of misfortune. The Chimera creator, having lost most of its power, launched a strong attack on the players. Child was angry because the presence of monkey eyes in the main character indicated a connection with the heavenly rebel. Kim Yu-won asked the black magician to tone down his tone, as a person who, as an examiner, had stooped to killing the participants, had no right to be indignant. The protagonist repeated once again that he did not come here to satisfy someone else's curiosity and answer questions about his origins. The young man promised to do everything possible to kill a worm-like Child. The remaining players had to fight artificially created monsters. The heir of Olympus ordered his subordinates to destroy all attacking enemies. These creatures were level-up chimeras that were supposed to appear on the bottom floor of the tower in about 100 years. Fortunately, the only thing to be afraid of is their numbers, as they still remain unfinished. Suddenly, the black magician decided to use a skill called Coffin of Darkness against his opponents. The old man said that if someone were to end up inside him, he would be forced to stay there until the end of his days. Even if a participant in the tutorial gets there, he won't even be able to die. However, the protagonist, who had no intention of falling into the trap, completely destroyed the coffin. Apparently, the young man used a special skill that increased the wearer's strength. The black magician could only assume that his new rival was directly connected to Olympus. The son of Zeus and the protagonist of the 12th trial, he was a cruel killer of giants. A man who does not hesitate to punish evil but is infinitely kind to the weak. Among all the warriors in existence, the protagonist revered this powerful man the most. The young man decided to use gigantization to defeat his enemy. The creator of the chimera shouted that even if Kim Yu-won was a direct descendant of Olympus, he would still die as a green youth. However, the protagonist was strong enough to shut his enemy's mouth. Black Mage Child attempted to improve the Coffin of Darkness by using triple enhancement. The old man, who didn't have many strong skills left, switched to using the infected Poison Fang. The protagonist was warned that if he could not properly use gigantization, he would have to give up his intention to kill the creator of the chimera. Although Child had lost his power and was banished to the tutorial area, dark forces were flowing within him. Kim Yu-won suggested that he would have to sacrifice the lives of many people in order to learn how to control gigantization. Fortunately, the young man was able to concentrate his strength and repel the Dark Mage's next attack. Even though Kim Yu-won had a connection with Hercules, his abilities still seemed impossible. The desperate old man, who did not want to give up his life, used a black wall of thorns as an attack. The creator of the chimera was about to break through with the strongest defensive skill within his grasp. The old man, who understood that the young man would soon break through, tried to concentrate all his strength in his staff. For a split second, the creators of the chimera even thought that his opponent had finally stopped. However, after just a few seconds, the main character began to attack with renewed power. Previously, none of Kim Yu-won's comrades could even imagine that he would be able to defeat the creator of the chimera. Fortunately, the young man managed to win thanks to his newly acquired skills that were useful in battle. Hercules persistently asked Sun Wukong to comment on his past deeds. Everyone present knew well that the brave hero had once climbed to the 50th floor and killed the creator of the chimeras. However, the young man had no desire to comment on the events that had happened in the past. The most important thing is that with monkey eyes, he could defeat a whole bunch of enemies. The black magician, who was gradually losing his abilities, did not want to leave this world so easily. The creator of chimeras believed that since he was immortal, his soul would exist forever. However, the main character did not believe in the existence of people who could not be killed. 1,000 years of experimenting with black magic has made Child's body stronger than steel. But an organism that combines many elements cannot be integral. The protagonist used monkey eyes to find his enemy's weak spot. The deranged old man whose body was being taken apart begged the young man for mercy. But Kim Yu-won didn't feel any sense of mercy at the moment. The brave hero was going to take his enemy apart piece by piece until there was nothing left of him. Before returning to the past, the young man received clear instructions regarding his further actions. Like a madman, Kim Yu-won acquired skills that were unbelievable. A person who violated the rules of the tutorials in every possible way was called an absurd player. By increasing the completion of the Heaven's Fate, the young man was able to increase his stats. On average, one additional stat is given every time completion goes up by 5%. All the monsters that had been attacking the players not long ago suddenly fell to the ground. The protagonist assures the other players that everything is fine since the boss is dead. The elf asked her comrades if there were any wounded participants among them. Unfortunately, Yolcha, who fought more bravely than anyone else, was seriously injured. The captain asked his subordinates to take care of all the wounded. The fact is that the heir to Olympus needed to resolve one more issue. The fair-haired youth asked his rival to step aside with him for a few words. Hargan was angry because due to the main character's fault, several players from his team were injured. Zeus's relative believed that killing the black magician was an unnecessary extreme. In order to complete the tutorial, it would be enough to eliminate the chimera. In other words, the protagonist could have set a record without going so far. However, the young man continued to behave as if he was ready to risk other people's lives without any doubt. Hargan suggested that Kim Yu-won would only be satisfied when all the people around him were dead. The main character didn't even intend to deny his desire to remain victorious no matter what. Outside the tower were the outer gods, that is, beings that came from other dimensions. The hopelessness that has obscured the sky and the unborn fallen into the abyss of despair, stupid chaos. Many brave rankers died to defeat even one of them. Kim Yu-won must cut out the rotten parts of the world so that this universe does not meet its end. This is why the main character needs to do everything possible to improve his fighting abilities. The young man, who did not want to worry about the safety of others, acted alone. Hargan came to the conclusion that Kim Yu-won needed an ally, one that he would have to become strong enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. The main character asked his friend not to talk about teamwork anymore because his opinion would never change. When the conversation was over, the manager suddenly appeared in front of the players. The heir to Olympus awkwardly asked his friend to introduce the strangely dressed man. Hargan couldn't believe that he had the opportunity to see a creature of the level of high rankers. The manager began to complain because the creator of the chimeras had a contract for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, none of the higher-ups had time to prepare the next boss. Due to the protagonist's independent activity, players will be able to live peacefully in the tutorial for some time. The young man asked his friend not to complain and to give him the reward he deserved as quickly as possible. As a reward, Kim Yu-won received the Black God Stone, which was a fragment of the original darkness. Since it is not yet refined, it requires an excellent craftsman who can process it. The Black God Stone, which belonged to Hades, was one of the most powerful items on Olympus. Now the main character had to find the Stone of the Sea God and the Lightning Shard. If the original plan is followed, the young man will be able to obtain these attributes quite quickly. The manager declared that since all the conditions were met, the players could go to the tower. Other participants of the tutorial will be awarded based on their personal contribution. It turned out that in the future, the main character will not be able to meet with the manager again. The man insistently asked Kim Yu-won not to make a mess upstairs. The protagonist stated that he would act depending on the current situation. The manager could only resign himself and allow the young man to continue creating chaos. It would even be good if the young man became the wave that would shake this tower. After long days of waiting, the protagonist was finally able to reach the first floor. To begin with, the young man decided to get acquainted with the reward that recently appeared during the move. In addition to points, a mysterious egg with unknown properties appeared in the inventory. After some time, the heir to Olympus also joined the main character. The place they were in, Step Nachalo, was the outskirts of the first floor of the tower. Some of the competitors were surprised by the new players, as there was still a lot of time left before the end of the 5th tutorial. The protagonist guessed that these were members of various guilds who were waiting here to start recruiting newcomers to their groups. As Olympus also began to act, Hargan was able to recognize several familiar faces. Kim Yu-won immediately made it clear that he did not wish to become part of any guild. Zeus's relative had no choice but to accept his friend's decision. However, the fair-haired youth was worried about the conflicts between the master manager and the people of Olympus. All this time, Hargan believed that his monastery was the guardian of order in this tower. However, Olympus hid many secrets that would hardly please a conscientious young man. In order to leave the transitional location of the first floor, players must follow the indicated road. Finally, Hargan asked his comrade to register before heading to the village. At the moment, the first thing all players need to beware of is the jackals. Agamemnon approached his master to greet him. The heir of Olympus remembered that he had seen this knight somewhere before. The young man asked Agamemnon to convey his congratulations to Lord Ares, since he had recently become a ranker. However, the man, who deeply respected family ties, ordered that Hargan's words should not be passed on under any circumstances until his mother's identity was established. As everyone knows, the heavenly ruler was never particularly interested in children. It would be much easier if Zeus's relative knew who his mother was. Family ties are a created thing, so Hargan also needs to quickly acquire a spouse. The brave hero understood perfectly well that if he touched someone below him, he would only worsen his relations with Olympus. Zeus's relative, who no longer wished to discuss his family, ordered the warrior to step away. However, before leaving, Agamemnon inquired with whom his master had spoken earlier. Hargan hesitated a little, as he didn't know who Kim Yu-won was to him. Having thought everything over, the heir to Olympus nevertheless came to the conclusion that friendly relations prevailed between them. Jackals are those creatures who refuse to rise to the next floor. With the intention of profiting, they attack exclusively new players in the step of the beginning. In their circles, jackals call the period after the end of the tutorial the time of harvest. Even without using the fiery eyes, the protagonist could sense that there were at least 20 individuals following him. The young man decided that jackals would be the ideal specimens to test his new skill on. Chief Fatayo expected to get many good items during today's hunt. Noticing the robe of the flame spell, some individuals offered to let this person through. Obviously, if a player was not afraid to travel alone, he had a high level of defensive skills. Before the jackals even had time to blink, the stranger right in front of them vanished into thin air. Like a wild lightning, the main character eliminated new enemies one by one. Within a few seconds, Kim Yu-won was able to kill about 24 jackals. Chief Fatayo decided to use his hawk eyes to figure out what was going on. A newcomer just entering the tower could hide better than some professionals. Suddenly, the group leader noticed an attacking player appear right in front of him. Kim Yu-won asked not to flirt with him anymore since he can catch any target. The young man decided to give the chief a second chance and let him go in exchange for some answers. However, the man, who had not yet realized his situation, continued to snap. The main character threatened the jackal that if he continued in this spirit, he would have to say goodbye to his life. Kim Yu-won wanted to know where exactly the person called Cloudless could be found. Chief Fatayo couldn't believe his ears, as newcomers usually don't know about this warrior. The young man was happy because he quickly found a person who could provide him with all the answers he needed. Kim Yu-won learned all the necessary information quickly enough that he could calmly release the accumulated tension. The main character began to think about where his loyal friends might be now. The young man, who did not often give in to sentimentality, tried to distract himself from sad thoughts. His new skill worked on the lagging participants, but it was still far from completely breaking Hades' helmet. This item has such a huge mana reserve that it was jokingly nicknamed the Infinity Stone. If you maximize the power of this one piece, hiding will no longer be a problem. Zeus took the heavenly throne and was able to become the ruler of Olympus because he received a shard of lightning. Hades always fought his enemies with the help of a helmet that had a large supply of mana. The main character decided not to waste time and go to the person who could work with such materials. The man, busy creating a new weapon, continued to diligently forge iron. Once the player's registration was completed, the protagonist continued on his way. The young man needs to find one person who could help him well. However, unfortunately, the main character did not know the exact coordinates of the desired location. The local streets were filled with poor people begging strangers for points. One of these lazy people tried to attack the main character, but he was forced to fail. The partners, who had been watching what was happening the whole time, rushed to help their comrade. Kim Yu-won told the gangsters that if they were barely making ends meet, then they should move up. Only the most worthless scum of society, who have achieved nothing, continue to attack innocent people. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the main character was still able to find the necessary place. Entering inside, the young man loudly asked if there was anyone at work now. Since it was a forge, hot steam was seeping out from every crack in the room. Kim Yu-won expressed his dissatisfaction because his work shift only ends at lunchtime. Eventually, the man working in the establishment came out of the back room. The stranger immediately suspected something was wrong, since the local punks do not have such expensive attributes as the garment of the fiery spell. The main character stated that he came here with the express purpose of acquiring new equipment. The young man decided to try his luck and grabbed the first sword that caught his eye. Of course, this low-grade weapon was a failed item, unworthy of Kim Yu-won's attention. Previously, the main character believed that a blacksmith never allowed breakdowns in production. Volcaro, who did not like to listen to criticism, looked angrily at his client. Kim Yu-won tried to calm the old man, who was gradually boiling over with anger. The main character said that he was just an ordinary newcomer who had risen to the first floor. To confirm his words, the young man showed a special number indicating the stages completed. The young man knew perfectly well that if Volcaro had swung his hammer, a real catastrophe would have occurred. Kim Yu-won, with a calm expression on his face, announced his intention to order the item. The stunned blacksmith said that he would like to take a closer look at the attribute. For the first time in a long time, Volcaro was able to find a job worthy of his level. The old man, who still felt a strong sense of distrust, inquired about the origin of the stone. The young man openly admitted that he received this thing as a reward for clearing the tutorial. Moreover, Kim Yu-won managed to boast of his results, which were the best among all the participants. The blacksmith said that since he didn't have the necessary materials now, he could only process it. It will only get worse if it uses resources that are not suitable for that attribute. Volcaro asked the client if he was really ready to entrust him with such a task. Obviously, only a madman would trust a stranger in this area with such a valuable item. The young man said that it didn't bother him because he was good at reading people. If Volcaro really wanted to steal the stone, there would be greed in his eyes, not excitement. The main character took a sword in his hand, which, despite the cheap materials and tight deadlines, had an ideal weight balance. The result achieved by the experience and skills of a highly qualified blacksmith. The blade may be worn, the handle may be roughly made, but the habit is evident. It seems that while making an obvious fake, Volcaro forgot to mess up the weight balance in the sword. The old man laughed loudly and then asked his client if he was a purebred. The young man said that unlike the other players, he is somewhere on the periphery. Volcaro accepted the order and promised his client to do everything in the best possible way. However, before starting work, the old man wanted to make one demand. The blacksmith asked Kim Yu-won to keep secret not only where the order was fulfilled, but also the fact that the order was made at all. Only 3 points were used for the classic breakfast per player. The work with the stone should take about 10 days, but this was not a problem at all, since the young men were required to sit on the first floor for some time anyway. Having collected all the information from the jackals, he learned that the gathering would take place in 2 days. Suddenly, the heir to Olympus appeared before the main character, who wished to join him for a joint breakfast. Hargan asked Kim Yu-won to share his player number so that it would be much easier to find him next time. The protagonist, who had no choice, nevertheless shared his data. The young man didn't like to communicate with other players, but it wasn't that easy to escape from Hargan. Zeus's relative reported that before climbing the tower, he was going to raise his level in the outer area. It will take a little time for his team of players to work harder. Kim Yu-won said that in that case, Hargan could give him a little help. At the moment, one of the main goals of the main character was to exterminate jackals. The main character said that in order to carry out his plan, he needed a partner. The young man was not going to divulge all the details, so he asked Hargan to be patient until tomorrow. Hearing this, the heir to Olympus began to hurry in order to finish his breakfast faster. Hargan needed more time as he had made so many plans in the last few hours. The main character sincerely liked the fact that his friend was a very diligent player. However, despite the obvious advantages of his character, Hargan still lacked attentiveness. The heir to Olympus didn't even notice that he was being watched all this time. The stranger approached the main character to discuss some matters. This was the first time Kim Yu-won met Agamemnon, a man from the Olympus faction. The protagonist believed that the knight should have greeted his master Hargan with the blood of the heavenly ruler. Agamemnon was not really interested in his master at all. The man wanted to meet Kim Yu-won, who according to the latest rumors was a real monster, capable of defeating anyone. According to the announced results, the difference between first and second place is incredible. Agamemnon said that Hargan sincerely considers Kim Yu-won his comrade. Since the connections from the tutorial don't last long, there's no point in joining that guy's team. However, the protagonist had a great chance to cross the ranker level and become a great being of this tower. Agamemnon offered the young man to join the team of Lord Ares from Olympus, because under such conditions, he would be able to get everything necessary for personal growth. Unlike Hargan, the proposed leader was the legitimate son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. It is much more profitable to become a follower of Ares than to continue to cooperate with the Mudblood. Olympus is quite consistent with the faction that tries the hardest to recruit new players. However, the protagonist was smart enough to decline the offer. The young man said that several days ago, he had already refused the offer of Hargan, the son of Zeus, who personally invited him to join the team. Moreover, he had no intention of cooperating with players who ignored ethics and morals. Agamemnon wasn't even a purebred, but he acted as if Zeus and Hera were his parents. The protagonist had no intention of sharing the victory with unworthy people like the minions of Olympus. The man who had not yet come to his senses pondered over Kim Yu-won's words. Agamemnon's subordinates began to worry about whether everything was all right with their master. The knight of Olympus asked how many jackals could be mobilized now. Since the robbers were busy collecting funds, they could only be released after a few days. Agamemnon said that they needed an entire army to defeat the man who set a record in the tutorial and overtook Mr. Hargan. In other words, the attack required at least 100 capable fighters. The Knight of Olympus stated that once the harvest time ends, they will kill Kim Yu-won. About 2 days have passed since the protagonist refused the warrior Agamemnon. The young man told his friend that he first needed to meet with one person, who had taken quite a long time to find. In order to find his target as quickly as possible, Kim Yu-won used monkey eyes. Hargan was increasingly inclined to think that his partner was a relative of the heavenly rebel. The creator of the Chimera was definitely talking about Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. It had not even been 100 years since the heavenly rebel had risen to the tower before he became a top ranker. However, Kim Yu-won not only used Sun Wukong's abilities, but also controlled the same fire as brother Apollo. Absolutely none of the players could figure out which faction the main character belonged to. The skill of gigantization in Olympus was only possessed by Hercules, who killed 10,000 giants. But without exception, all descendants of the giants possessed this incredible ability. Perhaps Kim Yu-won was also part of this family, which is why he didn't want to cooperate with Olympus. Zeus's relative was distracted from his thoughts when his name was loudly called. The protagonist demanded that Hargan respond on time and not delay them. Entering the room, the young man politely greeted the venerable owner. The guy behind the counter politely apologized since trading was over for the day. If the client had any requests, he had to wait until they contacted him tomorrow. However, the main character came to this place with the aim of finding a certain Cloudless. Hearing the familiar name, the guy threw down his papers and rushed out of the shop. Kim Yu-won, who had quick reflexes, quickly caught the fugitive. The protagonist was not going to stand on ceremony with a man who did not listen to his instructions. This man was actually called Cloudless Light Heaven, Mu Un-chong, another player from Murim who refused to follow the rules and climb the tower. The participant, who had wonderful camouflage skills, was the king of the jackals. Perhaps the young man would even have been able to justify himself if he had not started running away from his pursuers. The frail boy began to appeal to pity so that he would be pardoned and released. Even Hargan found it hard to believe that such a puny man could be the king of the jackals. However, the main character was able to find an unusual blade belonging to the bandits. The blade of this weapon was coated with a strong, high-level poison that had paralyzing properties. Since such substances are prohibited for use on other players, a special permit is required to possess them. Suddenly, the guy, like a werewolf, transformed into a nasty old man. The Jackal King asked the protagonist who exactly leaked his location. The old man tried to defend himself by threatening that there were very dangerous people behind him. The Jackal King raised his head and looked at the heir to Olympus who had arrived with Kim Yu-won. Suddenly, Hargan understood why his comrade had asked him to respond properly not long ago. The old man suggested that the people of Olympus had decided to betray the gang of jackals. Apparently, the elderly robber king received orders from the warrior Agamemnon. Recently, the heavenly ruler became interested in the affairs of the first floor, because one of the participants was his son. The protagonist asked the old man how long he was going to hang around on the first floor and play the role of Agamemnon's dog, a green puppy who had just become a top ranker. Once this matter is completed, Lord Zeus, the ruler of the heavens, will personally take care of the pack of jackals. If Cloudless does well, he may be given greater responsibility as a member of Olympus. Kim Yu-won ordered the Jackal King to gather all his men and come to the designated place by midnight. For his own good, Cloudless must conceal this operation from the people on the side of Agamemnon and Ares. Having finished with the jackal, the protagonist told his comrade that they needed to go. Of course, the relative of Zeus, who knew nothing about the dirty deeds of Olympus, was furious. Hargan demanded that Kim Yu-won immediately give him an explanation about what was happening. The noble young man refused to believe that his family was involved with the jackals. However, the main character only repeated the words he had recently spoken about the people of Olympus. From this point on, Zeus's relative needs to put aside his feelings and look at the situation sensibly. Unrelated memories gradually began to form one coherent picture. All the evidence indicated that the people of Olympus were indeed playing a double game. Hargan had the impression that he was the only one who didn't know the whole story. The Master of the Rings, the Jackal King, Agamemnon, and even Kim Yu-won were privy to the dark deeds of Olympus. Having realized the cruel reality, Zeus's relative could only come to terms with the dirty deeds of his family. The next day, a meeting took place between the protagonist and the heir to Olympus. Kim Yu-won told his comrade that if he had delayed a few more minutes, he would have had to act alone. Zeus's relative had enough time to think everything over. Previously, Olympus seemed to him like home and family, and his father like a real idol. The brave hero had almost no memories associated with his mother. He couldn't even remember the face of this beautiful woman who loved him so much. However, Hargan always remembered her voice and her request that he never forget to be proud of his origin. Zeus's relative decided to destroy all the jackals no matter what, because they are like parasites on the first floor. And if this is a defect of Olympus, then he, as one of the representatives, is obliged to eliminate it. The brave young man promised to do everything possible to clear his family's name. For the first time in history, jackals were gathered in one place, namely in a cave. The robbers, divided into small teams, discussed their stolen loot. The king of the jackals, Cloudless, asked if all the jackals had arrived at the designated place. The man who stood on the hill ordered his servants to raise their heads. Previously, the Jackal King had never appeared in person before all of his subordinates. It was thanks to this man that the robbers had been able to evade control until now. Cloudless, who was about to tell important news, ordered everyone to shut their mouths. Now the Jackal needs to complete one task, for the implementation of which about 1,000 participants are needed. The Jackal King, Cloudless, tried to encourage his brave warriors. The old man promised that if they successfully completed the task, then very soon their names would remain in the history of the tower. However, before this, the king of the jackals decided to introduce two strangers to his subordinates. Cloudless said that these mysterious men were their benefactors. As gratitude for their presence, the old man provided them with Asgardian currency. With its help, you can buy points and use them as real money. This is the largest amount that the jackal has managed to obtain in recent times. The protagonist knew that since this currency belonged to Asgard, it could not boast of reliability. Apparently, the king of the jackals decided to completely change his shoes if he was ready to give such a large sum of money to a stranger. Kim Yu-won smiled and then said that he would gladly accept this gift. Bezablani, for the sake of preserving his own life, was ready to fulfill any whim of the player. The main character who received the money said that in this case they could only say goodbye. Immediately after these words, the young man decided to use the giant fire to destroy all the jackals. The robbers, who suspected nothing, were forced to experience the fires of hell on their own skin. It took only a few seconds for the cave to begin to engulf itself in flames. The jackals guessed that all this time the ground had been smeared with a flaming mixture. Because of the magic powder that hid the smell, the bandits couldn't even smell the stench of the oil. The king of the jackals, being betrayed, could not believe his own eyes. The main character admitted that he initially came here to destroy all the trash. In the old man's opinion, the real people of Olympus would never have acted in such a way. However, Harganus, a relative of Zeus, acted fairly, unlike his family members. In desperation, the flaming jackals attempted to collectively attack the protagonist. The bandits hoped that their numbers would be enough to overcome the two traitors. But Kim Yu-won and Hargan were some of the strongest players at this level. The panicking Jackal King tried to contact Lord Agamemnon. The protagonist told Cloudless that the magic ball would not work in such chaos. The game set conveys its messages by using a small amount of mana. It turns out that if the environment is completely filled with energy, the ball will be faulty. Now the jackals had no choice but to meekly accept their death. Cloudless tried one last time to attack the man who had deceived them. But the old man, like all the other robbers, was forced to fail. The protagonist quickly swung his sword, thereby decapitating his opponent. Kim Yu-won asked his comrade how he felt after the recent massacre. Not every player who has killed 1,000 people can easily cope with the feeling of guilt. Since Hargan had never been in a war, he was not used to taking the lives of so many people. The main character never doubted that by killing one jackal, you can save tens and hundreds of people. If misplaced guilt can cause Hargan to turn a blind eye to what is happening, it is not clear who will benefit from it. It had to be admitted that among all the players at their level, Kim Yu-won had the deepest experience. Fortunately, it only took a few words for Hargan to quickly regain his spirits. The guys, who had completely different goals, were absolute opposites of each other. The heir to Olympus felt respect for his comrade, since not everyone is capable of being the first to take on a task that does not promise any benefit. And during all the previous tutorials, the main character acted more far-sightedly than the others. From childhood, Zeus's relative was taught similar norms of human moral duty. However, the protagonist did not agree that he acted without receiving any benefit. As a thank you for your cooperation, Kim Yu-won decided to share his spoils. Hargan began to doubt, because he was not eager to take money obtained in a dirty way. Still, the main character had to slightly persuade his comrade before handing him the award. The young man also asked what Hargan received after completing the tutorial. Agamemnon, the pitiful lackey of Olympus, was gradually consumed by seething anger. The man did not understand why he had not been able to contact Bezablani for several hours. The knights began to consider one of the worst-case scenarios, in which the jackals ran away with their money. After some time, Agamemnon, along with the rest of the knights, went in search of the robbers. Unfortunately, absolutely all the jackals, including their king, were brutally killed. Olympus's lackey ordered his subordinates to search all the bodies and find the money. This time the main character was able to get exactly 384,000 points. Considering that he and Hargan split it in half, even rankers rarely have such sums. In any case, thanks to this money, Kim Yu-won can stop worrying about her financial situation for a while. If it were up to him, he would immediately run to Asgard to exchange the bills for points. However, in this case, the Olympians will learn that the main hero has exterminated all the jackals. This amount is not enough to buy all the materials, but you can find items from which it will be quite possible to mold a skeleton for the Dark God's stone. The only problem was that the young man still didn't know how to use the egg properly. Items such as materials may be unfinished or have inaccurate descriptions, but Kim Yu-won had never seen such artifacts before. For second place, Hargan received the Hand of Thunder, a high-ranking item even for rankers, which means the egg should also be unusual. Suddenly, the main character noticed that a strange pattern appeared on his attribute, which was not there before. Kim Yu-won remembered this drawing because it symbolizes nothing other than the presence of the external god. A notification appeared in the sky, saying that the egg was greeting its owner. Over the past few days, a lot of details have emerged to give us some additional thought. The young man did not know whether the creature that hatched from the egg was his ally or his enemy. Creatures from eggs, and in most cases, consider the parent to be the one they see first after hatching, and with whom they spend the most time in contact. That's why those few rankers who were lucky enough to hatch the sacred beasts they found with difficulty take them with them everywhere. The main character tried to calm down because endless thoughts would not change anything. Now the young man should empty his head and focus on more immediate goals. The protagonist returned to the blacksmith who was supposed to process his stone. The old man called his client because he needed to clarify something about the durability of the attribute. First, you need to decide what weapons and armor Kim Yu-won prefers. The fact is that not long ago, during his work, the blacksmith was able to discover a byproduct of the stone. Since the stone has enormous power by nature, such powder will be quite a valuable material. The sickle of Hades was created from the powder obtained by processing a fragment of the helmet. The blacksmith said that he doesn't have any materials, like adamantium, but he does have something similar. The powder is a result of smelting, so regular mithril should be enough. The old man said that it would take about 1 kilogram and 800 grams of material to make it. The main character would have enough money if he exchanged the jackal's currency, but it is impossible to do this right now. With a heavy heart, the blacksmith told his client that in that case he could take out a loan. The old man had always dreamed of working with this material, so even if the young man ran away and didn't pay, he wouldn't be offended. The thing is that the value of the thing that Kim Yu-won entrusted to the blacksmith is tens of times greater than some mithril. If the main character entrusted the old man with his mission, then he must reciprocate in kind. The main character said that a classic sword would suit him as a weapon. Fortunately, the old man was most confident in his skill in forging this type of weapon. A week later, Agamemnon returned to the Olympus faction's guild house, along with the rest of his subordinates. The man was filled with doubts, so he didn't expect such a chance to come his way. Destroying a pack of jackals was his test from the tower, after which he could receive greater opportunities. One of the warriors reported that all the players who arrived on floors 1 through 10 had been gathered. Taking into account the intervention of the manager and the limitations of the tower, the support arrived as expected. If Agamemnon arranges everything well, then perhaps the ruler of heaven will take a closer look at him. The army of Olympus, consisting of several hundred people, awaited further instructions. While waiting for his order, the young man tried to entertain himself by hunting various monsters. Unfortunately, the completion of the heavenly fate was practically not raised, since the protagonist had already reached the limit for the first floor. Suddenly, a notification from Volcaro appeared, stating that the job had been successfully completed. Before, the old man could not even imagine the existence of such a beautiful radiance. The blacksmith is overcome with a wild desire to create a high-quality finished item with his help. However, there was one obstacle that caused Volcaro to have a limited time limit. The old man knew that sooner or later the moment would come when someone would try to interfere with his work. Agamemnon, together with his army of Olympians, decided to visit an old friend. The blacksmith asked the warriors why they had decided to come to his private territory. It turned out that Volcaro was Hephaestus, who was once expelled from Olympus. The warriors had heard about the newcomer causing mayhem on the first floor, but they never thought they would have to fight a rancor. Agamemnon told his subordinates not to be afraid, because Hephaestus had received a significant reduction in power. Hearing this, the offended old man decided to demonstrate his abilities to the warriors. The blacksmith declared that he would destroy everyone, regardless of their skills and abilities. Unfortunately, after his expulsion, the old man was deprived of his equipment as well as many other privileges. Agamemnon was not afraid because his team also included experienced rankers. For example, Chris, one of the strongest warriors of Olympus, could easily defeat the old man. The old man warned his friend that if he interfered with the first floor's business, the fine for the rankers would be appropriate. However, the young man was not at all worried about the consequences of the upcoming punishment. Hephaestus swung his weapon to deal the first blow to his opponent. The old man was ready to kill any warrior who dared to set foot on his territory. A confrontation began between rankers who possessed incredible strength. Chris respected Hephaestus even though he held the hammer in accordance with his beliefs. The youngster warned his opponent about the high penalty that is given for attacking weaker players. It is respectable that at one time Hephaestus was able to give up power for the sake of principles. Not every participant in the game can drop everything and start life on the first floor. That is why Chris did everything possible to avoid this fight. The young man ordered his opponent to cast aside his doubts and begin to fight with full force. Unfortunately, Hephaestus was not strong enough to stand up to the young rankers. Thanks to the secret weapon, Chris was able to turn his opponent into stone. It's ironic that the old blacksmith suffered from the weapon he himself once created. The Aegis is a type of shield designed to attack enemies at close range. Even if it is only a duplicate, it is enough to suppress Hephaestus's tired state. When the old blacksmith had completely turned to stone, the battle of the rankers was over. Agamemnon, who was experiencing a bright feeling of triumph, rejoiced at his victory. The minion of Olympus ordered his subordinates to quickly take away Hephaestus' body. However, the main character who suddenly appeared on the battlefield was not going to let the criminals go. The young man decided to do everything possible to save the life of his close friend. Such lousy people as the servants of Olympus have absolutely no right to attack innocent players. Agamemnon guessed that the true cause of the collective death of the jackals was Kim Yu-won. The warriors immediately started talking about the sensational player who set a new record in the tutorial. Many were surprised as they had previously thought that a ranker was standing in front of them. Only a real fool would dare to fight the Olympian army alone. The young man could not even believe that he saw rankers fighting in front of him among the city slums. If the fight drags on and the steward intervenes, Olympus will lose a significant amount of influence on the first floor. Apparently, the protagonist was going to stall for time until the petrification wore off. Suddenly, Agamemnon noticed that the statue of the bewitched blacksmith slowly moved. Aegis petrification lasts once per day, but since it is a copy, it is unknown how long the effect lasts. It would be very bad if the petrification wore off and Hephaestus began to fight again. Agamemnon decided that it was necessary to attack as quickly as possible and not waste unnecessary time. Olympus's minion ordered the warriors to kill Kim Yu-won and bring him the criminal. One of the subordinates began to resist, since if they killed the newcomer, they would be given a large fine. The man made it clear that he would kill anyone who resisted his orders. Agamemnon promised to appoint as manager of the first floor the one who brought him the head of the criminal. The warriors, who had no choice of their own, went to their enemy. The main character decided to use a magic sword that absorbs the power of giant fire. With just one blow, the young man could eliminate about 10 opponents. Kim Yu-won then used his fiery eyes to find the correct trajectory. Thanks to his ability, the young man could resist fire element mana. Apparently, the warriors of Olympus hoped that they could take their enemy with sheer numbers. For some reason, Agamemnon decided to continue using collective attacks to the end. The general didn't understand why players who had reached at least the 10th floor died so easily from Kim Yu-won's attacks. No warrior in his right mind would have believed that this young man was a newcomer. With the help of his fiery eyes, the protagonist took control of a giant fire. The young man was worried that at this rate, his strength would gradually begin to disappear. The main character asked his comrade, who was bound by a stone, to wake up quickly. After some time, the garment of the flame spell began to resist the fragment of the sun. Chris asked the protagonist how he could know Hephaestus, a ranker originally from Olympus. Kim Yu-won directly replied that he hired the blacksmith to carry out a special task. However, Chris was convinced that there was a deeper connection between these people. Even though the protagonist's opponent received a penalty, his aura remained quite overwhelming. Now in front of the young man was a follower of Apollo, seated on a throne of fire. Kim Yu-won knew that if he relaxed even for a second, he would instantly turn into a pile of ashes. Even taking into account Chris's injuries and the penalty he received from the last attack, the protagonist will only be able to withstand 5 power attacks. Luckily, the young man had good skill stats and fire resistance thanks to his fiery eyes. However, due to his failure to resist the sun fragment, Kim Yu-won began to receive severe burns. If he had at least a few ice crystals, he would be able to increase his resistance. As a last resort, the protagonist decided to use a clot of mana. Another notification appeared in the sky that the main character had failed in resisting the sun fragment. If the fight continues like this, the young man's entire body will be covered in terrible burns. However, Chris's penalty for attacking at such a high level will also be serious. The main character tried to endure the pain, because he only had a few more blows left to deliver. It's a pity that Kim Yu-won didn't expect Chris to be such a capable opponent. Although his superiors continued to impose fines on the ranker, he still remained a formidable opponent. There was still a little bit of fighting left, but this man was really very difficult to deal with. Luckily, the main character noticed a thing that could help him win. Among the ruins of Hephaestus's forge, the true stone of the dark deity lay untouched. This item was a fragment of the primordial darkness that stored infinite mana. During his short existence, Chris has already managed to receive several fines from the tower. Apollo always reminded the ranker that this place held great power, something that eliminates and restrains excessive power in order to protect the ecosystem of the lower floor. If the tower was going to give someone a fine, then there were special reasons for it. Agamemnon told his subordinates to hurry and take the criminal under escort. It is also necessary to find the victims and then heal all the wounded. Chris said that the best solution now would be to leave the criminals alone. It is necessary to avoid unnecessary killings because they created chaos on the first floor and violated the laws of the tower. Players noticed that the main character, like a phoenix, rose from the ruins of the forge. Chris advised the players not to attack him, as he was too dangerous now. Dark attribute mana emanating from a dying person is a very bad sign. Agamemnon told the ranker to rest and make way for the rest of the capable warriors. Olympus's minions tried to stop the enemy, but he struck again. Now, first and foremost, the young man was interested in saving his friend's life. If no one does anything, the petrification spell will wear off very soon. The commander ordered to kill their enemy before it was too late. Chris came to the conclusion that this time the rulers of the tower decided to summon a real monster. None of those present, not even the rankers, could cope with the main character. Chris was originally invited to defeat Hephaestus, not to fight Kim Yu-won. With every second of the battle, it became more and more interesting how this fight would end. The main character, who had managed to save a small percentage of his strength, was preparing for a new attack. What happened was surprising, because controlling the mana of two attributes at the same time is difficult even for a worthy ranker. If such a person were on the side of Olympus, they would certainly be able to establish their power. Chris advised the enemy to choose the right side, because by becoming their ally, he would be able to get decent equipment. Over the past few days, the protagonist has been forced to give too many refusals to other players. Now the young man wanted only one thing, to win this deadly duel. The ranker had never heard newbies throw around such words before. But perhaps in 100 years he will talk with pride about what happened today. About how, having barely climbed up to the first floor, Kim Yu-won fought with Chris in order to take his place in this world. However, to truly become a great ranker, the protagonist must first survive. The young man hoped that Hephaestus would wake up as quickly as possible, otherwise the next gigantomachy might not happen. We must hold out at least to prevent this terrible tragedy. Kim Yu-won was surprised that Chris was still using high-level attacks. Using power of this level on the first floor of a ranker is unacceptable. It will be a real miracle if Chris survives the penalty from the tower. Agamemnon began to rejoice prematurely, as it seemed to him that Kim Yu-won had lost this fight. However, the lackey of Olympus suddenly felt a hellish pain run through his body. It turned out that Hephaestus, who had recently woken up after a spell, had intervened in the game. The angry old man began to attack his opponent with chaotic blows. Apparently, the blacksmith was no longer afraid of receiving a high fine from the people in the tower. Now Hephaestus could only think about what kind of attacks would be best to use in battle. The old man had no intention of killing the rest of the warriors, but he wanted to eliminate their commander. Agamemnon, who had lost almost all his strength, begged the blacksmith for mercy. Only Hephaestus was unable to deliver the fatal blow because he was unexpectedly interrupted. On the first floor of the tower, right behind the old man, the master manager appeared. A frightened Agamemnon began to justify herself, saying that there had been a slight misunderstanding. The steward struck the henchman of Olympus and ordered him to tell Zeus what had happened. If the heavenly god does something like this again, he will be forced to face the wrath of others. Meanwhile, the old blacksmith, who stood to the side, continued to gloat. Agamemnon has no choice but to relay all the steward's complaints verbatim. Hephaestus had no doubt that the inhabitants of Olympus were the most insignificant creatures in the tower. Engulfed in flames, the protagonist noticed how fangs began to appear on the egg. The young man assumed that the weapon had decided to take advantage of its owner's moment of weakness to devour him. After some time, the notification appeared again, which spoke of the egg entering a state of deep sleep. When he woke up, the main character could not understand when he managed to lose consciousness. Fortunately, Kim Yu-won was completely safe, because Hephaestus was nearby. The young man was sincerely glad that he no longer had to be on the battlefield. After what happened, the main character felt as if his head was about to split open. Kim Yu Warrior kindly reminded his friend that he owed his life to him. In the end, if it weren't for the main character, the blacksmith would have had to die at the hands of the Olympians. Embarrassed, the old man tried to squeeze out something resembling gratitude. When the older man realized that the new client could be trusted, he decided to give his real name. Before the old man began working as a blacksmith in the slums, he lived in the territory of Olympus. The main character, who knew this information perfectly well, calmly looked at his friend. The young man didn't even intend to lie about the fact that this revelation didn't cause him any emotions at all. Since his past life, the protagonist knew the blacksmith's true identity. The old man immediately guessed this, and therefore assumed that Kim Yu-wan was a messenger from Olympus. However, now that everything has fallen into place, suspicion has faded into the background. The Olympians will be laying low for a while because of what happened this time. Therefore, Hephaestus decided to rent a new forge for the next few days. The old man promised his new client to make the best blade he had ever seen in his life. Everything was going very well, because now the young man would be able to acquire a new weapon. And after the blade is made, the main character will continue to climb the tower. However, first, the young man who survived the terrible battle needs to regain his strength. The protagonist assumed that he would personally enter into battle with Olympus only after the 10th floor. Now Zeus's lackeys will have to do everything with an eye on the manager, so it will be difficult for them to act freely on the first floor for at least several years. Also, everything that happened will greatly affect the upcoming second gigantomachy. It is difficult to constantly control this stone because the difference in power with the helmet of Hades is enormous. The protagonist noticed in his data that the percentage of resistance, gain, and consumption was increased. Hell, of course, is the source from which Hades draws all his power. Judging by the fact that the characteristics say limitation, it is impossible to summon full power. Even so, the true essence of the power of the dark deity stone can be understood. Having received a notification from Hephaestus, the protagonist went to his new workshop. Quality items from this blacksmith cost several tens of thousands of points even in the worst case. And Hephaestus receives a portion of the proceeds from the sales of his items among the representatives of Olympus. The old blacksmith handed his new weapon to his customer with a smile on his face. The young man was very surprised, as he had expected to receive a blade this time. Hephaestus told his client to slowly open the box and examine it carefully. Putting his hand inside, Kim Yu-wan felt something strange, like a slippery piece of cloth. The transparent gloves made from a special material had excellent mana conductivity. The main character was surprised that the blacksmith decided to make them, because invisible objects are very difficult to make. It turns out that the stone of the dark deity was hidden among the transparent gloves. The old man sheepishly admitted that this superficial work was a small gift. The protagonist put on gloves and then moved on to inspecting his new blade. The weapon seemed so perfect that the hands were filled with its power just from holding it. A notification appeared in which the blacksmith Hephaestus requested a new name for the blade. The thick blackness of the dark godstone powder covered the green color of the mithril. When it comes to choosing a name for a weapon, it is important to think carefully about all the options available. Eventually, the young man came to the conclusion that his new weapon would be called the Dark Knight's Sword. Oddly enough, the elderly blacksmith was quite skeptical about his client's choice. From that day on, another weapon became part of the protagonist's impressive collection. It was a dark divine blade that specialized in darkness and night. The name reflected not only the appearance, but also the main properties of the weapon. Aside from the mana accumulation that the item itself has, the recovery percentage is beyond common sense. It turns out that the main character will be able to fight endlessly in the darkness without any fatigue. Hephaestus asked his client if he planned to climb further. Of course, the young man had no intention of giving up his goal of overthrowing Olympus. First, Kim Yu-wan will rise to the very top in order to find all of his enemies, and then the young man will heroically send all the villains down to the very bottom of this endless tower. The guy continued to look impartial, even though he had recently been hit by a huge wave. Having said goodbye to the blacksmith, the main character continued his long and difficult journey. The connection between Kim Yu-wan and Hephaestus began many years ago. When the young man lost his sword, the blacksmith did everything he could to recreate the lost weapon. The old man understood perfectly well that to fight against external idiots, a sword of the highest level was needed. Wanting to help, Hephaestus straightened out the hammer and then used his own fists in its place to do the work. The blacksmith never showed his feelings, but he still remained a good friend. Apparently, this old man was even willing to rip out his own heart in order to help Kim Yu-wan. Finally, the young man bowed respectfully before the forge where his comrade worked. Meanwhile, the Coliseum's trial supervisor, Shuri, was busy with her own affairs. The girl immediately became interested in the new player who came to the first floor 12 days ago. Unlike previous competitions, this time there were many good warriors among the newcomers. Hargan had quite good skills, so it was extremely interesting to watch him. The main character came alone to a test in which participation in a team is recommended. The warden said that the newbie can try as much as he wants to defeat the coliseum, because even rankers cannot win here. The girl watched carefully as the young man wandered around the testing hall on the first floor. It is in this place that the presence of strength, that is military skill, is tested. As expected, Sun Wukong took first place among all the existing participants. Compared to the main character's recording before rebirth, this is an unrealistically high result. Kim Yuan also noticed that his comrade Hargan was in 12th place. Zeus's relative received the Hand of Thunder, which is why he flies upward as if on wings. A message appeared in the hall, notifying the game participant about the start of the test. The point of this competition was that no one could predict its end. The more opponents the main character defeats, the greater the reward he can receive. If a person intends to become a ranker, he must challenge his limits. Before the young man could even free his weapon, the first opponent appeared right in front of him. After just a few seconds, the main character defeated the low-level goblin. This concludes the first floor test, but Kim Yu-wan's real mission lies ahead. After the young man challenged himself to the next test, the second round began. The warden, who had been watching the competition the whole time, could not believe her eyes. Hargan also managed to kill a couple of orcs, but the new player was much faster than Sun Wukong, the all-conquering Buddha, the great sage, equal to the sky. Obviously, the protagonist does not use powerful skills in order to save stamina and mana. It seemed as if the young man did not see the trials he was going through. Like a madman, Kim Yu-wan persistently strives for the record of the highest ranker. A notification appeared in the room again, asking the young man if he wanted to take on the next challenge. The protagonist's fiery eyes take complete control of the giant fire. Using a huge sword, Kim Yu-wan was able to defeat his next opponent with ease. The main character saw no point in dragging it out for long, so he killed his opponents immediately whenever possible. Although his skill level, as well as his endurance, was low, the young man continued to attack mercilessly using gigantization. The defeated knight said that this was his second defeat, since the first time he was defeated by a gray-haired youth. For the first time, the fighter met an opponent who rose again and again, no matter how many times he was wounded or pierced. The protagonist took pity on the man and said that if his opponent's sword had not been so worn out, he would have probably had a much harder time winning. After passing the 19th round, Kim Yu-wan was finally able to catch up with Sun Wukong's results. Endurance, agility, and strength have been increased by another level. Now the main character has to pass the 20th level, which to this day has remained insurmountable for other players. If there is no response within 30 seconds, the player will be automatically moved to the next floor. The lack of time for reflection is the right decision, because if there was enough rest, there would be no point in testing the coliseum. Now that the main character is as close as possible to the finale, it is necessary to accept the last battle. Powerful anger and boundless energy of darkness penetrated the main character to the bones. The young man sincerely hoped that the one he was thinking about would now appear before him. Among all the monsters that Kim Yu-wan had seen in the past few days, this boss looked the most menacing. The enormous creature suppressed the power of gigantization without any difficulty. Sun Wukong, the heavenly rebel, could not win this test no matter how hard he tried. The young man was knocked out by the giant monster hitting him with its tail. Thanks to his survivability, the Sky Rebel was able to survive this attack, but another player would have certainly died. A terrifying creature with 8 heads and 8 long tails. This snake is so huge that it is able to embrace 8 huge peaks and valleys. A divine or demonic creation, very close to the genus of dragon monsters. This incredible creature was created using an ancient fragment of an external deity. Long ago, a snake-like monster was sealed by the warrior Susanoo himself. The main character really didn't expect that he would have to meet this monster. The gentleman managers really worked tirelessly, bringing players together with these terrible monsters. The essence of the test was that the participant had to get rid of the 8th chapter of Yamada no Orochi. Fortunately, the young man easily adapted to the fight, as the attacks were not too significant. When the protagonist went through this test in his past life, the monster behaved completely differently. Even if the young man inflicted deep wounds, they would heal within a few seconds. The Dark Knight sword with the Dark Godstone energy imbued into it was not enough to pierce the scales. However, it is worth remembering that the tower never gives tests that cannot be passed. The protagonist, being well prepared, knew what he needed to do. The observer noticed that the player stopped attacking at some point. It seems that after all the fights, Kim Yu-wan has finally reached his limit. The girl, who didn't like winners, hoped that the player would decide to give up. However, the main character was not one of those people who were ready to easily give up on their goal. It was the only part of the body on which no scales grew at all. Only the highest ranker Susanoo was able to put this catastrophe, which almost destroyed an entire floor of the tower, to sleep. To do this, he used an indestructible mystical sword that was enchanted to seal away monsters. Susanoo left a mark on Orochi's heart early on, but it never healed and became his only weak spot. The protagonist dealt with the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi, which means the final test was passed. The protagonist's achievements were forever immortalized in the ranking of the Coliseum participants. At levels above 60, it is difficult to improve your stats through hunting alone. However, even despite minor difficulties, the young man continued to persistently approach better results. The first floor trial supervisor, Shuri, approached the player to talk. The elf with 6 blades on her waist always used quick, stealthy movements, completely hiding traces of any presence. The girl asked the young man if he knew anything about the monster's weak spot. The tower does not provide impossible challenges, so even though this was the last stage, it is quite possible for an experienced player to complete it. Therefore, while trying to find the optimal solution, Kim Yu-won did not strain himself too much. The warden asked if his fiery eyes had golden pupils. This player, who has the skills of a top-ranked peak player, deserves special attention. No matter which France the main character belonged to, the girl was convinced that he was a worthy opponent. The warrior also reassured the player, since the trial supervisor has no right to disclose information about the participant of the duel and its results. As a small reward, the girl decided to share the gift from the manager. He gave the order to give the sword to the player who could pass all the tests on the first floor. Looking at Orochi, the girl thought that the day would never come when she would have the opportunity to pass this weapon to one of the players. Oddly enough, the blade that was given to him turned out to be a weapon of inferior quality, a fragment of the sword used by Susanoo to seal Yamato no Orochi long ago. Great power is sealed within it, but it can only be returned by finding all the fragments and putting the sword back together. Also, as a main reward, the young man received the 8th heart of the powerful monster Orochi, a powerful poison stored inside the monster that cannot be taken in the usual way. But if you do neutralize the dangerous substance, you can get such a miraculous medicine that even the highest ranker will desire it. Finally, the warden advised the player to think carefully before taking the poison. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating that the egg was beginning to react to external stimuli. The main character was afraid because the hidden monster complained of hunger. Although the egg had no intention of hatching, it began to produce powerful energy. Kim Yu-won knew that he would have to take on another fight right now. The girl did not understand how another creature could get in here, because this place was protected by the forces of the tower. The warden tried to attack, but the protagonist suddenly stopped her. It turned out that the egg was busy absorbing the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi. It turns out that the mysterious creature was trying to absorb the corpse of the defeated monster. The warden had no intention of interfering in the player's affairs any longer, since from now on, the monster's corpse was no longer her property. Although, oddly enough, the main character himself was extremely surprised by what was happening. The young man was not at all sure that eating a monster was a good sign. However, the egg, having eaten its fill, felt quite satisfied. Although the creature looked creepy, its leashes somehow resembled a small, insatiable child. After finishing devouring Yamato no Orochi, the egg began to fall asleep. Previously, the egg did not react in any way to any actions of its owner. However, now, after the last competition, its hatching rate has increased significantly. It's a pity that it was not known now how to completely open the shell. The warden began to doubt whether Kim Yu-won was a descendant of Sun Wukong. There must have been special reasons why the young man was obliged to continue to remain anonymous. The girl promised to pray every day in order to hear news about Kim Yu-won from higher floors. The Coliseum warden hasn't changed at all since her previous life. She was always naive but no less straightforward and beautiful warrior. There were many interesting rumors circulating around the city about a man who had managed to change the rating of the first floor. Before this, the players had never heard anything about the participants from a place called Earth. However, the young man who took first place in every test excited other people's imaginations. The action then took place in the labyrinth, the place where the 9th floor test took place. Since the main character has once again defeated all the monsters, a new path has opened up for him. The protagonist has broken through several passages in the labyrinth, although the goal of the test is to find the way. Unfortunately, the young man had to ruin the difficulty for the next test subjects, because now he was only thinking about how to find the shortest route to the blacksmith. A whole month has passed, which means the ordered weapons should be ready. Hephaestus asked his client to wait a little, as he was now putting the finishing touches on his work. Despite the fact that it was incredibly hot inside the workshop, the young man looked quite good. The blacksmith noted that Kim Yu-won has incredibly high resistance to fire. The protagonist did not appear in the forge for quite a long time, since it took about 10 days to test the ninth floor. The young man had no desire to discuss the details of his long absence with the old man. The thing is that the labyrinth does not necessarily have to have one exit, so laying out new paths took a lot of time. The main character did this in order to get additional reward for the cleanup. Hephaestus hoped that the young man would be able to pass the next test without problems. The custom-made nameless blade had the worst mana conductivity of any weapon. However, the resistance was incredibly high due to the fact that the master used materials that were usually intended for creating armor. This creation could be called a failure if it did not fully meet the client's requirements. The most important thing is that this unsuccessful blade exceeded all the expectations of the protagonist. Besides, for the blacksmith Hephaestus, it was also quite an interesting challenge. It would never occur to any craftsman to create a weapon from materials for superior armor. For all the work, the protagonist paid Hephaestus 10,000 points in Asgardian currency. Having said goodbye to his old acquaintance, the brave young man promised to return again. Kim Yu-won headed towards the portal that would take him to another floor. Finally, the moment came when the main character could choose a floor with double-digit numbers. Now the young man was heading to the 10th floor, namely to a certain world of Marima. Before the transfer, the management checked the record of passing the previous test. The Northern Martial Arts Study City was the starting point of the 10th floor. It was a vast continent surrounded by sea, the ecosystem of which was created by the existence of strong people. Since the 10th floor's test, unlike the others, begins immediately after ascending, players began recruiting other participants to join their teams. A competition in which everyone is trained in the martial art of a chosen clan and must pass its test. Because this test is completely different from all the previous ones, many players were unable to pass the 10th floor. One of the masters who was looking for team members approached the main character. Since Kim Yu-won had good equipment, many warriors immediately took notice of him. The stranger offered the young man to join the Blue Blade clan, which is ideal for swordsmen. The cunning master began to enthusiastically advertise his organization to the newcomer. However, the main character knew very well that the large clans were not at all interested in such a place. Kim Yu-won directly told the stranger about his intention to join another clan. Of course, the man was not thrilled that some newcomer had ignored his offer. The master did not want to resort to extreme measures, but protecting one's clan is a matter of honor. The stranger began to count out the main character, who, in his opinion, was behaving very arrogantly. Showing off power is a good way for small clans to gain attention. Kim Yu-won warned the angry man that if he touched a player who had just risen, the penalty would also have a negative impact on the clan's reputation. The master was not going to sit back and watch some newcomer insult his clan. Since there was no other choice, the protagonist decided to agree to the duel. However, the man who not long ago felt like a daredevil did not risk attacking first. The other masters began to whisper among themselves, discussing Yang Wan-il, a member of the Blue Blade clan who was constantly causing trouble for the other players. The mentors did not understand why, instead of entering the fight, this man continued to sit on his knees in front of the newcomer. Finding the right moment, the master suddenly jumped to his feet and fled the scene. The ashamed mentor vowed that he would do everything possible to take revenge on Kim Yu-won. About 10 days have passed since the main character climbed to the 10th floor. The youth gradually lost his strength as he walked more than 10,000 li. There was one huge problem in the world of Muram that clearly made life difficult for newcomers. There is no suitable means of transportation on this floor, so players must move around on foot. The main character understood perfectly well that he needed to hurry because he didn't have that much time. The young man felt the presence of a dozen people with high skills next to him. It is not for nothing that people say that the Heavenly Mountain is the lair of dangerous monsters. Kim Yu-won asked those present not to be cautious because he was not their enemy. The protagonist wanted to meet the members of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon Base. The young man had something similar during a skirmish with jackals, but these cases are still not comparable. The divine cult of the Sky Demon is a clan that has long been in competition with the Marine Alliance, a unification of the entire marine world. Kwan Hamuk, a purebred warrior who had climbed over 40 floors, looked at the stranger carefully. The young man immediately guessed that, judging by the energy emanating from him, Kim Yu-won was not some kind of rabble. The warrior told the protagonist to state his name and demonstrate his skills in order to join their clan. However, the young man said that he came here solely to undergo the Heavenly Demon Divine Cultivation test. The warriors hiding in the darkness were very surprised, because players usually do not come to them with such offers. Judging by the fact that the young man had deliberately come all this way, he knew very well why the players were avoiding this test. None of the participants in the competition had ever been able to handle the challenge of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. It is impossible to join a clan unless you are a high-level player. So no matter how strong their cult was, it is quite logical that their authority fell. Kwan Hamuk told the new player to follow him in order to pass the test. A notification appeared in the sky, stating that contact had been made with the disposition. After just a few seconds, the resistance had completely failed. If the main character takes the wrong path, he will fall under the influence of the illusion effect. At the moment, the young man's main goal was to find the real road. Kwang Hamuk asked the newcomer to be careful, because if he made even one wrong move, no one would be able to find him. Without listening to the end of the instructions, Kim Yu-won instantly disappeared from the warrior's sight. This time, for maximum effectiveness, the young man decided to use the skill of fiery eyes. Since the protagonist had reached the crossroads more than 10 times, he came to the conclusion that this road was indeed very long. Suddenly, a fork appeared in the road in front of the young man, which was the first obstacle on the path to victory. Both paths were real, so Kim Yu-won had to make the right choice. Not a single fake, and therefore the young man will not be able to fall under the influence of the illusion. However, the mystery was that one had to go in the direction from which the wind was blowing. The further the main character walked, the more the visual environment changed. Suddenly, the young man noticed in front of him the silhouette of an old man who was a living legend of the world of Murim. An ancient high-ranker who lived long before the world of Murim went to the tower. Thus, the main character was able to pass the first test of the heavenly demon. The young man assumed that the room he saw in front of him was a small illusion. The old man asked Kim Yu-won to answer when exactly he realized that this stage was part of the test. It would be too easy if the task was for the player to follow someone. Therefore, it seemed to the young man that Ranky should watch him from the moment he entered the disposition. After the protagonist's answer, the otherworldly room suddenly evaporated, and the traveler found himself in the forest again. It turns out that the question of the great sage Marine was also part of the test. It would be much easier if a system window with the result appeared in front of the player. Some clans said that there were real monsters living in the heavenly demon divine cult. However, the rumors turned out to be nonsense because this place turned out to be just an ordinary village. Kwang Ha-muk couldn't believe his own eyes that he was seeing a newbie in front of him. Unlike those who knew the way well, the main character got through the disposition on his own much faster. The young man, tired after the journey, sincerely hoped that the famous divine cult of the heavenly demon would provide lodging for the test subject. For the first time, clan members witnessed a player pass their test. If the test were easier, there would be a sea of those willing to join, and they would also enjoy the greatest flourishing through contact with other worlds. Surely the clan owner had his own reasons for being so stubborn. No one could figure out what was hidden in this place, but the young man was absolutely sure of the correctness of his intentions. With the arrival of the heavenly demon in the lands of the divine cult, the egg was constantly moving. Rumor has it that the difficulty level of the heavenly demon divine cult trial is sky high, and it is completely impossible to pass. But the sky demon appeared in the world at the very beginning of this war, even before the creation of the Chronos mainspring. The protagonist originally planned to meet the powerful being in person. Whether you are part of a small temple or the most influential clan, there is a chance to receive even the greatest book on martial arts as a reward for passing the test. The prize is really good, but it takes a lot of effort to get it. All those present managed to win at least once in the Murim War. Apparently, only Sun Wukong was unable to take part in this great competition. The heavenly rebel did not understand at all why someone needed to organize a war. With his character, he could not accept the fact that he had missed the Great War of Murim. None of the existing players have been able to solve the mystery of this place. However, the main character was absolutely sure that he had come here for a reason. Suddenly, a notification appeared, alerting the owner to the movement of the egg. A few days after clearing the coliseum, the item on the first floor began to change. The size of the egg has increased several times compared to what it was before. But after it devoured the remains of Orochi, Kim Yu-won had no doubt that it belonged to the outer gods. Unfortunately, even the main character could not figure out what the egg would be like after hatching. Moreover, the external gods, powerful beings, do not have a definite form. It might be much safer if the protagonist destroys this egg. As soon as the young man began to think about this thought, the hidden being suddenly decided to answer. This means that the rest of the time the egg heard its owner well. The main character decided to scare the egg a little so that something like this would not happen again. Naturally, the beast hidden inside the shell felt threatened by its owner. Moreover, when Kim Yu-won gave it a light blow, the egg started screaming in panic. However, the young man, unfortunately, was unable to awaken the mysterious beast. It could have unleashed its power, as it did with Orochi, but it seemed to have become frightened after recognizing the power of its new master. The main character did not understand whether he himself had failed to strike or whether someone else had decided to stop him. At present, the egg was feeling quite well. Oddly enough, the little creature enjoyed spending time in the baths. After just a few seconds, having had enough rest, The egg again sank into a deep sleep. For a whole month, this creature was busy resting. The young man hoped that the external god and the divine cult of the heavenly demon would not pose a danger to him. The next day, the protagonist went straight to the headquarters of the people who had tested him before. The topic of today's heavenly demon divine cult meeting was quite interesting, both for the experienced warriors and the few newcomers. The heavenly spear lord and Lord Lao discussed that for the first time in 30 years, a player dared to challenge them in earnest. The Fist Lord only remembered one person who dared to take part in the competition. Although the higher-ups live and put down roots in the Sky Mountain, they should still take more interest in the affairs of the tower, as well as the players who choose to become rankers. The Heavenly Blade Lord asked his subordinates to drop all useless chatter in his presence. The old man doubted whether it was worth taking someone's word for it, because people very often inflate simple rumors. Despite the rating records, the Blade Lord still wanted to meet this difficult man in person. Surely Kim Yu-won will be able to tell them something extremely interesting. The Lord of the Spear ordered all his servants to gather in the main hall. When all the soldiers had taken up their positions, the doors of the headquarters opened and Kim Yu-won came inside. In front of so many experienced fighters and lords of the heavenly demon divine cult, the protagonist did not feel even the slightest bit of excitement. The youth immediately recognized the great masters who had reached the pinnacle of divine worship in every sphere. It is these people who will conduct the next test instead of the heavenly demon. However, before the second competition began, one of the warriors asked to be heard. Jung Charyong, a member of the Black Wind Squad, wanted to talk to the Heavenly Lord. The thing is, before Kim Yu-won is given consent to undergo the second test, he needs to be tested. The lords collectively agreed that this was a pretty good idea. The superiors allowed their subordinate to act at his own discretion. Judging by the number of visible penalties, Jung Charyong was indeed a strong warrior. The protagonist suggested that what was happening had nothing to do with the official test. There can be no competition that does not come with a reward in case of victory. The old lord decided to give the young man one of the medicines of the divine cult, the scarlet blood pill. After accepting the reward, the protagonist proceeded to test Jung Charyong, the deputy leader of the Black Wind Squad. Kim Yu-won needs to defeat this man in order to gain his recognition, which will allow him to advance to the next level. Since the scarlet blood pill is the best medicine among all the heavenly demon divine cult's possessions, it has greater value than the small pill. The fine issued by the tower was adjusted to the level of the 13th floor. For a 10th floor surprise challenge, the difficulty level is quite high. This is the first time in recent times that the protagonist is personally opposed by people of the level of heavenly lords. This is the order of the heavenly demon for those who have passed the first round of the test. The warrior told the protagonist that, unlike the others, he was not going to so easily accept him as a worthy opponent. Judging by the way the deputy leader talked a lot, it seemed as if the other fighters had not approved of him at the time. Instead of mindlessly rushing into battle, this time the young man decided to dodge the attacks. The deputy leader was forced to admit that at one time he really could not achieve recognition from others. He spent his entire life undergoing the test in order to prove his strength to the heavenly demon divine cult. By putting his life on the line and climbing up the tower, he tried to become a great warrior who would one day revive the clan. He spent his entire adult life studying martial arts and hardening his own body to challenge the test. The main character didn't even know what to say in response to such childishness. Sometimes you have to accept the existence of stronger warriors and move on. The giant's power began to gradually be absorbed into the bearer's hand. Kim Yu-won frankly told his opponent that only strong warriors receive recognition from others. The rest of the weaklings will have to be content with the life of feeble worms. The lords admitted that the newcomer, who didn't even need to use his weapon, was really good. The masters suggested that if Kim Yu-won had fought at full strength, there would have been nothing left of his opponent. The oldest of the lords ordered the young man to give him a scarlet blood pill. After passing Jung Charyong's test, the protagonist was able to receive an additional reward. The protagonist didn't really want to get the medicine because winning the battle was too easy for him. Usually even players from the 10th floor are not allowed to touch this item. The lords asked the young man from whom he had studied martial arts. Having discovered that the young man was self-taught, the elders decided to move on to explaining the upcoming test. The competition will be hosted by the heavenly demon divine cult's Fist Lord, Pun Peng Nim. The point was that the main character would have to endure 3 extremely difficult combat techniques. The test will take place in 3 months, so the young man will be provided with everything he needs to pass it, including miracle drugs, a place to train, etc. The protagonist stated that instead of wasting his precious time preparing, he would like to fight the Lord of the Fist already. Unlike the deputy leader, whom the young man had recently defeated, Pun Peng Nim was a ranker. Kim Yu-won's rash decision seems like a disregard for the heavenly demon divine cult. The Lord of the Fist stated that if the young man wanted to start the competition now, he had absolutely no right to refuse. Since this case is different from previous trials, no one has the right to change the date of the trial. The Elder Lord repeated his words once again that the youth would be given 3 months to prepare himself and come up with a way to counter the 3 techniques of the Fist Lord. Unfortunately, in the current situation, the main character had no right to choose. Locals called Kim Yu-won a fearless foreigner who looked down on the lords. The fighters were outraged that this man did not realize the level of strength of the great masters. Those present whispered so loudly as if they were not afraid of being punished for the words they said. Sword Lord Shin Moon-gik, who is the second most powerful person in the clan, personally accompanied Kim Yu-won. Either the old man felt a strong dislike or a deep interest in the newcomer. The Sword Lord was filled with anticipation at the personal meeting, as he had not met with people from the outside for many years. The old man spoke as if he was doing it to make Kim Yu-won pass the test. But somehow, the feeling is different from when other clans want someone to join in order to prosper their own cult. If the main character wants to prepare well, then he needs to visit the martial arts repository, where books about techniques and weapons are kept. The young man said that what he needed most now was a hospital. Since the lords promised to provide everything necessary, they will definitely regret their words. The head physician of the heavenly demon divine cult, Jin Il-hwan, watched in horror as an unknown player emptied their medical supplies. There are at least several hundred kin here, so it is completely unclear how the young man intends to spend it all. The doctor began to list a set of rules that stated exactly how the player should manage the medication. The protagonist remembered very well that if not all the medications were used up properly, he would be obliged to reimburse their full cost from his own funds. Having said goodbye to the Lord of the Sword, the young man promised to return in exactly 3 months. The doctor, with tears in his eyes, asked Kim Yu-won to return the leftovers if there were any left. To begin with, the main character decided to use the training cave. Everything here is arranged in such a way that as long as someone is inside, no one can enter. The young man took deer antlers, which increase resistance to poisons for exactly 24 hours. Kim Yu-won also ate aster root, banchok flower, and other medicines that help build immunity to a certain set of poisons. Even getting hit in the stomach with a sword during a fight is much more pleasant than overeating medicinal herbs. The young man hoped that any side effects would be limited to colic, as he tried not to take mixtures that would be mortally dangerous for his body. All this was done so that the young man could fully harness Orochi's 8th heart. Previously, the main character was worried that he would not be able to find enough medicine that could neutralize the poison. For some reason, the egg, like its owner, decided to open its mouth. The protagonist promised that if the creature tried to create Orochi's heart, it would certainly turn into an omelet. Having dealt with the hungry egg, the young man continued to consume the medicine. Although the protagonist's body accepted Orochi's 8th heart, the poison began to spread rapidly throughout the body. The young man understood that he needed much more medicine to survive. However, suddenly, as if abnormal, the mana began to increase. Kim Yu-won couldn't believe what was happening because the increase in energy was simply incredible. At this rate, the young man's body will be able to recover almost completely. The protagonist hoped that he would be able to absorb every last drop of mana from Orochi's 8th heart. But the process of acceptance turned out to be incredibly painful for the young organism. It will obviously take a long time before Kim Yu-won can absorb everything. About a month has passed, and the residents of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult have not heard anything from the new player. It seemed as if, instead of studying secret combat techniques, the young man was going to sit in a cave for 3 months. No one who reaches the 10th floor misses the opportunity to learn new skills. In order to stretch his stiff muscles, the Heavenly Lord went into a secluded hall and began to train so hard that the great mountain began to shake every day. However, Kim Yu-won was as inconspicuous as a dead man who had never been seen or heard from again. It is absolutely unclear why he needs so many medicinal herbs. Suddenly, the warriors noticed that the entrance to the training room had opened. The protagonist was genuinely flattered that the other fighters decided to meet him. Seeing the exhausted Kim Yu-won, the brave warriors were horrified. It seemed as if the young man had been starving continuously for the last month. The young man admitted that since he planned to go outside at least once, he did not want to eat something tasteless. Although the protagonist ate only medicinal herbs, he had no wounds or any signs of poisoning. Sometimes items with excellent effects are unusable due to the strong poison they contain. Most people would rather not consume something like this. But if given easy access to antidotes, it might be taken. But how powerful must the effects in poison be to require so many drugs? Having finished his meal, the protagonist thanked the warriors for their generosity. The young man asked the guys if they knew where the martial arts archive was. In order to continue his preparation, Kim Yu-won decided to go to this place. The first thing the main character did was turn his attention to the impressive guards who were guarding the archive territory. It is not surprising, because such places are the most important locations for all combat schools. This is where the information that is the foundation and origins of the clans is stored. Moreover, this archive of the divine cult of the heavenly demon belongs to the first person in the Celestial Empire. The main character asked the manager if he was allowed to read all these books. There was only one section where certain players were prohibited from attending. The main character has books with low-level techniques at his disposal, because it's not scary to give them to a stranger. However, even so, this archive was 4 times larger than the Namgung clan's collection. The protagonist has visited many archives of martial arts schools, but has never seen anything like this before. We need to find a way to stand against the Lord of the Fist, one of the 4 masters of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, one of the strongest warriors in the world of Murim. It is necessary to find the source, which is the starting point of this clan. A technique created by John Mu-jin, the great heavenly demon. The Sword Lord couldn't believe his ears when he heard about Kim Yu-won's activities. First, the young man spent a whole month in a training cave, and then for the next 30 days, without leaving the archive, he read books on martial arts. The warrior came to the conclusion that Kim Yu-won intended to read absolutely all the books. However, this activity will take not just months, but whole years of sleepless nights. Just like that time when the young man took all the medicinal herbs, his actions were different in their own way. Due to his unpredictability, no one could predict the next move of this far-sighted man. The main character analyzing the writings of the warriors, the young man sat in the archive until late at night. According to Kim Yu-won, he got everything he needed to win. Finally, the 3rd and final month of preparatory training has arrived. Oddly enough, in the 3rd month, the young man again locked himself in the cave. The Fist Lord feared that his 3 months of isolation might have been in vain. However, all the fighters were so excited because of the emergence of a new rising star. The spectators eagerly awaited the warriors to arrive at the training ground. It's not every day that the locals get to witness the mastery of the great Lord of the Fist. Some fighters have heard that Kim Yu-won is also quite famous, as large guilds are constantly fighting for him. Finally, the boys could see the great Lord Fist. The pressure in the stands gradually built as time dragged on. Lord Fist, seeing the audience, felt a strong disappointment because in recent years the cult had weakened greatly. The Grand Master ordered everyone present to shut their mouths. Spectators need to show respect because the upcoming fight is not just sparring, but a test from the heavenly demon himself. When the protagonist arrived at his destination, the general atmosphere had deteriorated significantly. The young man was a little late, but he didn't feel guilty about it. The Lord of the Fist wanted to get down to business as quickly as possible because he was interested in finding out what his opponent had learned over the past 3 months. Kim Yu-won told his opponent that he would regret it greatly, because during this time, he had gained a clear advantage. During the competition, the protagonist must withstand 3 techniques of the Lord of the Fist Pun Peng Nim. The master concentrated all his power to recreate his first attack. This combat skill was called Destructive Heavenly Lightning. Even though this was only the first technique, getting hit was extremely dangerous. The protagonist made a rather wise decision by dodging to the side. If the boy had tried to block this technique, he would have surely been reduced to a pile of mincemeat. The Lord of the Fist is not without reason full of determination, as such a level of strength in a ranker limited by several penalties subconsciously makes the opponent's body tremble. This was the 2nd time the protagonist faced such a strong player. Having finished with the first technique, the Fist Lord decided to move on to the 2nd attack. At this moment, the opponent's fists began to accelerate madly. This technique of the master was called 100 Thunder Strikes. The protagonist activated the skill of Flaming Eyes in order to predict the course of the battle in the future. The young man, reading the other man's movements, again dodged the quick attack. The Fist Lord guessed that Kim Yu-won could predict someone else's move thanks to his eyes that were shining with a scarlet light. Now it is not surprising that the main character was so self-confident. The world of Murim is too big to be traversed with just one skill, and as long as the young man is under the same sky as the Lord of the Fist, he will not be able to dodge the final technique. The warrior's blows began to spread beyond the training grounds. It is necessary to create a barrier to keep all spectators safe. Surely the next technique will be special, because even the heavenly lords were excited. The next attack is hard to dodge as it will spread throughout the entire training ground. However, due to the wide area, the blow itself should be much weaker. Kim Yu-won decided to use partial gigantization to deflect the attack. Players who were too close to the battlefield risked their lives. The level of power of the heavenly lord seemed incredible to the other warriors. However, viewers were confused as to why Kim Yu-won had disappeared from view. Oddly enough, the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was passed, as the protagonist withstood 3 techniques of Lord Fist Pun Peng Nim. The strength is quite befitting of a master of the arts who rose in the tower as a player and became a ranker. The young man was able to block the attack, but the mixture of martial art and skill is simply incredible. The Fist Lord assumed that his opponent would not be able to withstand this attack. The master asked the protagonist if he should continue his test. The young man could clearly see his opponent sparkling because of the penalty. Now the Lord of the Fist planned to fight Kim Yu-won in earnest. The main character admitted that he expected to hear such a proposal from the very beginning. The opponent asked the player why he had the Heavenly Demon Origin technique. Apparently, the young man spent a whole month in the library in order to learn this skill. This is the basis of the Heavenly Demon's origin, also known as materialized mana. Even though it is in its basic form, when it can hardly acquire any outlines, it is certainly a powerful technique. Since the Lord of the Fist was hesitating, the young man decided to make the first move towards him. If the protagonist had the true origin of the Heavenly Demon, he might even be able to subdue it. The protagonist was able to withstand the 47th technique of the Lord of the Fist, Pun Peng Nim. Even though Kim Yu-won's attack was a normal count, his opponent was in great discomfort during the fight. The unfinished technique began to gradually weaken. The ranker told the player that they would now begin to fight fairly. The youth was able to withstand the 59th technique of Lord Fist Pun Peng Nim. The main character's opponent began to gradually adapt to the immortal demon's technique. Now the Lord of the Fist must be ashamed of himself because he had to use 59 techniques in order to defeat a newbie. The master said that the fight between them would be over very soon. The Fist Lord wanted to use all his strength to finally end this shameful duel. The penalty is increasing, which means the technique will be quite powerful. The reason for the low endurance was partial gigantization. The mana ball skill also hurriedly entered into a desperate battle. The Fist Lord believed that even if this greenhorn had mastered the Heavenly Demon Origin technique just a little, he was still a newbie who had only passed 10 levels. Kim Yu-won must be crazy to continue this fight. However, the Lord of the Fist was also on the verge of madness, enjoying this fight. The master in ecstasy simply makes his opponent attack faster. Only now the young man gradually began to realize that he could not keep up with his opponent. The young man, who had spent several hours in the ring, gradually lost his strength. After the 89th technique of the Lord of the Fist, Pun Peng Nim became increasingly difficult to endure. The master, who was aware of his superiority, became more cheerful with every second of the duel. The duration of the beginning of the Heavenly Demon is almost completely exhausted. The protagonist could not counterattack, since even one hit would mean the end for him. Now the exhausted young man could only dodge from side to side. It is necessary to finish the fight, because the longer it drags on, the less profitable it becomes for Kim Yu-won. The most important thing now is to somehow reduce the distance between them. If the young man could interrupt his enemy's attack for even a second, he might have a chance. The protagonist concentrated all the existing power of the giant in his right hand. Strength points have begun to temporarily convert into stamina points. Kim Yu-won still managed to block the attack from a fairly close range. The Lord of the Fist considered it absurd that he had shed blood in a duel with some player, although the man himself opened a loophole for him to strike directly in the chest. If the warriors continue in this manner, then Pun Peng Nim will surely be able to win with a couple of techniques. But this is a test, not a duel, so it is necessary to stop in time and admit your defeat. If Kim Yu-won had a little more time to prepare, he would have certainly been able to show an excellent result to the masters. Although the test went against the rules, the Fist Lord ordered his subordinates not to interfere. After all, not only ordinary spectators were watching what was happening, but also the Heavenly Demon himself. Because the protagonist perfectly passed the Heavenly Demon Divine Cultivation test, he obtained the Heavenly Demon Spirit skill. One of the warriors was not sure that they should leave the archive in the public domain. After today, many people rushed to the library to search for information about the Heavenly Demon technique. This skill clearly didn't end up in the basic martial arts section by chance. At first glance, it is no different from breathing and meditation techniques. Not every person will be able to distinguish the necessary skill from a mass of similar ones, and then master it. In other words, finding and learning the necessary technology is a difficult challenge in itself. No one expected that Kim Yu-won would master the Heavenly Demon technique within just 3 months. The warriors asked Pun Peng Nim not to be ashamed of his defeat. In those conditions, the young man looked for a chance to counterattack, and he was able to find it. The Fist Lord was confident that this player would one day surpass the cult leader. The other masters considered such a statement blasphemous. The leader is expected to meet the winner of the challenge in person soon. The main character was upset because his mana had not yet reached a 3-digit number. The cuts on Pun Peng Nim's arm and chest were completely superficial. If the Lord of the Fist had not admitted defeat, then his opponent would certainly not have been able to win. Although the protagonist held it with his right hand while he struck with his left, the problem was not only the difference in strength. To fight rankers, you need to have more strength. Regardless, the most important thing was that the young man was able to obtain the heavenly demon spirit skill on his own. Suddenly, someone knocked on the protagonist's door and asked him to come to a meeting with the head of the cult. A few seconds later, the young man was on the territory of the main palace of the head of the heavenly demon cult. The servant told the young man that he could go to their master's chambers. Oddly enough, when Kim Yu-won entered, he couldn't sense his presence. The protagonist assumed that at this stage it should be difficult for him to detect the presence of a high ranker. The young man headed towards the place from which intense darkness emanated. The heavenly demon, Chun Mu-jin, looked extremely displeased. Coming closer, the main character bowed politely before the master. The old man asked the player if everything was okay with his hand. Thanks to the effect of the Dark Knight Sword, the speed of health recovery has been increased. Chun Mu-jin admitted that he would gladly possess such a blade. When it came to weapons, the demon became insatiable. The old man guessed that Hephaestus himself was involved in the creation of the Dark Knight Sword. The heavenly demon had to test the weapons of this talented blacksmith several times. The master told the player that he now wanted to begin the final test. The condition of the protagonist's hand was still not the best. The old man reassured the player, saying that he would not need his hand at all in this test. The protagonist was not delighted, because he expected to begin the final inspection in the best possible condition. Suddenly, the young man noticed how an illusory barrier began to form around him. The fiery eyes began to resist the funeral incense. The young man felt that due to his lack of preparation, he was unable to move forward and follow the master. A notification appeared, alerting the young man of his entry into the Sky Demon Grotto. The old man asked the player if he had been able to properly master the heavenly demon spirit. Finally, the master wished the player success in passing the final test. It seemed as if the heavenly demon didn't want to finish telling him some information. The protagonist, having sensed the energy of the external god, realized that the power was coming from outside the tower. It was now clear why the egg responded to the appearance of the sky demon. Long ago, there was a prophecy that was passed down from mouth to mouth ever since the demon cult settled on the heavenly mountain and found the flame. The main goal of the warriors here is to protect the source of power. For many years, craftsmen tried to find a worthy owner for it. All of them dedicated their lives to this until their death. Before the heavenly demon's minions were declared a cult, they were a religion. And as happens with any faith, when hope disappears, then the support weakens. Over the years, stronger factions emerged in the tower, among which were many strong warriors. Anyone wishing to join the celestial demon cult must undergo trials to prove that they are a worthy candidate. Only the Blade Lord, Shin Mu-guk, had reached this far into the flames. However, he failed the final test of the divine cult. And now the moment has come when Kim Yu-won has the opportunity to prove himself and his abilities. The point is that you need to stay inside the sacred flame until it accepts the player. In case of refusal to take the test will be terminated early. Even if the protagonist was able to withstand the attacks of the Fist Lord, there is no guarantee that he will succeed this time. In the face of such power, it is useless to use various techniques. To the flame, Kim Yu-won is just an ordinary person. This fire grows, fueled by other people's fears. The fiery eyes began to resist the sacred flame. The force that only took the form of fire gnawed and burned those people who feared it. The protagonist must convince himself that his body does not feel pain. The young man had a feeling that something worse than death might await him. It was a fear of beings from outside external deities. If the young man is afraid, he will not have the right to control the flame. The main character told the cloud of energy that if he is a deity, then he definitely deserves it from his appearance. Hopelessness that obscured the sky and the unborn. Despair that fell into the abyss. Purple sky and stupid chaos. The decision made by Kim Yu-won and his comrades after much bloodshed. Time to rise up the tower from the very bottom and return to the past. All this did not weaken the hero, but only made him much stronger. The main character came to the world of the tower for only one reason. Kim Yu-won came here to defeat all the outer gods. After passing the test of the heavenly demon cult, the young man received the title of deputy head. The main character has become the owner of a higher skill of giant fire. The young man could not believe his own success, because before it seemed to him that he would have to fight with fire. After obtaining the holy flame skill, Kim Yu-won could advance to the 11th floor. The defeated fire began to quickly subside in front of the strong player. The heavenly demon couldn't believe that Kim Yu-won managed to survive. Moreover, the sacred flame did not return to its owner. Now the main character has received full power and the right to command the members of the heavenly demon cult. The old man thought for a long time about what happened during the final test. It seemed incredible, but the newcomer was able to obtain the sacred flame. Fortunately, Kim Yu-won escaped with only minor burns, which healed fairly quickly. The young man told the old man that he no longer had to stay in this place, since the sacred flame now belonged to someone else, and the previous heavenly demon's duty had been well fulfilled. The master was worried only at the thought of going to another place. The main character also had to get used to the changes, that is, his new title. However, even if the young man becomes a ranker, he will not wish to join the cult. This faction has long been an opponent of the Marim Alliance, and the ability to control such power will also become a valuable reward for Kim Yu-won, on par with the sacred flame. In this case, the young man agreed to accept this reward with gratitude. The protagonist intended to set off on his journey again, because he had to return to the beginning of the Great Marim War. The fact is that the young man planned to take part in this event. The strong shackles with which the old man had been bound for so long suddenly disappeared. The master had absolutely no idea what to do with his life now. However, there was one important task that remained to be accomplished, which had existed long before the appearance of the sacred flame. The old man decided that the time had finally come to return to Murim. The territory that was the 11th floor was called Talkin City. The player prayed earnestly that luck would smile upon him at least this time. Hoping to see more changes, Halliman decided to reopen the data table. The system presented a team of players that would be selected randomly. Luckily, the young man saw the names of Las and Melly, that is, his former squad members. However, the rest of the competition participants were complete strangers to the player. The list even included people who had recently been blacklisted for trolling. Halliman decided to take his own risk and get to know the members of the second team. They had a player named Roll with frequent healing skills, a descendant of the Namkoon clan, who easily passed the 11th floor's trials. The young man had already failed the test 3 times due to the fact that his team only had low-grade fighters. However, among the list of names of the participants, one familiar name appeared, Kim Yu-won. Halliman had heard that this guy was a pretty cool player, but overcoming the difference in strength with a team of 200 equally cool guys was almost impossible. The participants of the competition were outraged because the cost of housing was not justified by the high price. The tavern owner advised the player to go to a cheaper place if he didn't have enough money. All the talented players are placed on Team B, but the main character is thrown into Team A. On the 11th floor, the overseer is Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus. Apparently, the outer gods want to first bring down Kim Yu-won and then kill him completely. The tavern worker said that only the best room for 100 points was left. The young man, who had unlimited money, was completely indifferent to the cost of his overnight stay. The main character also asked to exchange his Asgard currencies for the usual points. Among the local poor, Kim Yu-won looked like a bag of gold coins. In total, the main character had about 1 million points and change on his balance. The young man called a Sixer to use the store's services. Fortunately, the new creature looked much nicer than the previous jesters. Apparently, the Six, who had smelled the scent of money, began to behave overly friendly. The main character said that first he would like to get acquainted with the assortment. Suddenly, an electronic display case with all sorts of goods appeared in the middle of the room. The young man wanted to find adamantium, an item that would allow him to complete the Dark God's stone. The material that is the dream of every blacksmith was the very first on the list. Kim Yu-won asked how much it cost to buy 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. The Six suggested that its buyer choose a better item that did not require additional processing. The young man said that he wanted to buy the material because it was much more economical. Adamantium never breaks and can also easily conduct or amplify mana. Apparently, the Six were well informed as items for sale. There are less than a dozen blacksmiths skilled enough to work with such a strong and hard material. That is why this wayward material is considered the stuff of dreams for craftsmen. Usually people face the problem of finding a blacksmith, and even when they find one, they have to pay crazy money for production. The Six suggested that the price for the main character should be much higher. To sum it up, the creature demanded 1.5 million points for 1.5 kilos of adamantium. Unfortunately, the main character did not have enough money to make such a purchase. The Six told the player not to worry, because in that case, he could take out a loan at 10%. It turns out that the main character's situation, unfortunately, was practically hopeless. Kim Yu-won had no choice but to buy the material elsewhere. The young man said that he was not in a hurry, because for now he could easily climb the tower without adamantium. After all, the main character had plenty of free time, and there are still Sixes on the other floors. The Six, who was afraid of losing the client, tried to negotiate the terms. However, the main character sternly said that he was no longer interested in this purchase. The Six began to drop in price until the number became 5-digit. The creature had no choice but to agree, because it did not know when such a large client would appear next. The main character insisted that the price be reduced to 850,000. Despite the fact that the Six went into the minus, she still agreed to this proposal. The little trader made the exchange instantly so that her buyer would not have any extra time to think. The young man was happy because he was able to buy the product a little cheaper than its market value. Having finished shopping, the main character ordered the six to disappear and leave him alone. Now you need to give the adamantium to the blacksmith so that he can make a worthy weapon out of it. Kim Yu-won didn't know what task the Olympians had prepared, so he couldn't go there without the dark stone. In addition, working with adamantium material can take from 1 to 3 months. The young man decided that as soon as he finished the test, he would immediately go to meet Hephaestus. There was a whole week left before the test, which meant the main character had enough free time. A direct pure-blooded descendant of the noble Namkung clan, whose father is the head of Wulin, one of the founding schools of the Murim Alliance. A leader who attracts everyone's attention with his outstanding talents, skills, and hard work. The genius player Nam Kung-hoon was able to easily pass the most difficult dungeon on the 11th floor. Reaching the very end should of course be doable, but this was somehow too easy. The captain asked his comrades to hurry, because they needed to clear this dungeon faster in order to rest before the next test. Some players felt that they didn't have to worry about preparing for the test at all, since their opponents were all losers. However, Kim Yu-won was a formidable opponent who was even able to pass the test of the heavenly demon cult. The captain said that they had to make every effort under any circumstances. Nam Kung-hoon has never seen Kim Yu-won before, but he has heard a lot of interesting information about him. No one knows where this man came from, but he had incredible abilities. The captain sincerely hoped that he would have a chance to fight this man during the competition. Suddenly, Nam Kung-hong ordered all his comrades to stop and not move. The dead monster that lay in front of the players was engulfed in tongues of magical flame. Players speculated that the deceased creature was the boss of the Agreus dungeon. Someone has already passed the dungeon, burning all the monsters, leaving no trace of fire. The monster's skin softened due to the heat, allowing it to be slaughtered with one blow. Although rankers do not clear dungeons of this level, there is no other explanation, since a human is not capable of killing a boss with one blow. The commander told the soldiers that in that case they had to go back. After passing the test, the protagonist received the thread of the Spider Queen Agrea, which has excellent mana conductivity and great elasticity. Such a skein should be worth at least about 1,000 points, but the game was planning to save it for future use. Since Kim Yu-won didn't understand the principle of use without trying it, he wanted to practice before the test. The firepower isn't that great because the completion is low for its level. This skill is difficult to control regardless of a person's willpower, because power directly depends on emotions. It's lucky that the main character raised the completion of the Heavenly Fate for the 11th floor quite well. The road was still very long, but the young man grew faster than originally planned. Suddenly, Kim Yu-won heard one of his team members respond to him. The main character was very suspicious of the boy who knew his name. Halimian introduced himself and then told about how half of the players dropped out of the challenge before it even started because the team assignments weren't very successful. However, the remaining half had not yet given up, as each of these participants had heard the name Kim Yu-won at least once. Team B was full of skilled people, so Halimian was confident that only the protagonist could handle them. In fact, the players didn't leave the team because they didn't have enough points. The fine for failing the test ranges from 100 to 1,000, and this is a considerable amount for low-ranking participants. Since players will simply lose points by giving up, it is much more profitable for them to try to stick with someone reliable. Halimian began to make excuses because they just wanted to discuss strategy for passing the test together with the new team member. The protagonist advised the players to give up, since passing the trials is not such a great achievement to risk their own lives. The young man, who did not want to see a crowd of strangers outside his room, asked everyone present to leave. Kim Yu-won didn't need the rest of the players to win. The group members were disappointed because it was obvious from the young man's reaction that he was not going to cooperate with them. Only Halimian was not going to turn a blind eye to the new member's rudeness so easily. No matter how you look at it, the gap between the strengths of the two teams is simply enormous. The 11th floor's test supervisor, Hypnos, knew that he would definitely be cursed for making the test so unfair. By order of the Great Olympus, he must eliminate the player Kim Yu-won. Moreover, if the warden carries out the order, he will be able to receive a generous reward. Suddenly, the man noticed that someone had decided to text him right before the test began. It turned out that it was Lady Hera, one of the 8 highest rankers of Olympus, the wife of Zeus. There were only 51 people on the main character's team. Far fewer players dropped out of the challenge than he expected. The young man hoped that this obvious trap would result in fewer victims. The warden decided not to delay and begin the test immediately after a short introduction. The essence of today's test is to capture the flags. There are a couple of simple rules that players need to learn. First, if you take several flags and connect them, The number will show the number of flags you have collected. Long ago, this forest was created by the steward specifically for this test. It is inhabited by a huge number of monsters of various levels, and flags are scattered throughout the territory. The players had no idea what difficulties the supervisor had to go through in order to fully prepare the competition site. To sum it up, players need to collect the largest number of flags. However, the challenge is called Capture the Flags, not flag pickup. Therefore, in this challenge, it is possible to take flags from the other team. Also, one player from each team will be randomly selected to become the kings. The number of flags collected by the king will continually double. However, the main character knew perfectly well that the weakest player in Team A would be chosen as the king. The warden declared the test officially begun. The team with the most flags after 24 hours wins. The reward will be given according to the amount of contribution points. Of course, Halliman, who was one of the weakest players, became the king. But the guy didn't have the slightest idea of how he should proceed in the future. The main character did not understand at all why such a player was able to survive until the 11th floor. Halliman, not wanting to die, immediately followed Kim Yu-won. The brave warrior said that now he needed to be busy searching for flags and not protecting anyone. The king should have stayed here and kept calm if he didn't want the opposing team to come after his head. Unfortunately, the difference in the number of participants was too great. Many players lost their vigilance because the players' team had 4 times fewer opponents. The commander of the second team was afraid that something bad might happen. Suddenly, the angel Rail appeared and asked the boy if he was okay. This girl had the best buffing and healing skills. Even among the small number of support class players, her skills were very rare. The commander suggested that such a distribution of forces could not be a mere coincidence. In this player's homeworld, they said that in the middle of a river valley, even a lake is not a coincidence. Rail asked her friend who was the player on their team. If you think about it, at the very beginning of the test, the commander saw someone shining. This is strange because the young man had a phenomenal memory, thanks to which he could remember a lot of information. Most of the flags were taken from various monsters. Now it is enough to defeat the king of the opponents for the situation to change dramatically. Kim Yu-won, the player who collected most of the flags currently available, could give hope to his team. Initially, it didn't look like the warrior was going to cooperate. But since Halliman has become the king, it will be extremely difficult to defeat Team B without protecting him. The low-grade player was counting on Kim Yu-won to return sooner or later. The forest was quite huge, and therefore finding the right road turned out to be extremely difficult. Suddenly, the players heard strange voices right behind them. It turned out that they had discovered a detachment of the enemy team. According to the enemies, no matter how strong Kim Yu-won is, he will not be able to do anything without the king. One of the players from Team A said not to be afraid of the opponents because there are not many of them. However, less than a few seconds had passed before the first murder was committed. In this situation, quantity was of absolutely no importance. If things continue like this, then most likely there will be no one left on Team A. The frightened players, who witnessed the first murder, began to run away in fear in different directions. One of the participants attempted to escape with King Halliman. However, just a few seconds later, another person was killed by the enemy team. Fortunately, the main character appeared in time and saved the victim. Barely holding back tears of happiness, the king began to thank his savior. The members of the enemy team had heard a lot about Kim Yu-won. The players decided to retreat, but the main character quickly caught them. Despite having more numbers, they were clearly losing against Kim Yu-won. Compared to previous battles, this hunt was child's play for the protagonist. Suddenly, one of the players dropped his weapon and fell to his knees. The enemy player said that they and the rest of the team could give up all the flags they had collected. Obviously, if such a possibility existed, the protagonist did not want to kill anyone at all. By taking 2 flags, the young man received 20 contribution points. The main character showed with his whole appearance that he was not going to spare anyone. It was in the interest of others to give up all the flags if they wanted to live. The king could only be glad that he had such a strong player among his allies. Halliman even felt guilty about the time he bared his teeth at Kim Yu-won's rude behavior. Now, 4 hours later, the first half of the game was completed. The king said that all the other players had split up because they were hoping to collect more flags. The most important thing now is that the participants do not lose the flags they have collected. Meanwhile, the main character was able to collect 27 flags on his own. It is hard to believe that in such a short period of time, the young man could achieve such stunning results. At this point, Team A had exactly 67 flags, while Team B had 105. By now, everyone had already collected enough flags, so they probably decided that it was much more effective to hunt the players of the second team than the dangerous monsters. Obviously, the participants will try to capture the enemy king. It is not surprising that Halliman began to worry greatly about his life. Kim Yu-won asked the king not to go further than 20 meters away from him. Unfortunately, now the main character simply had no other choice. The real game of capture the flag was about to begin. Players complained to the commander about a member of the enemy team. Even though Team B was mostly made up of above-average players, they ran away from Kim Yu-won in fear even though they were only 10 against 1. It turns out that even if you go in groups, a player can be defeated alone. Angel ordered her comrades to immediately contact Salamov, Kaikol, and the rest of the skilled fighters. The players hoped that despite the losses, their team would still have an advantage. Moreover, there were many talented fighters among them. There were simply no other good offers in the current situation. The girl said that now they had to catch 2 birds with 1 stone. It has been about 12 hours since the start of the test was announced. 200 people tried to work together to catch a monster named Kim Yu-won. The protagonist has collected a lot, but it is not yet time to go to the king. In theory, there shouldn't be any major problems since Halliman moves around under Kim Yu-won's supervision all the time. However, things will get really bad if this guy gets robbed or killed. It's still better to give him the flags right before the end of the test. Recently, Team B players have been giving up and handing over their flags when they see Kim Yu-won. The participants of the competition must have had time to exchange information. It seems like the entire Team B already knows that Kim Yu-won is next to the king. The players are definitely up to something because if they give up all the flags, they won't be able to win. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew straight at the king, which fortunately, the main character was able to intercept. They avoided fighting and tried to keep as many of their members alive as possible in order to use the encirclement strategy that has been popular in the world of Merim since ancient times. Now the main character had to get out of the network of heaven and earth together with the king. The main character was absolutely right in believing that everyone should have been killed from the very beginning. The young man drew a small circle on the ground and then ordered the king not to leave its boundaries under any circumstances. However, the frightened guy doubted that he would be able to survive in this way. The king didn't quite understand, but if he hid in the area, then he would definitely die. Kim Yu-won had to spend a lot of time explaining to the player why he shouldn't leave the circle. The frightened king tried to rush after his savior. However, the protagonist pointed his weapon at the player and reminded him that he should under no circumstances leave the circle. 55 players from the enemy team were gathered to fight Kim Yu-won. The participants in the competition hoped to secretly attack the king. Moreover, the main character left his comrade to go and deal with the rest of the players. One of the players asked his comrades to step aside for a second. Team B has a huge number of famous participants in the competition. With this arrangement, even large guilds can monitor the progress of the test. In an attempt to become popular, the player threw his weapon straight at Kim Yu-won. In just a few more seconds, the heavy spear would hit its target straight away. However, the powerful weapon suddenly stopped in midair. It didn't take more than a few seconds before most of the players were killed. Kim Yu-won appeared menacingly right in front of the surviving warrior. The protagonist asked the stranger if he knew the whereabouts of Nam Kung-hoon. Just when the players thought they had figured out Kim Yu-won, he suddenly disappeared from sight. He must have a very good stealth skill if there are no traces left after him. While the players were discussing their opponent, he suddenly appeared right behind them. Good scouts who still use the strategy of the network of heaven and earth. But this is still not enough. Suddenly, new enemy players started appearing from all sides. The pouring hero finally had the opportunity to see his old acquaintances. Kam Kun-hoon and Rael walked measuredly towards their enemy. The commander was sincerely sorry that everything turned out this way. Although it was not his will, he, unlike Kim Yu-won, had a good team. This is a test in which some people are lucky and others are completely unlucky. The commander asked the enemy to surrender because he did not want to win by force. Apparently, Kam Kun-hoon could not come up with more convincing words. Unfortunately, the commander was unable to resolve the problem peacefully. Kam Kun-hoon asked those present to step back because right now he would be fighting his opponent. The main character said that the number of opponents does not bother him at all. Kim Yu-won was able to instantly overwhelm his opponent with power. Now the commander was interested to know how high this man's characteristics were. Kam Kun-hoon decided to use the technique of the imperial sword Nam Kung. With its help, you can deliver crushing blows in the wrong direction. However, the difference in strength between the opponents remained colossal. Even with his sword tightly clutched in his hand, the commander felt that he lacked strength. Kam Kun-hoon's body began to be enveloped in streams of blessing. Rael helped her comrade's mana recovery begin to speed up. The girl had no other choice because if the commander couldn't win even with the reinforcements, the game would be over. Apparently, Kam Kun-hoon's opponent also intended to end the fight quickly. At first, the commander did not even understand what a dangerous trap he had just fallen into. Tongues of purple flame began to form behind the main character. Kam Kun-hoon saw this fire when he was undergoing the test in the dungeon of Agreya. The commander was absolutely sure that such circumstances could not be a coincidence. But something is wrong. because Kim Yu-wan's technique is not at all similar to the one that could have left those marks on Agria. With that level of strength, there was no way he could defeat the monsters in that dungeon. It turns out that either the commander's enemy was not involved in the murder of the monster Agria, or perhaps Kim Yu-wan simply gave in to his rival out of pity in order to avoid bloodshed. Rail didn't understand why the fighters decided to suddenly interrupt their fight. Kam Kun Hong ordered everyone to retreat, otherwise they would all simply die. Finally, the commander just wanted to ask his opponent if he had really cleared that dungeon. The main character was happy because his opponent changed his mind about fighting him. The players from the second team couldn't believe that a newbie had cleared the dungeon. The participants present began to worry because their commander did not want to explain anything at all. The commander said that they could not expect to win, since Kim Yu-wan had single-handedly narrowed the gap between the teams. Rael stated that Kam Kung Hong turned out to be a real coward, contrary to the rumors of the other players. However, the commander valued the lives of his comrades more than his pride in any victory. The players of the second team were not worried because they could go through the competition for the second time. The main character sincerely hoped to get by with the least losses in the current situation. All of these participants will be needed in the future to fight the external gods with joint efforts. Among them, there should definitely be those who will eventually become strong rankers. Although if someone like Hercules were in the protagonist's place, he would definitely have managed to emerge victorious from the battle without killing anyone. Kim Yu-wan had hoped that everyone would leave voluntarily, but now it is difficult to predict how the competition will end. Rael decided to use the Divine Shield skill without any warning. The girl ordered all willing players to attack their only opponent. It looks like the main character will have to kill a few people in order to see someone else's ardor. But the players who did not have enough strength were in no hurry to run into battle. The participants were frightened because to them the sacred flame looked like a demon. Absorbing the fear of the players, the fire quickly grew in different directions. It is necessary to direct the flame correctly, so that as few people as possible are harmed. Apparently, the players were only able to withstand the flames thanks to the buffs that Rael used. The girl tried to use the skills of angel wings, as well as the power of a giant. Rael was confused because even though she had used the universal buffs for all players, when she reached the flame, the participants all started to chant in fear, as if they were facing an illusion that was impossible to break through. In other words, Kim Yu-wan was almost impossible to get close to. Rael saved the strongest of all their skills for last. If the Sword of Punishment cannot kill Kim Yu-wan, then no one will be able to defeat him. However, the protagonist was able to deflect the powerful attack very easily. There is absolutely no point in continuing the fight, since there are no warriors left who can defeat Kim Yu-wan. Unfortunately, Nam Kung-hoon was absolutely right when he said those words. Convinced that the situation was hopeless, Rael ordered a retreat. If everyone dies here, even if the king is captured, it will be a loss. The main character said that he would pardon everyone present if they gave him the collected flags. The young man was not going to let go of his chance for a quick victory so easily. The most sensible choice for the second team would be to simply surrender. Angel asked her opponent if he really wasn't going to kill the other players. After all, even though the second team's flags were taken away, they can collect more. Kim Yu-wan has refused the support of major guilds, but heaven is on a whole other level. The young man understood what Rael was getting at, so he immediately refused her offer. The main character didn't even intend to share his player number with the warrior. Obviously, the girl intended to help her new acquaintance. Even with good comrades and the full support of the guild, climbing up is very difficult. However, Kim Yu-wan still tries to overcome the difficult path alone. The young man understood that guilds and sponsors would only hinder his further actions. Clans fighting each other for rights to the tower can ruin everything due to pride, mistrust, and the desire for bloodshed. The main character must become strong on his own in order to unite the tower in the worst-case scenario. The girl still didn't understand why the warrior didn't want to let people near him. But Kim Yu-wan had his own special reasons for disowning the rest of the players. Halaman could hardly wait for his savior to finally return. The young man was scared to death, because with each passing second the forest began to seem darker and more frightening. It felt like an eternity had passed since Kim Yu-wan had left him. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew straight towards the Test King. Luckily, Halaman was still within the circle. Players better finish quickly and kill the king, because even Nam Kung-hoon can't handle Kim Yu-wan. Halaman could not believe that his savior had fought such outstanding participants alone. The young man remembered Kim Yu-wan's words that he was not allowed to leave the circle. Even if he tries to escape, he will be caught very quickly. But the king was confident that by buying a little time, Kim Yu-wan would definitely return and save him. So Halaman decided to trust his new comrade. The king shouted at the enemy players to start attacking. Having discussed the further distribution of points for the flags, the participants rushed towards the guy. Halliman tried to keep in mind that under no circumstances should he leave the circle. The enemy player instantly knocked the blade out of the frightened king's hands. Group B's member was about to deliver the finishing blow. However, behind the enemy fighter, a mysterious smoke appeared, vaguely resembling a ghost. The magical force pushed the enemy player straight out of the circle. Thanks to the Heavenly Demon's beginning skill, Kim Yu-won was able to instantly teleport to the scene. Due to the long conversation with Rail, the young man lost a lot of time. It would have been much more productive if he had continued collecting flags. In any case, the protagonist was glad that the conversation ended on a peaceful note. All that remains is to find the enemy team's king for complete victory. The main character noticed a suspicious glow among the bushes. Kim Yu-won had noticed a long time ago that an enemy player was hiding among the thickets. A mysterious participant, hiding his face, approached his opponent. The stranger was amazed by Kim Yu-won's skills, because not everyone can use flames of such a scale without receiving any fire injuries. The protagonist asked why the test supervisor had decided to appear before him in such a form. Fortunately, the young man saw the face of his enemy quite clearly. It was no coincidence that Kim Yu-won had the skill to see through even a ranker's disguise. The warden realized that it was better not to joke around with such a player. The astonished man confessed his original intention to become the king of the competition. However, the warden never expected that Kim Yu-won would go against Team B alone. Hypnos was a ranker from Olympus renowned for his hallucination skills. If the administrator finds out that a ranker has interfered with a normal test, it will become a real problem, much more serious than the noise from the first floor. The main character was delighted with the trap that was prepared for him. The overseer gradually began to understand why the prominent figures of the guild were fixated on a certain lone player. The skill Dark Night causes hallucinations in all living creatures in the area and makes them fall asleep. This is one of the most powerful skills you can have. The warden advised the young man not to resist and to surrender as quickly as possible. Ranker promised to reward his enemy with a very sweet dream. If Kim Yu-won said that he fought an Olympic ranker, everyone would probably take it as a lie. Even if you close your eyes to the difference in levels. The Great Olympus usually doesn't even look in the direction of some bullies, let alone a full-fledged meeting. However, the main character took a rather honorable position, because the rankers were deliberately fighting against him. The overseer pressed his blade to the sleeping warrior's neck. Only the main character was fully conscious the whole time. Kim Yu-won admitted that he himself doesn't like to brag about battles with rankers. However, the fight with the cowardly and vile Olympic warden can be told for the sake of laughter. Ranker said such incitement would not change the course of the battle. Thanks to the skill Dark Night, the protagonist began to restore his own mana. And this is not surprising, because the power of the nighttime belonged not only to the overseer. Hypnos is a melee mage who uses dark attribute mana, which is great for illusionary combat skills. The protagonist could have injured him, but he still remained an Olympic ranker. However, the young man was very confident in his abilities against this type of opponent. Using illusions, the warden tried to sneak up on his opponent from several sides at once. The trial overseer felt his body begin to be enveloped in hellish heat. With each passing second, Kim Yu-won's fire became more and more ferocious. It seemed as if this ability was reading the emotions of its victim and then reacting accordingly. In other words, the strength changes depending on the level of fear experienced. Having guessed this secret, the ranker tried to blow away the flames from his body. The warden had to admit that his opponent was a very talented warrior. Hypnos couldn't allow Kim Yu-won to become a ranker. It's hard to even imagine what a terrifying monster he would be. The warden must not have been afraid of the manager at all if he continued this fight. Hypnos admitted that he only serves one faction, namely Great Olympus. Unfortunately, none of the players could even imagine what a heavy burden was placed on Kim Yu-won's shoulders. Anyone who goes back in time in this way will be forced to bear the heavy weight of the tower. Therefore, the returnee must bear all the burden and determination of the despairing in order to fulfill this duty. Everything so that the world in which tens and hundreds of worlds live and coexist never again stands on the brink of despair. Even the protagonist, having made this promise to the people he left behind, is not sure that he will be able to proudly speak of a higher goal. Kim Yu-won was ready to sacrifice himself in order to save the people closest to him. Only the bravest person is ready to voluntarily go through real hell again. Before finally destroying his opponent, the protagonist smiled slyly. However, the smug fool continued to talk about the great intentions of Olympus. The warden's actions may be an unacceptable crime for the tower's employees, but Hypnos is ready to risk everything so that the people of Olympus will begin to honor him. But I don't want to. Sneaking up from behind, the protagonist cut his opponent's body with a blade. The warden could not believe that the young man was able to break through the illusions and strike. Kim Yu-won was sincerely proud of the monkey eyes he once received from his close friend. This skill was the best counter to all hallucinations. Now the main character was absolutely sure that the duel had come to an end. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appeared right behind the overseer. It turned out that the whole time the manager had been watching what was happening. The frightened servant of Olympus could not even squeeze out an extra word. The manager began to suspect Ares, Hera, or even Zeus of what was happening. Having come to his senses, the warden took full blame for what happened upon himself. However, the manager was not one of those fools who could believe such an obvious lie. Even if Hypnos was telling the truth, Olympus would still be held responsible. As punishment, the warden deprived the accused of the right to be a warden. Moreover, Olympus will no longer be able to control the 11th floor. An attempt on the life of a test subject is an unforgivable crime for a warden. As punishment, Hypnos will spend 1,000 years between life and death. The desperate criminal began to blame Kim Yu-won for everything that happened. However, the main character only waved his hand back at the loser. Now the manager had to have a serious conversation with Kim Yu-won. It's hard to understand what this young man was counting on when he entered into battle with the Rancor. The protagonist was forced to go through many tedious things due to improper control over what was happening. The stewards can be called a kind of rulers of the tower, since they have powers equal to those of high-ranking officials. But as long as you don't break the laws, there's no point in being afraid of them. From the very beginning of the team assignments, a lot of strange things happened during this test. And as far as the main character remembered, the warden is the representative of the manager at the test. As compensation, the young man was promised a substantial reward upon completion of the test. And now, since there were too many witnesses here, the steward decided to end the conversation for now. The members of the second team came here carelessly because they noticed their king here, but ended up witnessing something incredible. It is hard to believe that something of such magnitude could have been the initiative of just one warden. The commander warned his subordinates not to even think about inflaming the conflict between Olympus and Murim. The players still couldn't understand how Kim Yu-won was able to withstand a ranked hero, and a fairly strong one at that. In fact, this is far from the first case when a player defeated a Rancor on his own. For example, Sun Wukong once provoked a real scandal in the tower. However, Kim Yu-won will definitely bring with him an even bigger storm than the Heavenly Rebel ever did. The main characters announced that he intended to overthrow Zeus, the ruler of Olympus. It was enough to help one blacksmith who did not want anyone to use their weapons for them, in order to become someone else's target. The commander of the second team immediately guessed that they were talking about Hephaestus himself. He heard from his clanmates about the recent incidents that had occurred on the tower's territory. Just think, the main character of these events was right before his eyes all this time. The commander wished his opponent all the best and ordered his subordinates to return to the Namkung clan, as the Great Murim War would soon take place. Halaman couldn't even believe that he had managed to save his life. Before, it seemed as if a few minutes would be enough for his head to fly to the ground. The protagonist looked very carefully at his teammate. The young man playing the role of the king even began to worry that he had done something wrong again. However, Kim Yu-won was quite pleased that his comrade did not give up and stood firm until the very end. Over the last 24 hours, the protagonist was able to collect 618 flags. Halaman knew that if he accepted so many flags, he would receive a sea of contribution points and a hefty reward. The guy was happy because the person who made the greatest contribution in such extreme circumstances praised him. The player was truly proud to be on Team A and to be able to fulfill his role as the king. The competition participants now had 1,236 flags. When the final tally was complete, a notification appeared stating that the first team had won. The 11th floor rating has been updated, meaning players can move to the next floor. Before setting off on his journey, the main character decided to get acquainted with his financial situation. With an extra 10,000, which was probably a reward from the manager, the total amount was simply insane. Kim Yu-won drew attention to the ranking, in which Hargan took 6th place. This player initially showed great promise, but as he climbs the tower, he becomes more and more powerful. Hargan must have changed a lot since he met Kim Yu-won. The protagonist could not wait for them to finally see each other again and fight back to back. The Namkung clan is the largest organization after the Heavenly Demon cult, the center of the martial arts world, leading the Murim Guild, a noble family that has produced many rankers, including high rankers. And among them is the one who brought the once-dying Namkung clan to glory and prosperity. The great leader of the Namkung clan, Namkung Jin-woo, is one of the best fighters in the tower. It is absolutely inconceivable that the 11th floor test turned into such chaos. Kam Kun-hong came to the clan leader before the appointed time because it was not a good idea to communicate such news through the player's recruitment. The Olympians, preparing for the Gigantomachy, found Hephaestus, but due to the intervention of Kim Yu-won, were unable to recruit him. This must be a big headache for Zeus and other higher-ups. Kam Kun-hun revealed that his team had an Asgardian sponsor, Gibbons. It turns out that it's only a matter of time before the people of Asgard find out about everything. It looks like the new rising star is about to find himself in the middle of an incredible storm. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to intensively train his fighting skills. Observers had no doubt that the new player would be able to set incredible records in this world. Kim Yu-won could destroy about 1,000 moving targets at one time. The protagonist was more than confident in his spear-throwing technique, but he had never created or controlled spears from sacred flame. The 19th floor test has been completed, meaning the player can move to the next level. The minimum requirement to complete the mission was to destroy 100 targets, but the young man destroyed 10 times more. On the 11th floor, Kim Yu-won got more points than he expected, which allowed him to buy the item he wanted. But since his growth rate and achievements were still beyond his expectations, he reached the ceiling very quickly. To get normal rewards, the main character needs to be on the 20th floor and above. Now, the most effective way to top up your mana level is to get the highest level elixir, which costs millions of points. The main character can only obtain the necessary pill in the Great Murim War. There were only a few days left before this grand event began. Kim Yu-won needs to prepare well before entering the battle. The day before the start of the Great Marima War, 10th floor of the tower. This time again, a lot of people came because the main event in the city will take place very soon. Some players predicted that Nam Kung-hoon, who was called a true genius of the battlefield, would definitely win this time. Also among the candidates for the role of winner was Hargan, who had long since risen to the 25th floor and was waiting there for the competition. However, what interested the other players most was the mysterious Kim Yu-won. No one could understand why a guy who had already refused to join all the major factions or accept their funding would want to participate in a competition to attract the attention of the guilds. Apparently, the young man decided to test his strength in order to receive a high reward. It's not for nothing that recently, if any of the players heard about some big incident, the name of Kim Yu-won was sure to be mentioned. Since he was going to participate, the guilds would surely pay special attention to this war. Players have even started placing bets on how many factions will try to recruit Kim Yu-won. Of course, the protagonist's opinion about guilds has not changed over the past few days. The leader of the Earthly Branches faction, the Ranker Dragon Bernil, tried to persuade the player. Kim Yu-won could hardly cope with the annoying masters who gave him no peace at all. Suddenly another ranker appeared, wanting to recruit a player into their guild. Sariel, who was the representative of the Heaven faction, asked Kim Yu-won for a few minutes. The main character stated that today he had already managed to refuse 13 guilds. Sariel asked the young man to contact him if he suddenly changed his mind. The young man said that he would not even accept someone else's business card, so as not to give anyone false hope. Suddenly, Hargan intervened in the conversation, sincerely hoping not to be rejected by his former comrade. However, the main character rather unceremoniously advised his friend to leave and do other things. The guild representatives were surprised that even a man from Olympus couldn't win the heart of the mysterious player. The young man, who did not want to spend another minute in the company of strangers, asked Hargan to come to him. It's hard to believe that the protagonist was so disrespectful to the guild leaders. Zeus's relative was amazed at the luxurious quarters his comrade had rented. Since the points continued to accumulate and the main character still stopped climbing in the tower, he decided to rest a little in comfort. The annoying rankers continued to knock on the apartment doors and asked Kim Yu-won for a private meeting. The main character couldn't even have a normal rest because of the guild representatives. Kim Yu-won has become quite famous, so it is quite easy to figure out where he lives. The heir of Olympus said that he did not warn about his visit because he wanted to surprise his comrade. In fact, Hargan came here to discuss the recent brawl. Zeus's relative learned that Kim Yu-won had prevented Hephaestus from being taken away. Thanks to reliable connections, a lot of interesting information reached the ears of the heir to Olympus. The fact is that the recent attempt to kidnap Hephaestus affected Hera the most. The main character asked if Great Zeus knew anything about what happened. Hargan admitted that his father is focused on getting to the top floor of the tower, but he has not been on Olympus for a long time, so it is difficult to say what information exactly he knows. At the moment, the 100th floor of the tower was called the last one, since no one had yet managed to get past it. This is why players who have reached this level are deservedly called rankers. Be that as it may, Olympus is all in an uproar because the main character saved the criminal. Kim Yu-won asked his friend if he would like to visit a certain place with him. It turned out that the main character was heading to the previously mentioned sinner Hephaestus. The blacksmith was very worried because about 3 days had passed since his client was supposed to arrive. If the old man was not busy with work, he could not even find a place for himself in the workshop. Hephaestus had put quite a bit of effort into his previous work, which was intended for a special client. According to rumors that have reached the first floor, it seems that Kim Yu-won has once again made a brilliant climb up the tower. It was worth remembering the brave player, as he suddenly appeared on the threshold of the workshop. However, this time he did not come alone but with his comrade. Hephaestus admitted that Hargan is a copy, an absolute copy of his father. The young man asked the blacksmith if he would like to call him his younger brother. However, their family discord is too serious to give each other affectionate nicknames. Hargan admitted that he came here to see Hephaestus. The heir of Zeus had no trust in the rulers of Olympus. The young man was taught from childhood that his brother was a criminal. But Kim Yu-won opened his comrade's eyes by telling him what had happened. When Hephaestus looked at Hargan, he saw the features of his father's face. The blacksmith asked what impression he made in the eyes of others. There were still many objects on Olympus that had been forged by Hephaestus himself. The son of Zeus asked his brother why he stopped making weapons for them. In fact, this is quite a long and interesting story from the life of Hephaestus. It all happened when a gigantomachy began in the world of the tower. Giants are one of the few races that have held a dominant position due to their natural strength and grandeur. Although there were people who were afraid of these creatures, the Olympians obediently followed them. The giants perceived the inhabitants of Olympus as close comrades and friends. Hephaestus also sought to maintain good relations with them. But suddenly his friends were struck right in the heart by the weapon he had forged. Gigantomachy is the name of the war that the Olympians, led by Zeus, unleashed when the giants began to be rejected. The reasons for this terrible war were simple and outrageously political. The opinion of giants from the outside was not good, and the greedy human nature was eager to appropriate all the power that previously had to be shared with strangers. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the air like thunder, and the land around the tower was surrounded by endless rivers of blood. The giants, friends of Hephaestus, became victims in order to raise the status of Olympus, all so that the Olympians could wash themselves clean of their collaboration with the giants. It was for this reason that Hephaestus stopped forging weapons for Zeus's companions. Before returning in time, the protagonist witnessed his comrade telling this story with tears of sadness in his eyes. Surely the blacksmith is filled with the same unpleasant feelings as before. He simply restrains himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his hands into fists to save face. However, several decades ago, the Olympians ordered Hephaestus to forge weapons again. The old man suggested that the Olympians were planning to repeat the gigantomachy. But according to the blacksmith, this plan is still in the preparation stage. The protagonist came to the conclusion that now Hargan should be alone with his obsessive thoughts. Already alone, Hephaestus told the client that the heir of Zeus was a fine fellow. The old man asked Kim Yu-won if he planned to take Hargan as his comrade. He didn't want to admit it, but the blacksmith still treated the heir of Zeus with a little apprehension. Since Hargan is currently in an unstable period, it is difficult to say which side he will ultimately choose. Therefore, before accepting a relative of Zeus on your side, it is necessary to observe him. The blacksmith removed the sealing chain in order to retrieve the weapon. The old man warned that the nature of this subject was quite complex. Considering how Kim Yu-won named his previous sword, Hephaestus came to the conclusion that it was better not to trust him with this moment of dreams. The new attribute was called Kani, also known as invisibility cap. The helmet of Hades created by Hephaestus in the past was also called this. Almost all the adamantium that the young man had brought earlier was spent on the new weapon. The true dark godstone was also placed on the outside of the glove, but it cannot be seen. The glove is so thin that you can't even believe what material it is made of. The main character fought with the ranker on the first floor, so there is no doubt about his strength. There is a small problem, however, because Kani accepts his master not by his strength, but by whether he is worthy of it. There is no guarantee that the young man will be able to cope with this power. The main character had never seen anything like this in his life before. Apparently, Kim Yu-won needs to pass Kani's test. The creature noted that its owner was coming to him for the second time. Perhaps the mysterious eye spoke of time travel. Unfortunately, the essence turned out to be not at all verbose. The main character even felt annoyed that he could not clarify everything regarding their further cooperation. Not many details are known about the 3 divine items of Olympus, including the one created from a shard of the dark god Kani. According to Kronos, this creature disappeared right with the invasion of the outer gods. In the past, Kani was Hades' helmet, and now he has become a glove. The main character would really like to take the chance and learn more useful information about this creature in order to harness its power without any problems in the future. Kani asked where the egg that Kim Yu-won was carrying around came from. The beast hidden in the shell woke up and began to scream furiously. Dark energy of simply colossal density began to appear in the sky. This is very dangerous because if the young man touches her, his body will be torn to pieces. It is necessary to block the energy with your sacred flame. Suddenly, the hatching rate of the egg began to increase rapidly. The shell began to be covered with strange lightning and streams of energy. When the hatching percentage rose to 40%, the egg began to hum. Even when the creature ate Orochi's body, it didn't have such results. This egg must belong to one of the outer gods. Therefore, Kani may well know where they came from. The main character asked the eye if it knew how this egg appeared. Kim Yu-won demanded that Kani try to explain something to him. As it disappeared, the eye merely said that it continued to watch something. Unfortunately, the young man could not prevent Kani from disappearing. As it turned out, what was happening was an ordinary hallucination that only the young man could see. The blacksmith had no idea that his client had just nearly lost his life. The young man grabbed the material of the glove because he practically didn't feel it on his hand. The protagonist did not want to admit out loud that he had previously been focused on the meeting with the mysterious creature and not on the material of the product. The fragment of the dark god kept an unexpected secret inside itself all this time. To learn more, the protagonist needs to obtain the remaining 2 pieces of the stone. Now the young man knew his approximate plan of further action. Hargan was very worried because not long ago the workshop room began to shake loudly. Hephaestus admitted that he had tapped his hammer a little. This justification should be quite sufficient so that no one has any unnecessary questions. The main character also pretended that he knew nothing about what happened. Hargan began to worry that his comrade had fought with Hephaestus. Kim Yu-won would have surely ended up in the next world if he had been under the hammer of such an enemy. The protagonist once again insisted that there was nothing to worry about. In order to change the subject, Kim Yu-won asked his comrade if he had managed to collect his thoughts. The heir to Olympus said that he would like to meet with his brother Apollo and sister Artemis to sort everything out. Like Harganus, these two were illegitimate children of Zeus. They are both among the top 10 strongest rankers among Olympus. These two also took direct part in the Gigantomachy. It turns out that Hargan decided to look into this issue especially carefully. Before that, however, we need to focus on the Great Murim War. In order to increase his influence, Zeus's relative needs as many Olympians as possible to know about him. In addition, this competition will bring together many more smart participants than in previous times. And there will be a sea of spectators in the stands. Hargan cannot simply ignore the Great Murim War. And there are rumors that this time the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult will take part. The heir of Olympus asked her comrade if this news awakened a spirit of competition within him. Hargan had no idea that they were talking about his friend Kim Yu-won. Deputy head of the heavenly demon cult is a title that gives the right to command any players who have entered the cult. But the problem is that this faction has been inactive in Murim before. They only settled on the heavenly mountain because of the demon's stubborn desire to protect the sacred flame. The main character confessed to his comrade that he now bears this title. Of course, Hargan could not so easily believe the revelation he had heard. It turns out that Kim Yu-won was the main heir of a small clan. Zeus's relative began to regret that he had not tried to pass this test before. Surely the value of the main character will skyrocket if society learns about this wonderful news. In any case, Kim Yu-won still has no plans to join anything. The opening ceremony of the Great Murim War took place the next day. The organizers planned to find the best warrior among tens of thousands of players. Although now all eyes are on the best rising stars in history, who are even among ordinary viewers. When the introductory part ended, the selection stage began. 10 participating players would take to the stage at a time. Oddly enough, even Yang Wan-il from the Blue Blade clan was among them. The man was glad that now many people would know about his existence. With his own efforts, he was still able to climb up to the 18th floor. Since only players up to level 25 can participate, this is a pretty good result. Kim Yu-won was also among the drivers on this tour. Many viewers had the opportunity to see a living legend with their own eyes for the first time. No matter how you look at it, Yang Wan-il was placed in the worst selection group of all possible. Since it had come to this, the Blue Blade clan member would at least try to defeat Kim Yu-won. After all, the man had not yet forgotten the humiliation he had experienced. As soon as the Great Murim War's qualifying round began, Yang Wan-il immediately rushed towards his enemy. With a wave of his hand, the main character was able to deal with the annoying upstart. Yang Wan-il's attack ended with a forced punch to the jaw. Moreover, the main character did not even remember the representative of the Blue Blade clan. So Moon clan member So Moon Chang watched his opponent's actions closely. The main character asked the remaining players not to delay and to attack him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Kim Yu-won will be forced to make his move first. It didn't take more than a few seconds before absolutely all opponents were defeated. So Moon-chan didn't even have time to follow his opponent's movements. The player only knew that his turn would soon come. The protagonist didn't even intend to attack the weak participants properly. It seemed as if Kim Yu-won was fighting with the children. Song Mu-chang couldn't move because it felt like all of his ribs were broken. The only joy is that none of the 9 people were killed. The young man acted very nobly by taking pity on his enemies. The main character could not wait until he could fight stronger opponents. Of course, Hargan was also able to move on to the next stage without any problems. It is not surprising that with each rise to a new floor, the rating of Zeus's relative increased. The rate of growth of this young man was absurdly fast. Not long ago, he was able to reach the 25th floor. Based purely on skill, he should have no trouble competing with players at higher levels. Suddenly, the young man heard one of the participants call out to him. It turned out that Yang Wan-il was waiting for his opponent in order to clarify the situation between them. However, when the man started swearing, he was suddenly stopped. The master of the Blue Blade clan apologized to the protagonist for his subordinate's rudeness. Apparently, it was a rancor with an overwhelming aura. Moonso Beck, the leader of the Blue Blade clan, introduced himself to the young man. It turned out that the man intended to offer Kim Yu-wan to become the heir to their martial arts school. The protagonist responded with no interest in response to the clan leader's initiative. The young man did not understand why the guild representatives came to him if they knew in advance that they would be refused. The leader explained that their faction is more close to the cult. The Blue Blade clan has an interesting history spanning many centuries. Although they are currently in a slight decline, their clan is the main heir to the Murim traditions. Rancor insisted that Kim Yu-wan should be the one to lead them. However, the head's words were an order, not some kind of suggestion. The main character assumed that sooner or later a conflict would arise in his life regarding joining the guild. It seemed as if the clan leader didn't know what was going on with the rancors, who were attacking the participants of the Great Murim War. Touching a player is the same as attacking the event organizers. Rancor stated that the head of the Namkung clan, Jagal, is his sworn brother. It turns out that there was a person who was capable of covering up for such behavior on the part of the rancor. It was unlikely that Jagal knew that some person was so thoughtlessly covering himself with his name. The man tried to continue his story about the history of the Blue Blade clan, but the main character couldn't stand the annoying rancors at all. The CEO had heard rumors about how strong Kim Yu-wan was, but he never imagined that this player could be so strong. The young man did not need protection from the Namkung clan, as it was not difficult for him to stand up for his own interests. The Blue Blade's leader always tried to press hard in case of refusal, but now it seems it won't be so easy. Fortunately, the Great Murim War is in full swing, so they won't be coming here anytime soon. However, there was one person that Kim Yu-wan could rely on unconditionally. Right behind the head of the Blue Blade, Punpung Nim himself appeared. The arriving master addressed Kim Yu-wan as the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult. Previously, the protagonist did not tell his opponent that he belonged to any guild. Rancor guessed that the cult leader participating in the competition was Kim Yu-wan. Punpeng Nim suggested that they deal with the offender here and now. The Blue Blade's leader had no intention of challenging the rancor, as he knew that he would lose to such an opponent no matter what. Gritting his teeth, the man apologized to the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult. If the rancor had known about this before, he would never have dared to approach Kim Yu-wan. After finishing his apology, the leader of the Blue Blade quickly fled the scene of the crime. The protagonist guessed that it was the members of the Heavenly Demon cult who spread the rumor about the deputy chief's participation in the Great Murim War. Many players were happy about this, so they began to share the tasty morsel with other guilds areas. Even Punpung Nim could not hide his joy about this from others. The protagonist decided that after finishing the Great Murim War, he would deal with the head of the Jagal clan, which covers the Blue Blade. Punpeng Nim believed that any interference should be removed for edification. The master asked if Kim Yu-wan would like to come to the Namkung clan's dinner party. The young man replied that there were more important things in his life. After the selection round, Kim Yu-wan decided to face the Heavenly Demon. The master admitted that the competition does not hold the slightest interest for him, since he knows the winner in advance. The main character understood well why such hints were made. Suddenly, the young man felt a clot of dark energy appear around his body. The Heavenly Demon's mana flowed into the cup along with the tea. Kim Yu-wan felt as if a whole waterfall had fallen on his shoulders. The young man understood perfectly well that he had to pass another test. Under no circumstances should you show your weaknesses to strangers. The mana of the canny spirit spilled out from a small container. The powerful creature responded to its master's emotions. Now the master was confident that the deputy head would cope with his task. The old man did not understand why Kim Yu-wan would participate in the Great Murim War when, compared to other duels, this event was just a childish brawl. In fact, the main character agreed to participate solely for the sake of the prize. The youth needed the Great Pill, which was what allowed the Murim War to reach such a scale. The old man admitted that the time had come for the Heavenly Demon cult to descend from the Heavenly Mountain. The master was involved in recruiting newcomers and conducting tests. The members of the Heavenly Demon cult intended to strengthen their position and expand their influence. With the improvement of technology, it has become easier to climb and descend mountains. That is why the old man decided to take an active part in Murim's life. The protagonist asked if the master really considered him a suitable candidate for the position of deputy head. There was a risk that the cult might fall at some point because of Kim Yu-won. Since the youth was going to prevent the second war of Gigantomachy, he was an enemy of Olympus. The masters asked the Blue Blade leader why he looked so gloomy. The Great Murim War was once again a great success. There were so many amazing participants this time, including the Prince of Olympus, the descendant of Asgard, and even a heavenly angel. Also standing out was Kim Yu-won, who had undergone the divine demon cult's test before coming. The Blue Blade's leader told the other masters that this young man was the deputy leader. A ranker from the heavenly demon cult addressed him using this title. For those in power in Murim, the demonic cult is an enemy that could undermine their long-earned authority. In other words, no one here was going to accept Kim Yu-won. The Blue Blade's leader had provided a good plan that they could use to take away the victory from the vice-chief of the heavenly demon cult. 2 days later, the Great Murim War continued. It's hard to believe that the organizers have postponed the final. And the competition mode was unexpectedly changed to a general brawl. The protagonists came to the conclusion that the sooner they started, the sooner they could finish. If they had fought one-on-one, it would have probably taken much longer. Many players refused to participate when they learned that Kim Yu-won had made it to the finals. Hargan told his comrade to hurry, because in a few minutes the competition would begin. Apparently, Zeus's relative was eagerly awaiting this decisive day. The spectator stands were filled with curious spectators. Among all the participating players, Kim Yu-won and Hargan emerged as the most memorable personalities. The protagonist assumed that there were even more people today, since there was a guy with impeccable origins and appearance walking next to him. The chatterbox hadn't said a word since they left the inn. It seems that Hargan is slowly getting into his own rhythm. Among the finalists was also a representative of the Nam-Kung clan, Nam-Kung-hoon. The heir of Olympus was surprised that his comrade was familiar with this fighter. Nam-Kung-hoon talked about the 11th test he and Kim Yu-won went through as rivals. Hargan introduced himself as the heir to Olympus, but the player did not take him seriously, as many participants hide behind this title. A relative of Zeus confirmed that their family is in complete chaos. Not long ago, Nam-Kung-hoon witnessed a conversation between the masters about the new deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. As soon as someone passed their tests, the leaders immediately began to act. The conversation was suddenly interrupted when a representative of the Nam-Kung clan entered the room. It was funny that those present were trying to blame the people from the heavenly demon clan for something, even though they weren't trying to pull off any devious schemes outside the arena. There is nothing wrong with a well-deserved victory for a strong fighter. You can't just dismiss someone outright because they're not part of Murim. Jagal Jin-young advised Nam-Kung-hoon not to interfere if he was afraid of something. This cunning snake from the Jagal clan only came into the light because someone from above allowed him to do so. It's disgusting when adults hide behind the scenes and weave their intrigues in such a childish way. Nam-Kung-hoon was sincerely happy that sooner or later Kim Yu-won would crush them. As the final of the Great Murim War was about to begin, the organizers asked all participants to come to the arena. Finally, Nam-Kung-hoon advised his friend to be more careful. Probably the main character still didn't suspect something. It was only when we entered the arena that it became obvious what exactly was being discussed. Kim Yu-won has become a very popular player recently. Apparently, all the participants were against one single person. Hargan said that apart from Kim Yu-won, he did not see any other worthy opponents here. The main character advised his comrade not to be the first to be hit. After all, Kim Yu-won was confident that absolutely no one could defeat him. According to the masters, the Great Murim War this time will be simply unforgettable. Thanks to some innovations in the rules, players will be able to show themselves in all their glory. The head of the Jagal clan, Jagal Ken, made a huge contribution to the competition this year. However, special credit goes to the leader of the Blue Blade clan, because it was he who suggested that the other masters implement his plan. Chief Namkung looked at the new rulers of Murim with disgust. Nowadays, leadership positions were not occupied by those who could wield a sword well, but by those with the sharpest tongue. The head of the Heavenly Demon clan vowed to make this Murim War a turning point. The masters did not expect at all that the plan might not work. After some time, they learned the first news about Kim Yu-won. Apparently, the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult was doing quite well in his duties. Jun Mu-jin apologized for arriving a little late. The Heavenly Demon had come a long way to meet the great masters. The old man warned everyone present that if they drew their blades, they would be forced to say goodbye to their lives. From what I heard, it was obvious that the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult was still winning. Jun Mu-jin couldn't wait for his man to win. Obviously, everyone present was not delighted with these words. The leader of the Heavenly Demon cult assumed that he had frightened the masters with his arrival. The old man felt triumphant, because very soon all the obstacles that the rankers had so diligently erected would be destroyed by one man. Now the main character was fighting with an opponent using magical weapons. Now that the young man has met talented warriors, he will be able to feel strong attacks on his body. Oddly enough, everyone present attacked only one person. Even the conditions of the final were changed so that Kim Yu-won would lose. If you put several thousand people out at once, it is obvious that the strongest opponents will be attacked en masse. However, the main character was not at all offended by the current circumstances. To begin with, the young man decided to activate the magic blade. One player attempted to partially reduce the blade's effectiveness by blocking mana. The opponents assessed their opponent because the creation of such a sword is only possible with the highest indicators. But contrary to what the rumors said, it seemed that Kim Yu-won's skills were nowhere near those of the rankers. Still, some players were confident that this participant could be dealt with. Suddenly, one of the participants gave the command for a group attack. However, Hargan appeared and shielded his comrade from the collective attack. Zeus's relative was not afraid to admit that he was on Kim Yu-won's side. Unfortunately, the Olympians will no longer be able to maintain good relations with the Marima clan. The Jagal clan has always been known for its long tongues. Finding an opportune moment, the heir to Olympus attacked the most daring player. A member of the Jagal clan ordered the other players to attack Kim Yu-won. Jin Zhang was surprised by Hargan's attitude, because before it seemed to him that the people of Olympus were hostile towards the deputy head of the Divine Demon clan. Apparently, the Jagal clan had its own Olympian informant. Zeus's relative believed that this was completely unacceptable. Hargan, a talented player who inherited the blood of Olympus, decided to teach his opponent a lesson. Jin Zhang didn't expect that he would be so helpless in front of Zeus's relative. According to the representative of the Jagal clan, if Hargan had not interfered in the fight, they would have been able to defeat Kim Yu-won. It's easy to talk about your strength when you're attacking one warrior with a whole crowd. It's sad to see some players resort to such dirty tricks. Zeus's relative also decided to outwit his opponent. Concentrating all his strength in one fist, the young man delivered one of the most powerful blows. The losing contestant begged his opponent for mercy. The other players followed suit and also began to surrender. Among all the players, only Kim Yu-won and Hargan remained similar. From the very beginning, the heir of Zeus was waiting for this fateful moment. It is not for nothing that they say that fruits picked at the right time are the most delicious. Before getting down to the fight itself, the main character wanted to clarify a few things for himself. The young man wanted to know if Hargan regretted acting against the interests of Olympus. According to Zeus's relative, he was perfectly aware of each of his actions. The main character also asked his comrade if he remembered how he was knocked out with just one blow. Of course, it's not easy to forget that you were defeated by a guy who wasn't even a ranker. Until now, Kim Yu-won had not even used the blade hanging on his belt. Moreover, it is obvious that the young man is holding back his power, because the blade practically does not emit mana. However, Hargan had enough time to improve his strength. The spectators had the impression that it was a duel between two rankers. As he dealt new blows, the heir to Olympus experienced ever greater excitement during the fight. The survivors even began to beg the fighters to restrain their strength in the presence of the other players. Now this fight can be called a real, worthy final. The son of Zeus, whose name was touted as the genius of an entire generation of players. At that level, even a few rankers wouldn't be able to defeat the heir to Olympus. It seemed like even Kim Yu-won had some difficulties during the fight. It will be really incredible if the protagonist can defeat such a high-level enemy. However, Kim Yu-won was still quite a lively participant in the fight. It took a lot of strength to adapt to his unique fighting pace. The heir to Olympus tried again to disarm and throw his opponent to the ground. Hargan would become very angry when Kim Yu-won tried to get ahead of his moves. The fighter asked his opponent if he was ready to fight using an unfinished sword that was about to break into two pieces. The heir to Olympus hoped until the very end that Kim Yu-won would still show his strength. Even the most powerful blow was nothing to the vice clan leader of the Divine Demon clan. It's hard to admit, but physically Kim Yu-won is probably a step above Hargan. Although magic still remained the advantage of Zeus' relative, Hargan decided that he needed to break his opponent's weapon first. Fortunately, the young man still managed to knock the blade out of Kim Yu-won's hands. However, the experienced fighter prevented this move from the very first seconds. The main character's mana began to rapidly absorb the enemy's lightning. Unfortunately, Hargan had no time to respond to the blow. Oddly enough, some witnesses of the battle were still alive. When the protagonist received the title of the winner of the Great Murim War, many participants were on the verge of life and death. In his hands, the young man held a broken, nameless blade, created from various materials. This sword was ideal for practicing mana control, although it broke faster than originally expected. But thanks to the energy suppression, Kim Yu-won should have looked roughly on par with Hargan. a small creature appeared in the sky and declared the protagonist the winner of the 834th Great Muram War. Little Six asked how the young man felt after receiving the victory. The main character's response turned out to be very passive and laconic. Having finished with the formalities, the organizers decided to move on to the reward. As everyone knows, the main prize of the current competition is the Great Scarlet Medicinal Pill. According to the producers, the Shaolin monks, it has a special quality. Since it feels so energetic, it will obviously take a lot of energy to digest. Once accepted, the user will receive a fair amount of mana. Many did not understand why Hargan, the son of Zeus, joined Kim Yu-won. Logically, these two should be at odds with each other. At this point, the masters had no choice but to admit that this time a very worthy fighter had won. The next competition ended with great success. Just a few minutes ago, these people were throwing mud at the heavenly demon cult. And now, as ridiculous as it may sound, they call the deputy head a success for the martial arts world. Some even started accusing Namkung Jinwoon of bringing the demonic cultist here. For many, the alliance between the Muram Alliance and the people of the heavenly demon cult seemed unacceptable, but it is much more shameful to adapt to the demands of Olympus. Namkung Jinwoon had long known about the games that were being played behind his back. However, he remained silent because he could not stand up to the outside faction that comprised more than half of Muram. But now that he has the heavenly demon on his side, Namkung Jinwoon has both the foundation and the strength to go against his opponents. This means that an era of new rulers is coming among the ancient clans. The head of the Jagal clan could not believe that everything would end in such a sad way for him. Finally, before leaving, the heavenly demon wanted to ask one question. The old man was interested in which of the masters present was Moon So-baek. At this moment, the leader of the Blue Blade realized that he was about to get into very big trouble. A few days later, the protagonist visited the Namkung clan's training cave. The young men were very lucky because it is usually not so easy to get here due to the high rent. When Kim Yu-won first entered the tower, he dreamed of becoming a ranker of the Namkung clan. In his past life, these warriors seemed like great people to the young man, without exaggeration. The protagonist obtained the Great Scarlet Healing Pill, which is an elixir that is created once every 3 years. There was only one stat left before his mana level reached 100. The benefit provided by the pill depends greatly on the player taking it. In Muram, everyone talks about circulation and breathing techniques, but in reality, the most important factor is concentration. Kim Yu-won felt pure and invigorating mana spreading throughout his entire body. The purer the energy, the greater its resistance to the carrier. Although she is somehow restrained by the Mana Master's skill, it is not enough. The protagonist previously believed that his chances of increasing his stat were at least 50-50. On the 20th floor of the Endless Tower was the Maritime Kingdom of Portugal. The frightened giants, driven into a corner, begged the local bandits for mercy. These creatures were about 10 years old by human standards, but their height was 4 meters. Probably due to its size, it was becoming increasingly difficult for the giant to hide. A member of the Scarlet Wolf Guild, Horang, demanded that the children tell him about a Portuguese legend called the Stone of the Sea. In these lands, they say that whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the seas. To be more specific, this wonderful artifact was hidden by giants. People from Olympus spread the rumor among representatives of different guilds. Horang swore that if he did not get the information he needed, he would deal with the children. But fortunately, the outrage did not happen, since a concerned spectator intervened in the conflict. A member of the Scarlet Wolf Guild tried to drive the overconfident stranger away. However, the cunning man did not expect that the traveler would be Kim Yu-won himself. An incredible amount of mana circulates through his body at an incredible speed. The mana indicator has reached 100%, and therefore, by overcoming the characteristic threshold, a unique skill is unlocked. Due to the complete sharpening of all senses, the sensory field was activated. The point was that by using this skill, the young man received information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters. The bandits were hesitant about whether they should engage in a duel with the winner of the last Great Muram War. The frightened children looked at the mysterious stranger with hope in their eyes. The bandits from the Scarlet Wolf Guild must have thought that Kim Yu-won was just playing the hero. However, the young man was going to prove to his enemies the seriousness of his sincere intentions. The bandits of the Scarlet Wolf Guild did not expect to encounter such a strong opponent. One of the bandits claimed that Kim Yu-won had absolutely no right to interfere in their affairs, since there was a set of certain rules in effect in these territories. Horang tried to stop the enemy whose face he had recently seen during the Great Muram War. The cunning bandit decided that they did not have to resolve the conflict through physical violence. In the end, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult himself came to them. The little giants Boar and Nuir were also very impressed by this meeting. One of the bandits began to snap back, saying that they would not be afraid of a pathetic bastard who had barely made it to the 20th floor. But Horang quickly pacified his comrade, because in addition to the deputy head of the cult, there could be someone else in ambush. This time the bandits decided to retreat, but next time luck will not be on the giant's side. Horang was well aware that Kim Yuan was a real thorn in the side of the people of Olympus. The rescued giants awkwardly thanked the stranger for his help. The protagonist asked the kids why they didn't try to fight, because regardless of age, killing a couple of people for representatives of their species should be a piece of cake. The brother and sister were very alarmed by the fact that the stranger was well informed about the giants. Obviously, a person would not help them if he did not have some goals. The kids guessed that Kim Yuan was also interested in finding the Stone of the Seas. To clear things up, the protagonist confessed his desire to meet one giant from their village. The young man wanted to meet with the local elder of the giants, that is, with Urfa. Boar asked the stranger to go away, because the elder does not receive guests, especially people. Moreover, if the boy wants, he will be able to tear even several people into pieces without any problems. The giants could put up a very serious resistance, but further disagreement with the humans could lead to a new wave of extermination, so they have to hold back. Boar was about to go back to the village, but his little sister suddenly stopped him. Since the man saved them, they are at least obligated to let the elder know what happened. The girl decided to quickly contact the other giants through the magic ball. Unfortunately, it is completely beyond the control of the main character whether he can meet the elder or not. After some time, Nuyar received a notification that a stranger could come to the village of giants. The boy did not understand at all why the elder wanted to meet with some weak person. The road to the village did not take long, since Kim Yuan, like a druid, was able to tame the wild wolf without any problems. The girl nevertheless came to the conclusion that the stranger could not be called an ordinary person. Not everyone can perform well during the Great Muram War. After riding several kilometers on horseback, the little giants descended to the ground. Oddly enough, the wild wolf didn't even want to say goodbye to his new friend. Finally, after a long period of time, the main character was able to see a familiar place again. The settlement of the giants was located near the great tree called Adam. The little giant confidently asserted that this tree could not be felled or burned. According to the wise elder, it belonged to one of the world's plants. However, the giant tree, which was thought to be impossible to fell or burn, burned to ashes in the second gigantomachy before Kim Yuan returned in time. Thinking about this, the young man even forgot that he needed to follow the kids. Boar asked Kim Yuan to watch his behavior carefully from now on, because if he made even one small mistake, he would be crushed into a pancake. The villagers, who had avoided people at all costs, were surprised by the presence of an unusual guest. Surely, if it were not for the presence of Boar and Nuir, the main character would have had to face some difficulties in these lands. The girl asked the man not to pay attention to other residents, because he was an untouchable guest. The children approached the huge structure and then informed the elder of their arrival. The giant told his guest in a menacing voice that he could come inside. The main character could not wait to finally see this powerful creature, a high-ranking tower player who existed even before the first gigantomachy. This brave warrior was nicknamed by the people as a living legend among all giants. The elder Urfa respectfully greeted the arriving human child. The giant, whose memory had been failing him lately, asked the guest his name. The elder had heard of Kim Yuan, since Hephaestus mentioned him quite often in his conversations. It seemed astonishing to the sage that not even a ranker, but a youth who had barely reached the 20th floor, was at odds with Olympus. If Kim Yuan values his life, he must stop going against Zeus's people, because to them, he is just a pathetic crumb that can be simply brushed away at any moment. Previously, the main character heard that the elder was a pacifist. However, apparently the giant was afraid to confront the rankers from the Olympic lands. The elder was outraged that some pathetic person dared to mock him. The young man recalled the second preparation for the gigantomachy, which is now in full swing. You can't just sit back and wait while your people are exterminated again. The giant noted that the mana refused to cause physical harm to his guest. The main character's gaze at that moment seemed very determined and firm. Kim Yuan was not the type of person to feel fear towards anyone. The elder had already been told before that this young man was truly fearless. The protagonist was right, because if the elder hides, holding his breath, then their extermination will only be a matter of time. Hephaestus previously said that Kim Yuan intends to find the legendary Stone of the Seas. Luckily, the giant decided to tell the guest where this incredible relic was located. Thanks to Hephaestus's recommendation, the elder can be sure that the deputy head of the Heavenly Clan cult is not in league with the Olympians. There was also a second reason why the giant trusted the stranger, but he did not intend to voice it. The protagonist noticed that the sage had previously looked at Kani. The elder considered Kim Yuan to be the strongest warrior of the current era of the tower. Still, it seemed to the young man that he had simply been overestimated because of Hephaestus's recommendations. Perhaps Urfa just conducted his test to see if Kim Yuan was worthy of the Stone of the Seas. One way or another, very soon the main character will be able to find the necessary relic. To begin with, the young man decided not to examine the holy tree belonging to the giants. At the current level, it would be difficult for the protagonist to leave even a single scratch on this plant. Kim Yuan decided to go on a wild ride to get the most out of himself. The young man will not be able to control so many fires of the sacred flame, so they will soon get out of control and fly in all directions. The reckless hero activated the Flaming Eyes skill and also the sensory field. Because the young man used several high-ranking skills at the same time, he began to feel very dizzy. If he had a little more time, he would definitely be able to control his powers. Kim Yuan only applied the sensory field enhancement to the fiery eyes, but everything around him became so clearly readable. As expected, the combination of these two skills worked beyond all praise. Suddenly, a young giant named Quantum appeared right behind the main character. The boy did not believe at all that the rumors about Kim Yuan were true. Although the elder accepted the young man, there were still those who disdained people. For the past several generations, humans have been enemies of giants. The Olympians did everything possible to punish the disobedient creatures. The god of the seas, Poseidon, destroyed a huge portion of the enemy warriors with a tsunami. It's impossible to count how many times the elder had a nightmare about the Olympians destroying his people. Surely today the dream was more clear because of the arrival of the human child. Local residents began shouting that a fight had broken out right in the middle of the streets. The giants shouted the name of the stranger who had come to visit them today. The elder was sure that this time everything would not go as the god of the seas wanted. Finally, a man appeared in the lives of the giants who could help them in their confrontation. The main character smiled smugly in response to the boy who tried to attack him. The young man could only laugh at how helpless some of the giants were compared to him. With one movement of his hand, Kim Yuan was able to twist the wrist of his small opponent. The deputy head of the Heavenly Dragon cult was strong enough to suppress one of the giants. The main character asked the remaining kids to call all their friends and start the duel. The young man promised to have fun with the giants as much as they wanted. A whole crowd of onlookers gathered around the deputy head of the Heavenly Dragon cult. Dozens of powerful giants could not defeat a single man. The main character took turns knocking down to the ground all the opponents who dared to enter the fight. Due to the giant's strength seeping into the hand, partial gigantization occurred during the fight. The deputy head of the Heavenly Dragon cult asked the fighters to attack him collectively. If Kim Yuan asked for a fight, then Boar had no choice but to agree. The giant needs to show their guest what they are capable of using all their power. According to local residents, I can see the descendants of the god of giants fighting every day. The kids who were going to be the next to enter the fight looked quite impressive. Boar said his fists were itching from the first second he saw Kim Yuan. The main character promised the kids to demonstrate a magnificent fighting show. The opponents couldn't wait to finally have the opportunity to give each other powerful blows. Oddly enough, Buar turned out to be a more cunning opponent than he seemed at first glance. The boy decided to distract Kim Yuan so that his sister could attack from behind. It's pretty unwise to try to fight them with just physical strength, without using mana. But since the main character has decided to train for now, and not fight, he should only use those skills that need to be practiced. Boar said he never argues with his sister because she has better physical potential. The girl delivered one of the most powerful blows to her human opponent. However, the main character managed to use a special skill in time to escape. Thanks to Hermes' gate, the jumping power increases by 50%. It was a skill that the young man purchased with contribution points on the 11th floor. Kim Yuan had already made the jump, so all that was left was to practice the heavenly step. Nuir didn't expect her opponent to sneak up from the side to strike. The boy was going to take revenge for the wound left on his sister's body. Boar asked his sister to concentrate and do everything possible to crush their opponent. Since the attacks were too powerful, the locals began to retreat further from the battlefield. The giants were unable to catch their opponent, as it was too difficult to predict his movements. The deputy clan leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan had been dodging all of the enemy's attacks in advance. The boy decided that it was time to end this senseless fight. Those present noticed how the fine began to affect the little giant. He's not even a ranker yet, so holding back his mana with a penalty means he's going to hit with all his might. The protagonist activated his fiery eyes to predict his opponent's next moves. The young man decided that he would not dodge the blow, but would go straight ahead. Now the main character needs to focus on finding the right time to attack. The fiery eyes continued to calculate the most ideal path. The boy felt disappointed because it seemed to him that this time he would be able to win. However, the reckless hero went straight into the attack of his opponent. Kim Yuan didn't even deny that he can sometimes act extremely recklessly. Never before had the giants seen a man so easily endure their blow. The boy put all his strength into the attack, and the young man simply walked straight through. The main character was sincerely glad that he was able to see such worthy opponents. But for now, these forces are still not enough to take revenge on the Olympians. The boy was confident that he would definitely take revenge tomorrow. The giant shook his opponent's hand and thanked him for a good fight. About 10 days have passed since the main character entered the giant's village. Almost every day the thugs staged new fights with the man. Kim Yu-won was even a little tired from being called to fight so often. The young man needs to conserve his strength because tomorrow he's going to the test of the 20th floor. When Niwar first fought with her brother against a human, she felt that if they put in enough effort, they would definitely be able to win. But even with 5 of them, the giants were unable to do anything against Kim Yu-won. It's hard to imagine how strong this warrior is when he starts using mana as an additional source of power. The girl often recalled their first interspecies fight. Over the past few days, the main character has become much more resilient. However, the young man still hasn't had time to try out the new skills. The main character said that before going to the next floor, he would search for the Stone of the Seas. However, this attribute is somehow connected with the next test. It was lucky that the elder knew about the location of the stone. Since the children are the descendants of divine giants, their parents probably have this information too. The giants hide the location of the Stone of the Seas because this artifact is incredibly important to their people. Surely the elder has special reasons for hiding this information. The protagonist mentioned that, according to the sage, he is the strongest player of the current era. However, the giants were much more concerned about the elder's silence. He understood perfectly well how the inhabitants of his village were suffering because of the legend. The humans even almost killed Quantum once when they attacked the village. Everyone present had experienced this cruelty in one way or another. There is no way that a stone can be more important than other people's lives. Someone has to take a risk every time they leave the village of giants. The giants spend their entire lives hiding so as not to be seen by strangers. However, if the stone were in the village, then all the giants would have been dead long ago. This secret saved the people of giants from complete extermination. Quantum, whose honor was offended, tried to hit Kim Yu-won. It's time for the youth to understand that all this time, Urfa was protecting them from dangerous people. There is no point in blaming the elder because he was silent only so that the other giants would not blab anything. Sooner or later, the young giants will be able to understand this truth. Quantum was going to go to the elder to get an explanation about the sea stone. The guys should stop messing with their heads because although Urfa acted rashly, everything will fall into place very soon. Even after the truth is revealed, life will continue to go on as usual. For the past 10 days, the protagonist has been using the fiery eyes and sensory field. The young man felt as if his head was about to split into 2 parts. Kaney continues to leak mana due to the weapon Poseidon wielded. The stone has the same energy as Kim Yu-won's glove. It is not surprising because both items are made from the same materials. If the main character's guesses are correct, then it can be used as a full-fledged radar. You just need to understand how to master it and take control of the flow of mana. The young man felt that Kane was yearning to find the missing part of himself. The divine flame began to fuel the magic gauntlet. The protagonist tried to calm his flaming weapon. Apparently, the mysterious eye wanted to appear before its owner. The testing area of the 20th floor was located on an island called Triton. There are quite a lot of monsters here for such a small space. Surely the creators were inspired by the training island when they created this place. As the elder requested, the giants escorted Kim Yu-won to the testing area. Many rankers continue to look at this small island with apprehension. They believe that Triton can turn into a real battle arena. The tests will obviously be much larger than usual because now the giants are under attack. A notification appeared stating that the test would begin in 10 minutes. New times had come for the giants, since Urfa allowed some of the villagers to leave the forest. The brother and sister promised that they would never let down their respected elder. Suddenly, a pack of bandits from the Scarlet Wolf Guild attacked the main character. The bandits had no intention of letting their enemy pass the next test. But for some reason, players decided to underestimate the little giants, thinking that this time they would behave harmlessly. However, the giants were no longer going to act like some pathetic cowards. Now the kids were not at all afraid of getting their hands dirty with traces of blood. The robber looked away because he felt uneasy from that cold gaze. It's a pity, but this was the last time the bandits could abuse anyone. Rumors that the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult had sided with the giants began to spread very quickly. The examiner of the 20th floor trial, Theseus, learned of Kim Yu-won's position from Harang of the Blood Wolf Guild. This was already the second time that the protagonist slapped Olympus himself. Theseus promised that his men would take care of this, and therefore the young man would not reach the place where the test was to be held. While the players and the manager are busy competing, the warden will deal with Kim Yu-won. Outsiders thought it strange that giants began to help humans. Theseus was appointed examiner of the 20th floor in order to find the Stone of the Seas. The warden doubted that the information from his father's lips could be false. Poseidon even went into conflict with Zeus in order to obtain the Stone of the Seas. Surely Kim Yu-won was somehow connected with this attribute, because after his appearance the giants decided to leave their forest. It is difficult to find another reason that could serve as a lever for the creation of such an alliance between two different species of creatures. After some time, the testing of the 20th floor was considered officially begun. There were some obstacles along the way, but the main character still managed to get there on time. Kim Yu-won was confident that the giants would be able to deal with a couple of bandits. The island is home to many sea creatures, killing which brings the player sea hearts. Depending on the number of hearts earned, the participant will be awarded additional points. The time limit for completion is exactly 12 hours. This competition is somewhat reminiscent of the Capture the Flag that was on the 11th floor. However, there is no limit to the number of people who can take this test. Many are confident that with the team they will move to the 21st floor without any problems. Only the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult knew exactly where the Stone of All Seas was located. To reach your goal, you will have to dive into the very depths of the ocean. These waters are filled with the most dangerous sea creatures from all over the world. Only the most worthy participant, who is not afraid of difficulties, will be able to obtain the Stone of All the Seas. Many players found the challenge to be much easier than it seemed at first glance. There is quite a lot of time, which means that participants can get several stones per team member. If you're lucky, some players may even have a chance to earn a bonus reward. Some of the participants were ordered to find Kim Yu-won and prevent him from winning. This order came from Olympus, but it is unlikely to be carried out with such a number of people. The players intended to get as many hearts as possible before meeting Kim Yu-won. In order to increase their efficiency, the participants decided to split into two teams. But suddenly the players were covered by a huge wave about 10 meters high. The frightened warriors took their positions because it could be another monster. However, it turned out to be just an ordinary player who jumped out of the sea. Some participants guessed that the stranger could be their main target. The main character was ready to start fighting with the people sent by Olympus. The players were afraid that one of their members had spilled the beans about the attack. If the rumors about Kim Yu-won's feud with Olympus are true, it's scary to think how the young man will deal with Poseidon's envoys. The participants tried to escape unnoticed, but the main character stopped them. The young man asked not to be afraid of him, because he was not going to fight with anyone. To begin with, players must deal with sea serpents. A whole crowd of monsters tried to break through from the other flank. It seemed as if the examiner of this competition had lost his mind. But the players could not leave the island, because if they did, they would be disqualified. The protagonist said that due to his presence, the test conditions changed slightly. First, the young man needs to break the symbols of the sun and moon so that the seal can be opened. Once she falls, the test will become much more difficult. By removing the seal, the protagonist will be able to awaken the sea turtle. The Stone of All the Seas is inside this huge creature. Once the seal is broken, control of the test will fall on the shoulders of the administrator, and even Olympus will not be able to stop Kim Yu-won. Long ago, an old titan raised this turtle himself, and then forced it to swallow the Stone of All the Seas. The quest ends. Olympus tries to attack Kim Yu-won and take the stone. However, the giants will do everything possible to prevent the relic from falling into the hands of Poseidon. The monsters felt the power of the stone and came to its call. When the sea turtle woke up, the purpose of the test was changed. It's surprising because quite a lot of time has passed since the main character broke the seal. The test location has been moved to the body of a sea turtle. It continued to shake menacingly, and the monsters seemed to have gone completely mad. A notice appeared stating that the competition rules had been changed. Due to non-compliance with the new conditions, the supervisor was deprived of his position as examiner. No one could have imagined that anyone other than Kim Yu-won would be hurt. Now the main character needs to defeat the sea turtle in order to get the Stone of All the Seas. The sea turtle, the ruler of the 20th floor, is a sea creature that has managed to approach the power of Zhongwu. After the floor was sealed, the test became more difficult and came under the control of the manager. If only the warden had known that the Stone of All the Seas was in the turtle, he would not have made such mistakes. The young man decided to call his father to ask him for help. Unfortunately, the blood wolves were defeated by a stronger enemy. The last time the warden saw this warrior was during the Gigantomachy. Suktar, a ranked titan, the 21st son of the fire giant Surt. The situation was getting tense and Theseus was unable to follow the test. Suktaru had to intervene because the blood wolves had pounced in their entire packs on the two little titans. Apparently, the giant was trying to provoke Theseus into conflict. The warden stated that he would not allow anyone to interfere with the test. He didn't give a damn what kind of opponent stood in front of him. It is strange to hear such accusations from someone who is to blame for what is happening. The giant said that they were forced to fulfill the will of the Elder of Urfa. That's why they were serious about protecting Kim Yu-wan. The main character was glad that the Elder had finally decided to play big. We cannot let the giants down and allow Olympus to win this competition. Kim Yu-wan swore that the Stone of All the Seas would belong to him. Just a little more, and the main character will finally be able to get the Stone of All the Seas. On the 20th floor, absolutely everyone was talking about the legend that said that whoever found the stone would become the god of all the seas. The sea turtle was a major part of this legend. Some of the monsters followed inside the turtle, chasing the main character. But most of them were probably drawn by the call of the Stone of All Seas, the divine sea crystal. Considering that monsters had lived inside the turtle before, this place can be considered not just its stomach, but a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. Judging by the size of the turtle, it can hold a ton of water. Twilight Blade's special effect is activated under the influence of the dark attribute. While it's nowhere near Hades' invisibility, Cain's stealth should be enough for the young man for a while. The monsters who smelled the stranger tried to get rid of him as if he were some kind of virus. The level of completion of the star that was destroying the heavens began to increase. The protagonist thought that he would be able to use this ability by the end of the test, but at this rate, he is unlikely to be able to do so. Most likely, the stone is stored in the most protected place, in the organ that moves such a giant creature as a sea turtle. Considering how Cain is shaking, there can be no doubt. Since the mana heart is an important vital organ, the sea turtle's ecosystem will protect it at all costs. The main character didn't know how many more monsters would be on his way, but he needed to get there with the least loss of strength. The young man felt as if he had fallen into a real snake pit. Kim Yu-wan encountered more monsters in the turtle's stomach than he did in all 20 floors. The player's stamina and mana recovery rate have been increased by the Twilight Blade, but the main character still burns mana faster than it can be restored. The young man had spent almost all of his energy, but he felt that the goal was close. Kim Yu-wan had been wandering around in the giant turtle's stomach for over an hour. In desperation, the protagonist tried to speed up his search. We can't allow the mana in his body to completely disappear. The protagonist will not have a second chance, which means the heart must be found now. Fortunately, fortune turned to favor the brave player. However, there were many more monsters here than in other organs. It seemed as if the monsters had decided to throw a party. In this situation, the main character can take only one action. It is necessary to demonstrate and use all of Cain's powers. Kim Yu-wan called this skill a real challenge from hell. There's about half of the mana left, but there's no reason to save anymore. We must do everything possible to take possession of the Stone of the Seas. Sandals of Hermes, Aegis of Athena, and the solar chariot of Apollo. These are just some of the things made by Hephaestus, the tower's greatest blacksmith. However, if one were to choose the greatest of his works, it would definitely be Zeus's lightning. A weapon that can not only erase a sharp object with just one blow, but can also control the weather at the will of its owner. And now this weapon has a competitor in the form of Cain's glove. Adamantium is able to channel the power of dark sea and sky crystals to their fullest extent. However, Cain's power is directly dependent on the hand of the master who created her. In the past, Cain was created by one of Hephaestus' students. This time, she was created by Hephaestus himself. In other words, the main character's weapon is much more powerful than Hades' helmet. Surely the power of the stone has thoroughly brainwashed all the monsters if they climb to their enemy, even knowing that they will die. Kim Yu-wan took advantage of the opportunity and then used the summon from hell. The mana flow engulfed all the monsters and they disappeared in an instant. The protagonist felt as if his arm was about to break into several pieces. Surely the efforts made are not enough to cope with the new weapon. Thanks to the sandal effect, the height of the jumps increased by 50%. Next, the deputy head of the cult activated Heavenly Step. The main character could now float in the air for 5 seconds. The young man, who was not about to give up, tried to strike again. He tried to calculate his further path with the help of his fiery eyes. Because of the scattered bodies, it was extremely difficult to notice the Stone of All the Seas. However, Cain suddenly felt the energy of the sea crystal. Thanks to the gloves, the main characters were finally able to see their target. Not only was there a fog in the boy's eyes because of Cain, but he also couldn't feel his right hand. If the protagonist wants to master this ability, he will need to increase his dark magic and stamina. Kim Yu-wan was going to focus on upgrading the necessary characteristics in the near future. In order to avoid shedding blood once again, the young man asked the monsters to step aside. The main character has long been tired of messing around with small fry. The warden called his opponent a real fool. According to the guy, only a desperate person continues to believe that Kim Yu-wan can take possession of the Stone of All the Seas. It is not easy to defeat a creature that has absorbed the power of the stone. The warden promised himself to try to remain patient until the end of the test. However, suddenly a giant turtle emerged from the depths of the sea. A notification appeared stating that player Kim Yu-won had passed the test. Thus, the main character was able to beat the Olympians once again. He ordered his subordinates to immediately catch the player and bring him back. However, the giants were ready to stand up for the interests of their elder. The man of Olympus threatened that in such a case a second gigantomachy could begin. So much time had passed, but the giants still had no intention of giving up. During their last fight, Suktar abandoned the battlefield like some kind of coward. Compared to other warriors, Theseus was a real immoral bastard. It's even somehow surprising that the son of Poseidon behaved so wickedly. However, instead of listening to criticism, the warden decided to start a fight. The minions of Olympus acted quite meanly by drawing their blades first. So history demands that alien blood be shed again on the lands of the giants. Suddenly the warriors stopped because they heard a strange hum near them. The players were afraid that they could become victims of a terrible disaster, namely a tsunami. But the real cause of the noise was the bloodthirsty monsters that decided to leave their native waters for a while. The top-level monster, Leviathan, emerged from the water and then swam towards the people. The participants did not understand why the boss of the 20th floor decided to fight them. Even the monsters that were representatives of different categories gathered in a flock to attack people. Theseus remembered the words that whoever finds the stone will become the god of all the seas. So it turns out that the tales that made Poseidon so eager to get the stone turned out to be true. The protagonist apologized to the Olympians for disturbing them with his presence. Kim Yu-won advised the frightened people to run in different directions. The warden looked at the deputy clan leader of the Heavenly Demon clan with an angry expression. The son of Poseidon demanded that the enemy voluntarily give him the stone of all the seas. Fortunately, Theseus was not a strong opponent, as his abilities were directly dependent on water. The warden struggled like a fish that had accidentally landed on dry land. The son of Poseidon felt the energy gradually leaving his sea staff. Apparently, some force is interfering with Theseus's water attribute and mana flow. The overseer was close to his limit, so he didn't have many chances to land a decent attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist activated the fiery eyes and sensory field. Theseus, who wanted his father to proclaim him as his son, was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. He wanted to win Poseidon's favor and become his recognized heir. The warden attempted to strike with a dark spear, but the protagonist jumped aside using the sandals of Hermes. Although Theseus's fiery temper was his weak point, he tried to remain calm during the battle. Kim Yu-won guessed why this man fought so purposefully. The son of Poseidon said that after he dealt with his enemy, his next target would be the giants. Theseus was not the kind of opponent who was ready to give up after the first failure. The protagonist decided that the right moment had finally arrived to use Cain. In this way, the young man will be able not only to defeat his opponent, but also to increase his level. Using the Hermes sandals again, the player deftly jumped in the opposite direction. Kim Yu-won was not easy to deal with as he dodged all of the enemy's attacks. However, it was not a matter of dexterity, but rather that the young man could calculate where the next blow would be directed. The warden was able to trace a certain pattern between the glow in his enemy's eyes and his dexterous movements. The son of Poseidon could barely use his water attributes due to the Stone of All Seas, but he was still a worthy opponent. No matter how you look at it, there was still a significant difference between the levels of the main character and Theseus. The warden assumed that his opponent decided to stop out of fear. However, the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult gave a bold response to this self-confident tale. Rather, the son of Poseidon was afraid that if he did not hurry, the sea creatures would overtake him. One of the henchmen asked his commander to retreat as the situation was getting out of control. Suktar ordered his warriors to tear off people's limbs and take them home as trophies. They need to get out quickly, because if the giants attack together with the sea monsters, they definitely won't be able to survive. Due to the euphoria of the battle, the son of Poseidon lost control of the current situation. Theseus did not want to run away, because in that case his father would never accept him. Now the warden's target was so close that he could reach it with his hand. If he had had at least a couple of extra minutes, he would have been able to put up a worthy fight. The warrior of Olympus continued to beg the commander to finally come to his senses. The bloody fight completely eclipsed the previously calm and balanced fighter. Gritting his teeth, the warden decided to make an important decision for his team. It is obvious that now they have no choice but to retreat and admit temporary defeat. For the first time in a long time, the significant day arrived when Theseus fled from Suktar. The flame giant began to demand that his opponent accept the fight, so that they could end their conflict forever. But still, the son of Poseidon decided not to risk the lives of his people once again. The main character had no doubt that this time the giants would win. Finally, representatives of one of the strongest species have stopped hiding and running away. The time came when the noble Titans gained the upper hand over the Olympians. Naturally, they decided to celebrate the giants' significant victory today with some drinks. The small village of giants was filled with joyful cries and children's laughter. However, Kim Yu-won, as the main hero of the occasion, decided not to join the feast. Moreover, there is nothing to celebrate because the young man was clearly losing the fight with Theseus. The son of Poseidon almost won, and even Suktar could not tip the scales. So far, the giants have not had the opportunity to fully confront the people of Olympus. However, if you think about it, the main character moved towards his goal much faster than previously planned. And now that the young man has the stone of all the seas, his steps will become even more rapid. Meanwhile, the brilliant blacksmith continued to create new weapons masterpieces. The old man suddenly heard a new notification arrive on his magic ball. It goes without saying that at such a late time, only one person could write to Hephaestus. Kim Yu-won informed his comrade of his further intention to come to his workshop. The Stone of All Seas was one of the most valuable relics in this universe. Surely the main character didn't even properly understand how important the thing he was holding in his hands was. Hephaestus could not believe his own eyes because he had been trying to find this attribute for 1,000 years. The deputy clan leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan continued to gloat happily. Theseus failed to live up to expectations and missed his main goal. It is unlikely that Olympus will have the opportunity to get to the main character for some time now. Poseidon will be furious and Zeus will have to somehow restrain the outbursts of his anger. No matter how smart Kim Yu-won may be, he doesn't know all the deep political games of Olympus. However, the main character once again managed to turn the situation in his favor. The blacksmith decided that he needed to take a closer look at the mined stone. As expected, its properties, although different, Hephaestus felt the same power as in Zeus's lightning. In order to process the stone, it is necessary to find some rare materials. According to the master's rough estimates, the entire job will take about 10 working days. The protagonist promised that he would try to get adamantium as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible to find this material in the natural environment. The young man also didn't have much money, since he spent most of his savings on cane. However, Kim Yu-won intended to do his best to resolve this issue. Since there is no time to waste now, it is necessary to focus on leveling up before Olympus gets back to its old ways. The desire to resist injustice only increased with each passing day. Obviously, the main characters planned to defeat not only the Olympians, but also the external gods. Hephaestus would probably faint if he knew what his client was planning. As the incubation rate increased significantly, the egg began to tremble again. Kim Yu-won asked his little friend to take his time, because they might meet his brothers and sisters soon. It's going to be a lot of fun when all the rotten stuff in the tower starts to poke its heads out. Very soon the egg will be able to arrange a real feast for itself. Poseidon must be absolutely furious right now, since he was so desperate to get the divine sea crystal. Now we can only hope that everything will go as Hercules had previously predicted. Having obtained the crystal of all the seas, one should expect a counterattack of colossal force. However, as long as Zeus remains the Lord of Olympus, the heroes don't have to worry about this. He wouldn't be able to go against a simple player who wasn't even a ranker just to get the divine sea crystal. Once a major guild makes a move in the head, other major factions will react, which complicates the situation somewhat. Since Zeus will keep his subordinates in check, Poseidon will not be able to do anything either. The three greatest gods of Olympus may have a common lineage, but they are far from being on the best of terms, because their whole life is an endless struggle for power. But after Zeus obtained the divine sky crystal and created his lightning bolts, he managed to gain control over more than half of Olympus. And then he realized that the powerful relics must not under any circumstances fall into the hands of his brothers. It turns out that perhaps all the problems that have arisen can be resolved independently. All Kim Yu-won needs to do is keep the crystal of all the seas with him until Zeus and Poseidon deal with each other. The sea god did not understand at all why his brother was trying so desperately to tie his hands. Poseidon's third son, Orion, who lost the bet and was forced to deliver the bad news, bore the brunt of his father's wrath. The Lord of the Heavens categorically forbids direct confrontation with the giants. But the ruler of all the seas was sure that the real reason was a new player. Moreover, Zeus was still afraid because his brother could get his hands on the divine sea crystal. The father asked his son's opinion about the latest tricky game that Zeus had started. Orion said that such an insignificant creature as he should not dare to condemn the thoughts of the ruler of the heavens. No matter how talented Kim Yu-won is, he is still just an ordinary player. Zeus decided to give up on the annoying flea and take out all his anger on Poseidon, his main rival. Besides, the ruler of Olympus wants his brother to show obedience. Rumors reached the great guild of Asgard that the divine sea crystal had fallen into the hands of a simple player. The masters didn't even know whether to believe the information that seemed so absurd at first glance. The guild members had no doubt that the Olympians were now in hysterics over what was happening. Rumors of a player who had obtained the Stone of All Seas began to spread throughout all floors. The rankers were interested in the appearance of a new, very talented hero. The three-faced and six-armed god of war, Asura, hoped that he would have a chance to fight this player. Even among the Marble Mountains, there were people who were interested in the new rumors. The sealed heavenly rebel possessed a great deal of information. He was very interested in the person who had obtained the divine crystal of all seas. Previously, Sun Wukong had thought that the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult was just an ordinary newcomer. After a long time, the main character again arrived at the very first floor of the tower. The solar chariot, the pride of Olympus, thanked its client for the rental. Fortunately, with the help of this type of transport, the main character was able to get to the first floor in an instant. Kim Yu-won stopped near the wall, which was formerly called the edge of the world. Not a single player has yet been able to break this majestic barrier between the worlds. But who would have thought that one day it would collapse on its own without anyone's intervention? However, now is not the time for deep reflection because the young man needs to find the dungeon. The main characters decided to use a fragment of the 10-fist-length sword Susanoo, which he used to seal the 8-tailed snake Yamada no Orochi. There is a special power sealed inside this weapon, but it cannot be used at the moment due to a temporary breakdown. The player must collect the final fragment to restore its original power. Kim Yu-won hoped that Odin was not mistaken, because a dungeon of such complexity should not be on the first floor. The dungeon of Susanoo, the 57th best ranker of the tower, one of the 3 precious children. The protagonist heard that 2 other precious children had found him and, having collected all the missing parts of the ball, created the weapon of the gods. Since the player met the necessary requirements, the entrance to the dungeon was opened. You must enter the tower and find the hidden relics of Susanoo, and then, having found the key, leave this area. The participant had to meet the monsters of the 40th floor, vampire hyenas. However, this was to the player's advantage, as this way he would be able to earn more experience points. With each new attack, the completion level of the Fathom of Heaven increased by a small fraction of a percent. It seems that 0.5% for killing a sea turtle was a real luxury. At least thanks to the sensory field, the perception rate has become much higher than before. A notification appeared stating that you needed to reach the 100th floor to pass the test. This dungeon is not as spacious as the others and resembles a labyrinth. The protagonist never met Susanoo in person, but he heard a lot of unflattering things about him. Along with the negative comments, everyone agreed that this player was very strong. Suddenly, the inventory of the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult opened by itself. A mysterious creature, similar to a small spirit, appeared right in front of the young man. The tiny stranger remembered that he was not in the best physical shape right now due to death. The spirit was outraged by the imperturbable face of his guest who had found Totsuka no Tsurugi. The appearance of this creature is certainly ridiculous, but the thirst to kill is felt in full. Susanoo, one of the 3 precious children, was a master swordsman, spirit summoner, and necromancer. There are legends about him as a bloody killer who rose to the rank of 57th rank during his lifetime. However, Susanoo died during a battle with the 8-tailed serpent Yamato no Orochi. The protagonist didn't yet know whether he should treat this creature with all the honors, considering the shitty life he had lived. Kim Yu-won was glad that Susanoo died so early, because only a beast could boast a reputation as a bloodthirsty killer. The young man introduced himself and said that not long ago he had reached the 21st floor. The spirit laughed at the guest because this dungeon was not a place for beginners who had never even fought real monsters. According to the rules, Susanoo must accompany the player as long as he carries the sword fragment with him. The little spirit began to wonder about the protagonist's origin and guild. The young man felt irritated because he never liked talkative fellow travelers. When Susanoo became too unbearable, the player admitted to the irritation he now felt due to the unnecessary talking. Kim Yu-won said that if the spirit wants to know some details, then he will have to tell where to go, because he will not receive any information for free. The main character has always hated mazes because they take up too much time. First, you need to go around in a circle until the player finds the door to the next floor. Since the labyrinth is large and the edge is not confusing, it seems that we cannot do without the spirit's hints. The young man said that he had obtained a fragment of the ball on the first floor during the Coliseum challenge. Susanoo was extremely surprised, but the fragment became a reward for the first floor's trial. The protagonist revealed that he was able to obtain the parts thanks to the creature that became the final obstacle of the test. The little spirit began to giggle sarcastically, which caused some indignation from Kim Yu-won. It seemed as if Susanoo didn't want to finish his sentence. In order not to waste time, the main character decided to destroy one of the walls. The tiny spirit did not understand why the guest refused to follow his instructions. Evil ghosts began to surround the main character's body from all sides. The young man said that he intended to kill each of them. This man was recognized by Asura as a master of the sword because he was a necromancer, a man who mastered the art of evil spirits. Kim Yu-won felt like he was stepping on someone else's body as he climbed up the tower. The protagonist has met many different people in his life, but he has never seen anyone like Susanoo. The player has entered the first room, which means that in order to get to the next one, he needs to defeat the enemy. If the young man passes through all 5 rooms, he will gain access to the next floor. Kim Yu-won scorched the undead with his divine flames. Tears began to flow continuously down the face of the vile monster. The spirit suggested that he needed to tell one thing to his guest. As stated earlier, each of the ghosts here was killed by Susanoo. The oldest spirit here is probably about 5,000 years old. Only a skilled necromancer can save their souls from torment. But everything will be completely different when the player enters the 6th room. The spirit asked the guest if he was going to ignore the creatures from the previous rooms. It took less than a few hours for the main character to climb about 30 floors. The restless souls begged for the traveler to finally save them. The ghosts did not want to suffer anymore, so they calmly went to their deaths. During the fight, a sign would appear stating that the player was absorbing the grudge. On the 50th floor, the young man was able to discover the first relic of Susanoo. As a small reward, there was the armor of the 4 great spirits. This equipment has the protection of the Ghost King and the properties of fire, water, wind, light. Even if their physical resistance is a little low, the youth can simply use the sensory field. 42 days had passed since the young man entered Susanoo's tower. Every time he killed in this place, the main character heard persistent voices, but only high-ranking necromancers can hear the dead. Kim Yu-won felt like he was about to lose his mind. The spirit asked the player why he was not using his glove properly. This is not an easy dungeon, so you need to use all your available trump cards. However, it seemed as if the young man did not know about all the properties of his weapon. Only the spirit could not say what he meant by correct use. On the way here, the main character did not use his main weapon at all. Unfortunately, Kim Yu-won still didn't know much about Kani. The shape is different, but it's not much different from the one Hades used. The protagonist was sure that there was something else besides mana enhancement. In any case, although Kim Yu-won has become much stronger in the past few days, he still can't be compared to high-ranking players. The next test for the main character may be quite difficult, but in order to maintain the intrigue, the spirit of Susanoo did not want to tell his guest everything right away. After passing through the massive gate, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult found himself on the 60th floor. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary, unremarkable room. However, if you look closely, there is definitely something special about her. The creature that stood before the young man was definitely not a human in its past life, as it is very rare for dead people to emit a very strong killing intent. In order to pass the test, the player must defeat the King of Knights, Arthur. This brave warrior uses his blade like a real ghost. The comrades always had high hopes for this man. Arthur was good at providing support and winning over his comrades. Instead of reading books, he always preferred strength training to help him develop physically. But despite his disdainful attitude towards his studies, this young man was a very devoted warrior. He was one of those heroes who never abandon their comrades when they get into trouble. However, now Arthur, the King of Britain and Lord of the Knights of the Round Table, has lost his former appearance. The protagonist could not believe at all that this man died at the hands of Susanoo, after which he found himself locked in a dungeon. His equipment remained the same, even despite being transformed into an undead. He used the legendary sword Excalibur as his main weapon. Arthur wasn't a ranker when he was alive, but the protagonist heard that his rank had risen quickly. The former King of Britain and Lord of the Knights of the Round Table possessed ice-like mana. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult decided to use a new skill, namely Hermes' feet. Activating Skywalk helps the player move faster in space and avoid some attacks. Kim Yu-won's magic sword was strengthened by the flame that enveloped it in sacred fire. The protagonist is unable to defeat the real Arthur, but the undead Lord Susanoo was able to kill him. It is for this reason that the great knight in his new guise lost his former power. During his attacks, the former King of Britain and Lord of the Knights of the Round Table constantly turned his head from side to side. Suddenly, a huge plate of ice appeared right in front of the main character. It must be admitted that Arthur was a very fast opponent in his magical attacks. It was not for nothing that he was called the King of Knights, because his fencing could serve as a model for other warriors. Now the main character understood why Arthur was the only enemy on the 60th floor. After the next enemy attack, the player's body temperature dropped significantly. At this point, the main character's body was severely frostbitten. Kim Yu-won dodged it with his smoldering gaze and sensory field, but he couldn't fight off the cold. Now the player had no doubt that his opponent was an intermediate boss. The former King of Britain's attack scheme is primitive, but it is too perfect. The protagonist has increased his frostbite resistance to improve the speed of his attacks. It's an amazing strategy, but this time the boss will be forced to accept his defeat. Now Arthur could finally end his years-long struggle for a meaningless existence. Kim Yu-won hoped that his opponent would be able to see his close friend Merlin again someday. Hearing the familiar name from its owner, Kane's glove woke up from its long sleep. Arthur promised the young man that if he listened to his request, he would make a contract with him. The knight was ready to do anything to meet Merlin again. The spirit intended to tell his comrade that Lancelot had betrayed Britain. In his past life, the main character often heard the name of this warrior with a dubious reputation. He's the new owner of the Round Table Guild, a very high-ranking person. The young man could listen to Arthur's request, but he could not guarantee anything since he was not a necromancer. Although he could hear the voice thanks to the glove, he did not yet have the ability to revive the undead. Kim Yu-won promised to do his best because one day he would definitely be able to meet Merlin. Every time the protagonist thinks about Britain, it seems that he will have to get rid of Lancelot. The player promised to fulfill the request, since it wouldn't hurt to attract Arthur to his side. Upon completion, the absolute obedience of the former King of Britain will be obtained. The protagonist thought it was a simple request, but Arthur's words turned out to be a hidden part. Only after the end of the short conversation did the little guide reappear before his guest. The young man asked if it was a coincidence that the night Arthur was killed. Susanoo promised to answer this question if the player climbed to the very top. The protagonist called up the inventory in order to place the legendary Excalibur there. Kim Yu-won, who was eager to finish the competition as quickly as possible, told the spirit that they needed to hurry up and go upstairs. The 50th floor of the tower is the administrative office for the players. The participant demanded that the workers provide him with all the necessary information regarding one warrior. The boy had no intention of leaving the administrative building until the staff had met all his needs. Sun Wukong, like a little child, continued to make indecent scenes. The young warrior asked his old friend not to interfere in other people's affairs. The new director of the administrative bureau asked the guest to behave more politely. The official representative of the 50th floor could not tell everything since it was classified information. However, Sun Wukong could not accept the fact that some workers refused to meet him halfway. This time, the young warrior decided to send his spirit instead of visiting the administration in person. In any case, no matter who comes here, no information other than rank can be revealed. Moreover, there is practically no information about Kim Yu-won, even for those who knew everything about the tower. At this point, the main character only had to overcome the 100th floor of the dungeon. Considering the difficulty level of the 90th floor, the young man could bet that the last floor must be insanely difficult. Kim Yu-won tried to motivate himself to quickly pull himself together and get up. The player had such remarkable abilities that the spirit still could not believe it, even after seeing it with his own eyes. The smoldering gaze, gigantism, and sacred fire were signs of the highest mastery. However, for some reason, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult has not yet become a ranker. A sign appeared in front of the young man, stating that he had reached the top floor. After completing the level, the main character will be able to obtain the Susanoo relic. The player noticed that the spirit that had been accompanying him all this time suddenly disappeared. Arthur spoke to his new master as if the man who killed him was very close. The main character could not believe at all what he had just seen with his own eyes. As it turned out, the necromancer Susanoo was the final boss of this dungeon. Apparently, this spirit had completely lost its former human sanity. It's hard to think that a creature that has gone through so many deaths would want to become a dungeon boss. The youth used his smoldering gaze to analyze the nature of his target. Kim Yu-won said that before the fight, he would like to ask one question. The opponent who loses will be forced to share information with the winner. The protagonist added that if Susanoo is afraid, he doesn't have to participate in the argument. The excited spirit happily accepted the challenge of the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. Now, according to the terms of the tower, an official bet was made between the two opponents. The young man felt a huge number of angry spirits killed by Susanoo around him. The protagonist understood perfectly well why this warrior decided to leave behind a dungeon. Not to immortalize the souls, relics, and legacies collected from the killing of countless lives. This was done so that even after death, he would connect himself to the tower system. Arthur asked the player if he was able to kill Susanoo. The question posed confused the protagonist, since the former King of Britain's hostility towards the necromancer sounded quite ominous. However, the killing intent that Susanoo felt was on a completely different level. He is the one who killed thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of innocent people. Susanoo was glad that someone like Kim Yu-won entered the tower. The necromancer hoped to get a good impression from the fight with the new opponent. Fortunately, at first glance, the main character dealt with the attacks quite well. Kim Yu-won used his smoldering gaze to calculate the trajectory. Even though Susanoo was essentially a rotting corpse, there was still strength left in his body. Even if the main character loses concentration for even a second, he will lose. Kim Yu-won activated the Gigantomachia skill in his hand. Catching the most opportune moment, the necromancer grabbed his opponent. The young man tried to attack his enemy with divine flame. The gap between their power levels was too great. Since the protagonist lacked speed and mana, and the divine flame did not work, he had to think about a backup plan. The necromancer could only laugh in response as the inflicted flames tickled his body. Susanoo felt as if he had been in a similar situation before. Previously, a man approached the warrior who wanted the necromancer to kill Arthur. The contract victim wasn't even a ranker, but a very ordinary child. Susanoo didn't understand why some impudent stranger was making his own demands on him. The mysterious man asked the necromancer what he really wanted. The young man refused to admit it, but his heart longed for war. If chaos breaks out in the world, then Susanoo I will have to worry about fines and disciplinary punishments. All the necromancer will have to do is enjoy the exciting game of slaughter. In other words, there was already a person in Susanoo's life who stimulated his thirst for fighting. Due to severe fatigue, the protagonist became more inattentive during the fight. This fight was pure madness, because if Kim Yu-won was cut by the blade of Susanoo, the blood from his wound would never stop. The necromancer threatened the guy from the 21st floor that if he continued to dodge, their fight would end very soon. The player, who had no other choice, decided to use hidden skills. Kane's glove began to be covered in bright streams of energy. Susanoo asked his opponent not to die quickly, as there were still many things he wanted to hear from him. The protagonist suddenly realized the reason why he could hear the voices of the dead. Earlier, the necromancer told the young man that his gloves had a special ability. All the details began to fit together into one coherent puzzle. The sea stone has power over the sea. The heavenly stone has power over the heavens. It is logical to assume that the black stone also has unique powers. When the main characters were able to harness the new power, a new, more serious fight finally began. The hidden monster named Kane has finally opened its eyes. The ability called Hell was discovered. A mysterious voice asked the protagonist to follow him. Until the moment the protagonist began to use his full potential, the necromancer did not take him seriously. However, this was a big mistake, because when the young man learned about his strength, he actually became invincible. Susanoo felt like he was slowly losing control of his phantoms. It was thanks to the help of the necromancer that the protagonist was able to learn the true power of Kane. Now the player had total power over all dead souls. The necromancer realized that it was extremely foolish to share such information with his enemy. However, the embittered spirit did not lose hope and therefore continued to attack furiously. According to the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult, Susanoo overestimated his abilities. Kim Yu-won told the enemy that he was just another stone in his path. The necromancer began to suspect something, because not a single ranker was so confident in a fight with him. Only this player looked like he was in perfect control of the situation. Due to the lack of control over the phantom, Susanoo began to feel obvious difficulties in combat. Suddenly, a giant eye from the hell appeared right in front of the dishonorable ghost. For the first time in a long time, the necromancer felt real fear, as his body felt furious pain. The protagonist's flame was fueled by the negative emotions of his opponent. Now Susanoo could only shout angry words at his opponent. No matter how great a person was in life, in the end, every living person will sooner or later turn into a phantom. Susanoo, who defeated tens of thousands of cunning opponents, lost to one man. After the end of the fight, the main character was able to receive the soul of his opponent as a nice bonus. Kim Yu-won, who had achieved the status of the King of the Dead, could leave the dungeon with the return command. A notification appeared stating that the tower would be destroyed in 30 minutes. The main character went back to the wall of the first floor, that is, to the end of the world. For completing the dungeon, the young man was able to receive the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi and the title of King of the Dead. Spirit swords like this only grant their wielder power during combat. In the long term, such weapons destroy the body and spirit of their owner. It looks like this is not a reward for completing the dungeon at all, but for using the glove. The main character received a title related to necromancy, but he didn't know how to use it properly. The undead in Susanoo's tower had physical shells that the player can now control. This means that the young man can seal the controlled soul into such a physical shell. The main character could also summon some bodies of the dead using mana. The player decided to take the chance and summon his first phantom, namely the King of All Knights. A huge body appeared right in front of the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. An upset Arthur demanded that his former body be returned to him immediately. But the protagonist could not do anything about it because after the tower collapsed, the physical shell of the King of all Knights disappeared into the ruins. Therefore, in the future, Arthur will have to be content with what he already has. Now, the tower member decided to turn to the second soul he owned. Of course, the defeated Susanoo was in no hurry to appear before his new master. To begin with, the losing demon was required to fulfill a promise and answer one of the questions. Kim Yu-won asked his new subordinate who hired him to kill the King of all Knights. Unfortunately, the necromancer could not say anything because he knew absolutely nothing about this man. To make things even more clear, Susanoo decided to share his memories with his new master. The protagonist witnessed a stranger ask a necromancer to kill Arthur. Unfortunately, this man's face was very familiar to the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult, an otherworldly entity that can become anyone and do whatever it wants. The oldest god the tower had ever seen, one of the strongest external beings, the capricious chaos. Susanoo admitted that the offer sounded very tempting for a mercenary. The death of the King of all Knights will begin to sow the seeds of a new merciless war. Bloodthirstiness and cruelty will begin to spread throughout the entire tower. The reckless necromancer responded with his consent to a very tempting offer. In his opinion, there is nothing wrong with submitting for such a purpose. Susanoo didn't know who it was, but it's worth mentioning that shortly after he met this guy, the gigantomachy began. True, the necromancers didn't really get to have fun due to interference from Hades. Kim Yu-won said that chaos killed his friend, and now he has to do everything he can to get to him and finish him off. Returning to the past, the main character thought that everything was going perfectly smoothly, but it turned out that the external deities were always one step ahead of the player's plans. Arthur died several thousand years ago, and the seeds of hostility are already ready to bear fruit. It turns out that Lancelot, the current king of Britain, is somehow connected with the murder of his predecessor. It is obvious that Arthur's death was the starting point of what was happening. The main character needs to stop evading and continue climbing the tower. The young man understood that no matter what, he had to change the course of the game. Of all the closest friends who were loyal comrades, only Kim Yu-won was able to somehow miraculously escape death. No one could have imagined it, but after what happened, the young man began to rush into battle first. Surely, if the main character had known about everything back then, he would have managed to save many lives. No matter how many times he has to travel back in time, he will kill again and again. Kim Yu-won vowed to punish all those who caused the deaths of his dear comrades. This time the main character woke up, thanks to which he was able to get rid of the obsessive dream for a while. The outer gods have already set their plan in motion, but that does not mean all is lost. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult had no intention of giving up, as the battle was just beginning. The young man decided that before returning to the 21st floor, he needed to visit the blacksmith. Surely the brilliant master has long since finished the work that was ordered from him. The elderly man was upset that the client had not visited him for so long. Kim Yu-won didn't even dodge Hephaestus' sledgehammer, because he thought that after that the old man would stop being angry. The blacksmith asked why the young man had not shown up for the past few months. The main character told about a hidden dungeon which required a lot of effort and time. In order not to waste time on unnecessary conversations, Hephaestus immediately handed over the pure divine sea crystal. This attribute was formed from solidified waters filled with energy and mana. The difference with the divine dark crystal is quite insignificant, because their difference was in the attributes. Hephaestus asked his client for a glove for a while so that he could make a cell for the crystal in it. The old man promised that the entire job would take no more than 12 hours. It would be quite nice for a player if a glove could be used for 2 different attributes. But the main character won't be able to use 2 crystals at the same time. The young man decided to hint to the master and ask if he could strengthen the glove himself. For example, there is an option to improve it using other ingredients or mana. Instead of being indignant, the master simply said that the idea was brilliant. However, after just a few seconds, the embarrassed Hephaestus took back his generous words. The old man did not want to flatter the player, who already felt like a real genius. In the end, like a real parent, the blacksmith tried to set boundaries between him and Kim Yu-won. The protagonist wasn't sure if there was any point in upgrading Kaney's glove. This is definitely possible, but the effect will be temporary. It is impossible to constantly change the capabilities of the equipment, although not every person is able to understand this. Such updates are definitely not something that is possible. Suddenly, Hephaestus heard someone knocking on his workshop door. But before opening the door, the old man took a weapon in his hand. It is necessary to remain vigilant because uninvited guests may turn out to be Olympians. But fortunately, the man who arrived did not identify himself as an ally of Zeus. The heavenly rebel visited his friend's new workshop for the first time. Hephaestus assumed that the real body of the youth was arguing with fools from the heavenly kingdom. The blacksmith asked the guest why he was now walking around with a different weapon, if a wonderful sword had been made for him before. The fact is that the traveler was offered an original blade that previously belonged to the Dragon King. However, the warrior did not come here to discuss the latest news, but to look for Kim Yu-wan. The companion immediately guessed that the master was well acquainted with this man. Sun Wukong used golden eyes that could pierce lies and see the truth. It might not be as effective as his real body, but it's still an all-powerful heavenly rebel. The loyal blacksmith stated that he knew absolutely nothing about a certain Kim Yu-wan. Sun Wukong threatened the master with death if he tried to tell him a lie. But Hephaestus had no intention of putting his comrade at risk, so other people's threats meant nothing to him. The elderly man, gritting his teeth, began to emit an aggressive aura from his body. Due to his luxurious attire, the main character attracted quite a lot of attention. Players believed that no one would wear a cloak worth 60,000 points on the 21st floor. Some people continued to spread rumors that Kim Yu-wan died in the dungeon. The protagonist asked the players how they dared to say something like that right in front of a living person. The elven warrior Reinhardt noted that his opponent had a rather sharp tongue. In order to win, participants must protect the crystal from monsters. The team has an unknown number of doubles who will try to destroy the object. If the number of players on a team reaches 0, the challenge will be considered failed. The competition will end when the participants have destroyed absolutely all of their doubles. The main characters boldly asked the players why they were so scared of this task. Without wasting precious time, the young man decided to immediately begin eliminating the monsters. Kim Yu-wan promised to find all the doppelgangers himself so that they could not get close to the crystal. However, in turn, the other players will be forced to defend the stone. The participants felt fear because among all those present, only Kim Yu-wan possessed such a deadly aura. All the players began to take their positions as the number of monsters increased with each passing second. With the help of teamwork, the young warriors tried to defeat the monsters. All they need to do now is focus on the monsters, since Kim Yu-wan will take care of the doppelgangers. One of the elves had a good feeling, because all the warriors had a fighting spirit. Reinhardt couldn't believe that such a formidable person as Kim Yu-wan had a positive influence on the other players. Touching the stranger's back, the elf asked for forgiveness for his inattention. Surprisingly, right behind the player was a brave warrior, Kim Yu-wan. The elf hesitated, because not long ago he saw another person with exactly the same appearance. The main character noted that in his opinion, what was happening seemed very strange. This man, Kim Yu-wan, did not find any other doubles after the first one was killed. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult asked him what he thought about this. Kim Yu-wan, who was beginning to be suspected, was not yet ready to reveal his cards. The elf stated that as long as this player stood his ground, no one would be able to get close to the crystal. Reinhardt advised his comrade to stop doubting and focus on the monsters. Kim Yu-wan's double amused the warrior, who is the real version. I wonder how long this fake will be able to fool other participants of the competition. There were 25 hours left until the end of the test, and the number of monsters was still impressive. From the very beginning, the fake Kim Yu-wan did not leave his position. The players consoled themselves with the thought that at least no one would get to the crystal. The doppelganger stated that after seeing him kill the first one, the monsters planned to slowly strangle the players in the crowd. The participants interpreted Kim Yu-wan's words as an inability to find the monsters. The monster ordered each player to point out one person who they thought looked suspicious. The young man assured that if they killed all suspicious individuals, the investigation would be completed much faster. The players were skeptical about the proposal, as people's lives cannot be decided without evidence. However, there were also those warriors who were ready to hand over other participants without any doubt. Some fighters feared that they would not last long due to the monsters multiplying in droves. The homeless group decided to herd all suspicious people into one place. A Kim Yu-wan lookalike attempted to kill one of the wrongly identified members. Fortunately, the main character easily stopped the monster, who began to cause chaos. The monster has finally crossed the line, which means it can be eliminated in a showpiece manner. Previously, the main character did not pay attention to the minor prank, since the double behaved quite harmlessly. However, now that he was trying to ruin the test in this way, the boy had no choice but to kill him. The real Kim Yu-wan promised to deal with his double a little later. With the help of a smoldering gaze, the protagonist revealed the truth and returned the imposter to his former appearance. But instead of turning into mud like the other monsters, this creature only changed its appearance. It turns out that the fake deputy head of the heavenly demon cult was just an impersonator. The imposter began tearfully making excuses, saying that he was the real Kim Yu-wan. Not wanting to listen to this nonsense, the protagonist kicked the cunning imitator. The rest of the people, who were ordinary players, frighteningly made excuses to the warrior. To prove the truth of their words, some participants even began to list their personal information. The elf could only admit that the man he had fought back-to-back with was the real version. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult calmly placed his blade against the stranger's neck. Reinhardt stated that the other elves could guarantee its authenticity, since they had never been separated since the beginning of the test. In the opinion of the protagonist, the proposed argument sounded highly implausible. Finding the right moment, the young man grabbed the double and then pressed him against the wall. The frightened assistant tried to pretend that he was not involved in what was happening. However, the main character, who has a high level of intuition, did not succumb to other people's deception. Kim Yu-won didn't know that the double who imitates the player will deceive himself. The young man, not wanting to waste time searching, suggested that the counterfeiters ended as quickly as possible. Thus, with the help of activating the spirit of the heavenly demon, the protagonist was able to pass the test of the 21st floor. When the young imitator woke up, he had absolutely no idea what had happened to him. After the stranger opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Kim Yu-won. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult asked the boy to stand up if he had already woken up. The impersonator, who had not expected such a meeting at all, jumped to his feet in fright. Kim Yu-won earnestly asked the stranger not to waste time and to give his name as quickly as possible. Mamos did not look like a normal double, as even after the test was over, his body retained its original shape. The young man admitted guiltily that although he is a double, he is still a player. According to the main character, his new acquaintance could turn out to be a purebred demon. The fact is that Mamos's parent was the king of evil spirits and doubles, Belial, the monarch of lies and one of the 7 demon kings of the main guild called the Demon Lords. It seemed that the words spoken were not a lie, because the Demon Lords Guild could rival Olympus in size and strength. The protagonist asked the demon why he decided to take the test. The impersonator sheepishly admitted that he is actually one of Kim Yu-won's biggest fans. Seeing the brave warrior making his way through the ranks of trials, the demon could not remain indifferent. It was after the epic battle at the martial arts tournament that Mamos became his devoted fan. The imitator sincerely repented of his actions and promised that he would never act like that again. The main character decided to forgive the imposter this time, because meeting Belial's son wouldn't hurt. In order to be even, Kim Yu-won tried to squeeze the maximum benefit out of the situation. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult told the boy that he would like to get his player number first. Over the next month, the young man regularly received messages from his devoted fan. However, the main character tried not to fill his head with thoughts about obsessive admirers, because now he needed to think about cleaning from the 22nd to the 24th floor. If there is no interference from Olympus, Kim Yu-won will be able to complete the task quite easily. Suddenly, the main character received another message from his old friend. Hargan wrote that he would like to meet on the 22nd floor to discuss some details. When the protagonist arrived at the meeting place, the heir of Zeus looked quite serious. Surely Hargan arrived quite early because he had already managed to finish his cup of tea. The young man said that he had a lot of free time, so it seemed like a good idea to freshen up a little. Since the two comrades parted ways, Zeus's relative managed to climb up to the 34th floor. The problems start on the lower floors, but it becomes increasingly difficult to get up. The protagonist said that excessive modesty makes Hargan seem like a donkey. Putting all jokes aside, the heir to Olympus decided to move on to a more serious topic. Zeus's relative felt in his heart that Kim Yu-won had taken the sea stone for himself. Thanks to the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult, Olympus is currently in chaos. The relationship between Zeus and Poseidon continued to deteriorate significantly with each passing day. Kim Yu-won probably expected this, but Olympus is currently too busy cleaning up inside to worry about enemies. However, this is only for a while, because at this rate, the young man could say goodbye to his head. The main character must either bow down to Olympus and give them the stone, or find a place like Asgard or the Celestial Kingdom that can protect him. Hargan did not hide the fact that the meeting with his comrade put him in a very difficult position. Finally, Zeus's relative advised his friend to be more careful on the 25th floor. The heart of Britain is especially to be feared, as it is a large trap designed for Kim Yu-won. Apollo asked his relative how his meeting with the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult went. Hargan was angry because his friend did not think at all about his safety and the consequences. Apollo said that Uncle Hargana was in no hurry to think things over and make a decision quickly. The heir to Olympus asked his big brother if he regretted his actions. Apollo advised the young man not to worry about it, and to focus only on becoming a ranker as quickly as possible. Now is the time when the relative of Olympus needs to develop his strength. This is not a competition that a weak competitor can just walk into and win. However, absolutely no one expected that Kim Yu-won would be able to achieve such impressive results. In order to pass the test of the 24th floor, the player must stop the big cows. At each stage, the number of large cows called will gradually increase. At the end of each stage, the participant can increase his points by 10 units. For each large cow destroyed, the competitor will earn 5 points. Mamos was incredibly excited that he would be competing in this competition with his idol. Kim Yu-won advised not to get used to it, because starting from the next floor, they will act separately. Moreover, the protagonist was sure that the demon would quickly change his mind when he began to do the work that they planned to entrust him with. Boundary lines began to appear in space, keeping participants in one field. So everyone starts on equal terms, which means it's enough to summon one big cow. Some players expected to pass this test automatically, since they had one of the strongest participants on their side. It's been an eternity since warriors have been nervous while taking a test. There were multiple notifications in the sky saying that a large cow was being summoned. Of course, many players did not expect to see a whole herd of wild animals in front of them. It's hard to believe that you'll have to deal with so many creatures already at the first stage. The organizers tried to eliminate the team most likely to win. It means that this is a fight between Kim Yu-won's team and 9 other teams combined. The protagonist decided to immediately resort to using the mana explosion skill. Kim Yu-won advised his partner to put aside the chatter and get down to business. The other players felt like they were in the way just by being there. Kim Yu-won asked those present to hold out as long as possible, because if they decided to stay, they might well pass the test with a good result. Many players from other teams claimed that this competition was too easy for them. For example, team number 3 almost never attracts large cows. The other participants were counting on Kim Yu-won's team to be the first to leave the game. That is, for some, this test will begin when the strongest fighter loses. The location has been changed, meaning Stage 9 will begin in exactly 5 minutes. This time, the players of Kim Yu-won's team were attacked by about 1,000 large cows. Many participants feared that under such circumstances, they simply would not be able to survive. The main character asked his comrade to hold out until the 10th stage. At times, Kim Yu-won felt like this demon was practically no different from weak humans. There were once again numerous notifications in the sky, telling of the summoning of large cows. The participants began to despair because it seemed as if this competition would never end. Kim Yu-won said that from now on he will go alone since the other players need to rest. The young man, who was used to fighting against a huge number of opponents, promised to return unharmed at the end. This time, the main character used the skill of the mana owner, that is, one of the abilities of the administrator who controls energy. Mana control has become much easier thanks to this skill, but it is still lacking. Before coming to the past, the young man could create about 50 clots of energy. A message appeared in the sky, notifying the participants of the beginning of the 9th stage. The main character tried to reassure himself with the thought that there was very little time left until the end. Having collected his thoughts, the warrior began to mercilessly destroy the large cows. The completion percentage of the celestial star has increased by 1,000%. At this rate, the main character was able to overcome the 11th and also the 12th stage. With each new attack, the young man's indicators approached their maximum. About 10 mana potions should be enough to complete this competition. Kim Yu-won knew how many of them could be made, so he focused on controlling them. The protagonist ordered his fan to spend points to call big cows on the other team. The demon hesitated, because it seemed to him that they were going to gather them all and attack at once. They need to attack the contour correctly so that they react even more strongly. The other players had a hard time understanding how Kim Yu-won could control such a flow of mana. Mamos, as part of the demon race, grew up seeing power that even normal players can't imagine, but even he finds his idol's abilities amazing. His strength is inferior to the rankers, but did they ever show such talent as ordinary players? Kim Yu-won is now much more amazing than when the demon first saw him from afar. By defeating the big cows, the main character was still able to fulfill the conditions of the heavenly star. A notification appeared stating that the player had gained a demonic physique. A new energy indicator has been added, increased by exactly 20 units. With the demon flame body, the player can control demonic energy. Previously, the young man could not even imagine that he would be able to acquire such a good skill. Demonic energy is a unique force similar to the familiar mana. However, it differs in that its potential is much more destructive. Mamun asked his idol if he was by any chance a representative of the demonic race. This type of energy cannot be used by ordinary people. Many players were inclined to believe that Kim Yu-won was a demon, because he did not look like a human at all. Now that the young man had everything he needed, he was about to end the test. Of course, the main character could have won faster, but he needed to get some points. In total, Kim Yu-won used 24,350 points. The same number of cows were called to the next stage of the competition. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting players continued to wait for the game to end. However, suddenly a notification appeared in the sky, informing the participants that the second team had summoned a large cow. The players had no idea about the terrible test that awaited them in the near future. The terrifying notifications instantly woke up the sleepy competitors. At the moment, they had no idea how many points their opponent had scored. It didn't take more than a few minutes before all the teams began to drop out of the game one by one. Previously, about 200 participants were called up for one team in this competition. These are the players who were able to get to the 24th floor, so at least one or two teams could survive. Kim Yu-won intended to summon large cows until the members got tired of it. The fighters who were lucky enough to be on the same team as the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult got off with a simple fright. At the end of the 24th floor test, players were able to score 5,000 points. The participants sincerely thanked their leader for putting up with them in this competition. As an additional prize, the main character received the skill of cloud walking. With this skill, the player can temporarily make their steps lighter when used and create an invisible path in the air. Mamos excitedly asked his idol if he wanted to split up now. However, oddly enough, the young man intended to stick together until the 25th floor. The demon, who could not believe what he heard, began to jump from genuine happiness. Grabbing his comrade by the hand, Mamos headed to the 25th floor. Now, after all the difficult trials, the main character finally got to Britain. Among the tower's residents, the city is a popular tourist destination. Kim Yu-won began to carefully examine the statues of the Knights of the Round Table. Also among the monuments was a figure of the former King of Britain, Arthur. The spirit, imprisoned in the goblin's body, still missed its beautiful appearance. The current King of Britain was Lancelot, but for some reason the leadership decided to leave the statue as is. Although many years had passed since Arthur's disappearance, the new king was officially a temporary figure. The previous ruler created this world, and Lancelot protected it for 1,000 years. The British Round Table, which the protagonist knows, is never idle. The brave knights, riding on their horses, arrived to see their new guests. The 31st Knight of the Round Table, Percival, began to get acquainted with the players. Kim Yu-won was skeptical of the British guards because their eyes were filled with greed. No guild grows as fast as the Round Table, as they can remain on this floor for the rest of their days. Having finished with the most talkative players, Percival turned to Kim Yu-won and his comrade. The knight noted that despite their silence, they looked quite confident. The guard forced a false smile and greeted the newcomers on the 24th floor. Percival said that he had come here specifically by order of His Majesty. Among the players who have just arrived, they still have one person for the vacant seat at the Round Table. Percival promised to tell all the details later, because the players were probably tired after the test. The participants were on the border with other countries, so they needed to proceed to the capital of Britain. Mamos immediately guessed that the knights were trying to lure Kim Yu-won to them. Before setting off on his journey, the protagonist pulled his comrade close and warned him about some of the nuances of being in Britain. The demon doubted that the inhabitants of this place could be so dishonest. However, the boy promised to take into account the information Kim Yu-won said. Percival said that just beyond the huge wall was the capital of Britain, Camelot. But before entering, the knight decided to warn the participants about some rules. The fact is that in Britain they still have a strict attitude towards demons. Therefore, it is difficult for dark beings who are not sure of their identity to enter and exit. Mamos was outraged because such rules are racial discrimination. Percival said that this was the law they had discussed after the disappearance of the first king. The knight promised to settle everything if Kim Yu-won would vouch for his comrade. Of course, the young demon was not delighted with such a condescending attitude. Mamos began to prove that his father, Belial, was one of the 7 demon kings, leading the Demon King Guild. Ordinary knights had absolutely no right to doubt his identity. The demon continued to threaten the guards that he would report what had happened to his father. One of the knights suggested letting Mamos in since they already knew how to identify him. Resigned, Percival ordered the remaining knights to open the gates to the capital of Britain. Mamos continued to be angry because the guards did not want to let him into the city. The rest of the participants were enchanted by the beauty of the colorful streets of Camelot. As soon as the main character entered the city, the egg bared its teeth. The hidden monster, which had not eaten for several weeks, continued to writhe in hunger. Kim Yu-won guessed that the reason for this reaction was the remnant of the external god. Since the protagonist had completed the heavenly star, all that was left for him to do was speed up the hatching of the egg and find out its contents. Of course, the young man hoped that this creature would turn out to be his loyal ally. Meanwhile, the egg persistently asked its owner to hurry up and help it hatch. Before meeting the nobility, the protagonist decided to enjoy the capital of Britain. Arthur hadn't spoken at all since they entered Camelot. The spirit admitted that little had changed in Britain since his death. Even the design of this 1,000-year-old Camelot castle was still the same. Arthur asked the boys why he had come all the way to the fortress if the locals could have warned Olympus. Percival said on the way to the castle that Lancelot wanted to meet Kim Yu-won. The protagonist also announced his intention to meet Merlin. Arthur said that when the boy gave him the orc's body, he thought that Kim Yu-won was someone who had no understanding of other people's feelings. The main character calculates and thinks too much about the goal. as well as the reasons for everything that happened. However, even with his willpower, his level was still low. If a player wants to become a ranker, he can't be so soft-hearted. Like unshakable water, the participant must continue to maintain a clear mind. Kim Yu-won advised the spirit to watch carefully as he turned Britain upside down. The maid sincerely thanked her master for the help he had provided. For the fact that the girl dared to stain the armor, the Knight of the Round Table promised to cut off her hands so that she would pay for her crime. The maid would have gotten into great trouble if her master had not saved her from the guard. It is no secret that there are many knights with nasty characters in the Round Table. The old man advised the girl to be more careful, because if she was criticized for something unnecessary, she would only become more desperate. The maid, who had not worked in the castle for a long time, assumed that her savior was a person of high rank if the knight panicked so much at the sight of him. The gentleman said that he often walks in this garden when he needs to clear his head. Be that as it may, knights in the modern world have sold their heroic spirit. It's hard to even understand where all the decency of the Knights of the Round Table of Britain is gone. In the times when the old man was still young, the local order was distinguished by its morality. The gentleman asked his guest curiously whether he agreed with this statement. The protagonist admitted that he had no idea about the order of the past. Right in front of the young man stood the great wizard who founded Britain together with the Night King Merlin. The old magician asked the arriving guest who exactly he was. Luckily, the name Kim Yu-won seemed quite familiar to the Wizard of Britain. The main character apologized for the sudden acquaintance because he had not arrived in this place for long. Merlin guessed that Lancelot had invited the stranger into the castle grounds. In order not to waste precious time on formalities, the young man decided to get straight to the point and demonstrate the Excalibur he had obtained. Obviously, this fascinating conversation will be quite long for both of them. Kim Yu-won advised them to leave the crowded place and discuss everything over a cup of tea. Already in his office, the old magician asked again where the young man had acquired Arthur's sword. The main character told us that not long ago, he managed to accidentally find this relic. Merlin was angry because he had not heard anything about his close friend for 1,000 years, who had suddenly left Britain. Arthur was a good friend and a person who remains in other people's memories for a long time. Kim Yu-won said that he first met the King of Knights several months ago. The old man asked if these words indicated that Arthur had lived a prosperous 1,000 years. In order not to go into unnecessary details, the main character decided to call upon the former King of Britain. The wizard noted that necromancy was a rather valuable ability. However, Merlin did not understand why his guest decided to summon the undead at that very moment. The confused spirit hidden in the orc's body told his friend that they had not seen each other for quite some time. The voice of his closest and most devoted friend awakened old memories in the old man. Merlin, who for all these years could only dream of meeting Arthur, shed uncontrollable tears of happiness. The former King of Britain was upset that the old man did not recognize him at first because of his appearance. The wizard, who still could not come to his senses, began to ask many questions. Arthur was in no hurry, because they still had many important things to discuss. For example, the one who killed the son of the former King of Britain was still in this castle. Of course, the old man was ready to do anything to avenge the loss of his close friend. Arthur confessed that Lancelot was the culprit of his dear child's death. The main character advised the wizard to moderate his ardor, because reckless actions could lead to a negative outcome. If Merlin starts causing trouble, the current king will become suspicious. However, upon hearing this, the court wizard was completely unable to control his emotions. The old man asked if Lancelot was the man who killed Arthur. Not long ago, the current king of Britain became a full-fledged, top-level ranker. If Arthur tries to kill him recklessly, then this state, as well as the Round Table, will simply fall apart. Fortunately, the spirit could not act willfully because its soul belonged to its new owner. The old man was confused because revenge seemed to him the best idea. The protagonist expressed his desire to attend the Round Table meeting, which will take place in 10 days. The wizard promised to do everything possible to ensure that the young man could attend this event. On the opening day of the meeting, Kim Yu-won was planning to turn the Round Table upside down. The knights asked their ruler if he had finished all his business. The king said that thanks to his subordinates, he was able to quickly solve all the problems. Good rulers must put the welfare of their people first. The ruler wanted to drown in the love of his numerous subordinates and subjects of Britain. The temporary king, Lancelot, was deeply dependent on the opinions of others throughout his life. The 34th Knight of the Round Table, Tal, said that as per Percival's orders, he brought Kim Yu-won to the castle. His Majesty could hardly wait to see the guest with his own eyes. Lancelot heard that small and medium-sized guilds were trying their best to recruit this player. However, not long ago, suspicions arose in Askegerd regarding a player of unknown origin who could climb the tower at an unusual speed. And Lancelot heard something terrible, namely, that a supporter of Kim Yu-won was involved in the death of the Night King. Naturally, the Knights of the Round Table were shocked to hear this information. There is no clear evidence yet, however. Since the information came from Askagerd, it is worth assuming that it is quite true. The guards asked the ruler why he invited a suspicious player to his castle. Lancelot was also furious to learn of what had happened, but as king he was worried that it could cause unrest in the country. Additionally, if a rancor targets a player, it may attract the attention of an admin. However, they still shouldn't turn a blind eye to the actions of the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult. As Knights of the Round Table, they must solve the problem without leaking information. The king promised his subjects that their achievements would forever remain in the memory of the people of Britain. Lancelot found it hard to believe, but knights had been blinded by revenge for 1,000 years. These devoted fools cannot even determine who is their friend and who is their enemy. The ruler was glad that he had the opportunity to take over this country and rule the rankers here. The Night King was only a shadow from the past life of this great state. Lancelot intended to do everything possible to realize the interests of the great Olympus. Not even a few days had passed since the king returned to the palace and began to act. The knights were indeed quite well armed with streams of magical energy. The guards of the King of Britain asked the distinguished guest to follow them. Oddly enough, the place where the main character was taken was a training ground. Tal decided to get down to business immediately and begin interrogating the state traitor. The knight told the protagonist that if he did not answer the questions honestly, he would have to say goodbye to his limbs. The guard asked which group was behind the death of the former King of Britain. The rancor, who had no manners, immediately tried to attack the normal player. Now the main character did not even doubt that the guards were sent by Lancelot. Tal demanded that the traitor not pronounce the name of their ruler so thoughtlessly. It didn't take more than a few minutes before one of the guards received a fine from the administration. Lancelot inspired the Knights of the Round Table under him to seek revenge. The main character could not believe that the king so meanly sent the guards to do dirty work. In order to teach a good lesson, Kim Yu-wan decided to beat up one of the attacking knights. The loyal servants did not have time to follow the dexterous movements of their opponent. When the protagonist blocked the knight's view, Tal felt goosebumps run through his body. The player understood that he should not kill the guards because they acted in this way out of loyalty to their late ruler. The protagonist began to think about whether he should show Arthur to the knights. However, unlike Merlin, these two may not believe and reject the spirit in the body of a golem. Until the round table meeting begins, the young man must hide Arthur's existence. A notification appeared before the protagonist's eyes, stating that the 42nd Knight of the Round Table was a threat. The fight must be 1 against 1, because the effect will be disrupted if a third party takes part. The knight said that the second guard would not help, because such a thing would hurt their pride. Apparently, the warrior defending the king's honor really intended to win. The knight said that they always won by this method because that was the round table. However, Kim Yu-wan had deep doubts about the reputation of this guild. Before modern Britain and the existence of the round table, there was a long history of bloodshed that spanned hundreds of thousands of years. But now only a faint reminder remains of the former glory of this state. The protagonist told the enemy that he would not be able to win this way. Kim Yu-wan intended to prove his abilities to the knights present. In his mind, the warrior asked Kaney not to kill the innocent guards, but the spirit said that the enemy would have to endure severe pain in any case. The round table shield did a fairly satisfactory job of protecting its target. The knight guessed that his opponent was a very unusual person. The biggest mistake would be to underestimate a player like Kim Yu-wan. The shield that the guard was holding began to fill with streams of energy. His fighting style is defensively oriented, but he still has enough power to smash through walls. The knight told his opponent that if he attacked him with brute force, he would have to do the same. Jumping to his feet, the protagonist quickly rushed towards his opponent to deliver a powerful blow. Kim Yu-wan asked the knight to continue attacking his body. Now, thanks to the power of the giants, the protagonist's body had enough stamina. Now, as never before, the young man felt complete confidence and control over his abilities. For the first time in a long time, the main character was finally able to succeed in gigantomachy. The knight had never encountered this kind of attacking power before. This is no ordinary power, as Kaney was created by an extremely skilled craftsman. Even the finest metal, adamantium, was used for this weapon. The knight couldn't believe that he had been pushed aside by mere force. The guard activated the mana charge to try his luck again and attack the enemy. Fortunately, the round steel shield had so far successfully coped with protecting the chosen target. However, not even a few seconds had passed before the knight's magical barrier began to crack at the seams. The guard didn't understand why an ordinary player, not being a rancor, had such impressive abilities. The protagonist told his opponent that if he really suspected him of the death of the previous king, then he should give up his knighthood. The one-on-one duel effect was removed by the intervention of another guard. Kim Yu-won never cared about the experience of his opponents because he was ready to defeat anyone. It is quite noble that the knight initially tried to defeat Kim Yu-won on his own. However, in the eyes of the protagonist, such a decision was practically no different from ordinary recklessness. However, the knight was quite in agreement that their courage could be considered a manifestation of madness. But if Kim Yu-won intends to fight two opponents at once, the warrior will have to demonstrate his full strength. Tyr decided to use the giant sword skill to deal maximum damage to the enemy. As an additional skill, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult used heavenly steps. For the next 5 seconds, the player's speed will be increased by 100%. During the given period of time, the main character could step with his feet directly onto the sky. The knight understood that delaying would not bring any benefit, since the penalty became greater with each attack. The guardian of the British Round Table sought to finish off his opponent with one concentrated attack. However, even if the knight has to die, he will do everything possible for the interests of Britain. The main character understood that this was dangerous, because if the warrior acted hastily, he would simply be killed. Kim Yu-won was ready to use a stream of demonic Kai to stop his opponent. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult decided to increase his attack power to exactly 20 units. The protagonist saw right in front of him a point with which he could win the fight. If you concentrate demonic energy in the right way, you can break through your opponent without any problem. A notice appeared in the sky stating that the Round Table Court had descended. The inability to increase level, status, and mastery is now applied to all skills. Lawled asked his fellow knight if he was okay after the attack. Tyr was very lucky that after everything that happened, he simply lost consciousness and did not say goodbye to life. The protagonist used magic, but the knights did not understand how two different forces could coexist. One of the guards said that first they needed to find the demon connected to Kim Yu-won's mana. The current ruler of Britain was outraged by the complete disarray in the training hall. Surprisingly, His Majesty decided to come personally and meet the provocative player. The traitor knight Lancelot looked at Kim Yu-won with a smug expression. Bowing their heads, the warriors asked for forgiveness for not being able to defeat their enemy. The king held the knights guilty of attempting to disgrace the name of Britain in the Round Table by this act. Without any regrets, the ruler of the state punished the knights with death. What the king hated most was when wars humiliated his state with their weakness. The main character used his last strength to hold back the demon, who wanted to get even with his old enemy. If Lancelot dies right here, then the common people will revere him as the king who defends the interests of Britain on behalf of Arthur. The egg, which also took a dislike to the traitor, bared its sharp teeth. Olympus must have ordered Lancelot to kill Kim Yu-won, otherwise there would have been no reason for him to attack. His Majesty asked forgiveness from his guest for the rudeness of his subordinates. Lancelot wanted to arrange a ceremonial meeting with the player to compensate for the knight's rudeness. For the main character, it didn't matter at all when exactly their conversation would take place. Kim Yu-won said that as soon as the king is ready, he will gladly come to meet him. The ruler of Britain, having made a terrible mistake, planned to send more men for the player's head next time. First, we need to report to Olympus about the incident that happened today. Suddenly, a court wizard appeared right behind the ruler. Some players felt like the land had become completely different. The mages must have used magic to hide the traces of the battle. The commander ordered his subordinates to stop chatting about nonsense and to line up in a row as quickly as possible. Despite the mana pouring throughout the night, the area was quite quiet. Surely Lancelot did something to cover up the traces of his crime. The main characters brazenly refused their lunch because they didn't like the taste of blood in the meat. His Majesty said that the player needed to get used to the good food that he would have to eat from now on. The king asked the guest where exactly he had met Elder Merlin, since the old man had recently begun to go out on the street too often. Previously, the ruler of Britain had paid no attention to him at all, since he was mainly engaged in gardening and other trifles. And even yesterday, after the player left the training hall, a wizard soon appeared there. The main character advised his interlocutor to stop this stupid talk and get straight to the point. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly changed for the worse. His Majesty lures players into a trap by filling the area with streams of mana. In this situation, Kim Yu-won won't even be able to send a message or voice recording. The king openly declared his desire to take the sea stone because now Poseidon needed this relic. Previously, Lancelot had many ways in which he could have dealt with Kim Yu-won. The ruler of Britain promised his guest that if he gave him back the stone of all the seas intact, he would show him generosity, forgetting about what had happened, and also taking him to his side. The main character smiled back because just a few hours ago the king tried to kill him. It's amazing how much someone's intentions can change overnight. Kim Yu-won was comforted by the fact that his interlocutor was so generous, because in that case, he could take something valuable from him. The King of Britain was outraged by how smug his guest was acting. Although, after many years of rule, the ruler himself forgot how a man of honor should behave. There is certainly a reason why Poseidon's attitude suddenly changed. The protagonist assumed that one of the gods began to prepare a war against his brother Zeus. A player who possesses a divine sea stone and has a high probability of becoming a ranker is judged to be a pretty good weapon. In any case, Kim Yu-won will be grateful if Poseidon decides to fight Zeus. The young man asked for forgiveness from the spirit imprisoned in the glove, because he also felt uneasy about what was happening. Tomorrow, the main character will witness a turning point in the life of the tower. The next day, a round-table meeting was held in Camelot. The members of the assembly were sincerely glad that the wizard Merlin had decided to appear in public after a long time, but they did not understand why he had taken a stranger with him to the meeting. Either way, it looks like this meeting will be very different from their previous gatherings. Arthur's right hand, the first knight of the Round Table, Gawain, and the knight of the Round Table, Zedrak, looked at the stranger with distrust. The main character's expression looked too perverted in the eyes of others. Initially, it was not allowed to bring an unqualified person to the table. But if the elder is here, then the knights can be given a small exception. The King of Britain asked the stranger if he understood whose place he occupied. The protagonist stated that he had two small guesses. Surely this place belonged to one of the knights who were executed yesterday. Kim Yu-won believed that the ruler should be well aware of the tragedy that happened to the deceased soldiers. The young man was not afraid to make his presence known during the king's massacre of innocent knights. Those present demanded that the uninvited player be immediately expelled from the hall. However, the king had prepared for such a situation, so he knew well how to respond. His Majesty was absolutely certain that the player understood the motivation for this cruel act. The protagonist interrupted Lancelot to express his point of view. Unlike Kim Yu-won, His Majesty must pay for all his sins. Even in the tiger's den, the young man was still confident that he was right. The player told the knights present that they would certainly be glad to meet one person. Arthur, having been transformed from a golem into his former physical form, appeared right in front of his subordinates. The knights, who could hardly hold back their tears of happiness, joyfully greeted the real ruler. Arthur asked Gawain if his son was good with a sword. The former ruler could not believe that over time the young warriors turned into brave knights. Lancelot, who was certain of his predecessor's death, could not allow Arthur to regain the throne. The bewildered traitor began to think about how he could save his position. The current king began to claim that Kim Yu-won came with a demon that was the blood of Beal. In other words, the resurrected Arthur could have been nothing more than an ordinary fake of evil spirits. One of the knights confirmed that when he brought Kim Yu-won to Camelot, there was indeed a member of the demon race with him. All the warriors present were divided into two groups, arguing over the authenticity of the resurrected King Arthur. Lancelot, who had decided to resort to extreme measures, drew his sword. Many knights did not understand why the current ruler tried to solve the problem by using physical force. The king was sure that no matter how believable Arthur looked, he had nothing but his outer shell. It turned out that King Arthur was indeed a well-thought-out forgery. The knights demanded the execution of the players who dared to mock the Round Table Society. However, those present did not even imagine that the return of King Arthur was entirely possible. The protagonist ordered Arthur to appear so that he could quench his thirst for revenge. For 1,000 years, the former king of Britain waited for the opportunity to finally meet his enemy. The nerves throughout Lancelot's body began to respond to the familiar energy of a true ruler. The terrible ghost asked the impostor how he knew about his death. The elder advised the knight not to interfere, since when it was necessary to discuss everything with his acquaintances. Lancelot said, frightened, that he had said nothing of the sort, but had merely crippled the demon in his lie. Earlier, the traitor spoke as if he had received the royal seal from his predecessor. This artifact symbolizes that Lancelot was rightfully chosen as the next ruler. However, Arthur did not understand why the seal ended up in the hands of a state traitor. By law, this item should belong to the son of the previous king of Britain, Mordred Pendragon. Lancelot felt his body tighten, and the saliva in his throat began to dry. Dozens of angry glances pierced the vile king with their hatred. In a state of despair, the traitor tried to quickly escape from the scene of the crime. While the knights were puzzled by what was happening, Lancelot jumped straight out of the window. The guards hesitated because they did not know whom to trust this time. Arthur ordered the knights to stop immediately as a group pursuit could upset the people, whose welfare was a priority for the Round Table. The former king said that even if the guards did not pursue Lancelot, he still would not be able to leave Camelot. Now, the traitor's primary objective is to escape from the British capital. But since he can't leave his country, he will have to temporarily escape and make plans. Fortunately, Lancelot did not have time to leave the borders, since a restriction was created for him. This area is designated as a prison for the traitor, so leaving its boundaries is prohibited. It was the court wizard who made sure that Lancelot could not escape. Merlin ordered the guards to retreat if they did not want to find themselves in the center of events, since from now on, the king was considered a traitor to Britain. Before the round table meeting began, the main characters were given clear instructions by the wizard on what to do. The old man ordered the traitor to confess to everyone his disgusting crimes. Surely everyone present wanted to know why Lancelot decided to act this way. In fact, the man did not even hide the fact that throughout his life, he dreamed of becoming a real king to whom his subjects would obey. Kim Yu-won told the wizard that the monster inside Lancelot did not feel like magic or demonic energy. The king of the round table determines his land on which he cannot attack. Otherwise, the opponent will receive a penalty. Merlin was going to do everything possible to prevent the traitor from leaving Camelot. However, Lancelot, who had no intention of fighting fairly, changed the direction of his attack on the city. The old man tried to do everything possible to protect Britain from destruction. The traitor should be ashamed because, wanting to become king, he dared to attack the city. A huge crack has appeared in the prison designed to house the former king of Britain. No matter how great a mage Merlin is, it's difficult to resist a rancor while maintaining his skills. From the very beginning, Lancelot intended to dispel the enemy's magical power. While attacking, the traitor continued to create cracks in the territory of the British capital. Kim Yu-won decided to intervene in the fight because if his target escaped, he would be in big trouble. Arthur also entered the battle to kill the vile enemy with his own hands. The traitor claimed that while in the body of the undead, the former king of Britain would never be able to defeat him. The protagonist covered his entire body with the power of giants in order to carry out the summoning from hell. By activating the divine flame, the player began to trap the enemy. The traitor felt thousands of unknown voices creeping into his head. The demons began to mercilessly absorb the energy of the former king of Britain's body. The egg began to absorb negative qualities, which included Lancelot's betrayal and greed. In his death throes, the demon cursed the player who was responsible for his departure from the throne. In order to completely neutralize the enemy, the players used a skill called the Forest of Swords. The wizard felt a strong sense of disgust as he looked into the eyes of the state traitor. The warriors watched without any regret as the demon's soul burned alive. The traitor imploringly spoke about how he was ready to do anything to save his life. Arthur slowly named the people who had fallen victim to Lancelot. The position of King of Britain is vacant, which means there are 10 days to elect a new ruler. With a majority of votes, one can obtain the title of King of this state. As with Orochi, the Tower administration rated Lancelot as the final boss. Yes, the hatching of the mysterious egg was only about 70%. Compared to Orochi, this time the mysterious creature took much longer to eat. The wizard felt an ominous energy around him, just like Lancelot. The old man suggested that the mysterious sinister egg was the cause. Looking at the dark sky, the deputy cult leader of the heavenly demon cult felt very puzzled. The protagonist told the court wizard that their problems were just beginning. Lightning was a sign of Odin, meaning the bolt was heading straight for the players. One of the guards of Olympus pitifully begged Lord Poseidon for mercy. Due to recent events, Zeus even refused to greet his own brother. The Lord of Olympus believed that Poseidon should be more grateful because he had been shown the bright path. The Master of the Seas did not want to drag out this conversation, so she got straight to the point. Not long ago, the inhabitants of Olympus learned that the ruler of Britain had been defeated. According to the Thunderlord, they will have to suffer a small loss because they need to avoid a major battle. After everything that happened, there should be no connection between Britain and Olympus. Zeus declared that he would wipe out all of Britain and the Knights of the Round Table. One bolt of lightning is enough to wipe out an entire country. However, if the ruler of Olympus acts in this way, the administrators will definitely not remain on the sidelines. The Lightning Lord reassured his brother, as he had recently discussed everything with the leadership. The tower's administration allowed Zeus to strike Britain with one lightning bolt. Now the main character had no doubt that the leader of Olympus had begun to act. A new test has been created in which you must block lightning within 10 minutes. Otherwise, Camelot will be destroyed. Zeus must have tried very hard if he framed genocide as a normal test. The Lord of Lightning was no fool, so he understood well that the destruction of Camelot would worsen the relations between Olympus and Asgard. As a defense, the court wizard used magical seals that restrained mana. However, these measures were not at all sufficient to stop the lightning. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult carefully observed the changes in the sky. After arriving in Camelot, the young man received a notice from Sun Wukong, but did not respond to it. Time gradually sped up, and the lightning quickly approached the lands of Britain. The 12th eye of the sage, equal to the heavens, watched the actions of the protagonist. Using his telepathic powers, the young man asked the observer if he would like to help them. The main character was sure that the observer had some business with him because he had been following him for several days. Kim Yu-wan, a brave warrior, couldn't just run away and leave the people to their fate. The young man asked his new friend to help him at least once. Still, the observer was not a complete egoist, so he made a one-time exception. Having descended to the ground, the mysterious stranger appeared before the main character. The Sky Rebel wanted to discuss some details, but the player stopped him because there were much more important things now. Kim Yu-won told the great sage that this was the only time he asked for help. Smiling, the heavenly rebel promised his comrade to do his best. A notification appeared in the sky, announcing the beginning of the process of destroying Camelot. The great sage decided to use his long-standing staff, Rui, as a weapon. Merlin's defensive wall was destroyed by the lightning strike of the Lord of Olympus. Fortunately, the heavenly rebel's staff was able to withstand the powerful blow from the heavens. However, even in this way, it was impossible to completely block the lightning strike. The protagonist felt his canny glove suddenly start to emit energy. Everything happened according to the plan of the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. Kim Yu-won asked his friend to stay here for a while because he needed to check something else. The brave young man began to make his way through layers of energy towards the source of the lightning. The Sky Rebel used golden ash eyes to track the player's actions. Oddly enough, the fierce lightning of the ruler of Olympus began to gradually diminish. The fourth greatest spirit's robe withstood the flow of the most powerful energy. The divine stone of pure darkness and the stone of pure sea react to lightning strikes. The tools of Zeus were the masterpiece of Hephaestus, made using divine materials. Kim Yu-won was sure that Kani was bound by the stone of pure darkness and the stone of the sea from the lightning strike. However, the glove should not react so aggressively to celestial attacks. Even though the main character has already gotten rid of the staff, he still has a lot of energy. The fourth greatest spirit's clothes began to resist the electric shock. The status said that the player was unable to resist the energy attack. The main character wanted to catch up with Zeus's level as quickly as possible and demonstrate his strength. Kim Yu-won's glove began to actively absorb the energy of the Olympian ruler. Fortunately, the otherworldly weapon was still able to completely absorb the lightning strike. Kim Yu-won couldn't believe that he managed to repel Zeus's attack with his own power. Having lost consciousness, the protagonist began to fall like a stone onto the lands of the Kingdom of Britain. The heavenly rebel had suspected from the very beginning that something like this could happen. None of the people of Olympus expected the appearance of the great sage at all. The Lightning Lord had no choice but to humbly accept his defeat. Poseidon didn't understand why Kim Yu-won kept making enemies among the people of Olympus. He is the man that even the heavenly realm of the Giant Guild could not kill. Zeus can't just recklessly return to him just because he was annoyed. Poseidon asked what they should do, since Asgard would learn about what happened in Britain. Of course, the best solution for Zeus would be to defeat his brother in battle. Poseidon should have guessed that the Lord of Lightning would act in this way. Asking for forgiveness, the ruler of Olympus directed a stream of energy at his brother. Finally, Zeus declared that he was doing this only to restore their former glory. The protagonist had a great influence in preventing the destruction of Camelot. In the opinion of the heavenly rebel, it was useless to ask for help if Kim Yu-won was willing to die, risking his life. The young man tried to explain something to his comrade, but due to fatigue, his consciousness gradually sank into the abyss. Waking up, the main character saw a new weapon in his hands, the Moonlight Sword. Merlin was worried that the player would die because he had not woken up for 5 days after being struck by lightning. Fortunately, after what happened, the main character was able to activate parts of the lightning. So far, the participant has found it too difficult to control his new skill. Hephaestus, who had been waiting for his comrade to wake up all this time, scolded him for using his abilities too carelessly. Like a nagging mother, the old master scolded his regular customer. The embarrassed player didn't even know how to respond to such displays of concern. The main character told Hephaestus his observations regarding the properties of magic stones. The young man also asked where the heavenly rebel was now. If the blacksmith came here because of Sun Wukong, then it was unlikely that he would be able to control him properly. The old man tried to hide his true feelings, saying that he came here solely for the local attractions. In order not to make the situation even more awkward, the master asked the client if he had a sea stone. Not long ago, the main character mentioned that he would like to improve his attributes. Therefore, Hephaestus was able to learn about a worthy way to fulfill the client's desire. At this point, the blacksmith had almost all the materials necessary for the work. Hephaestus asked Merlin if he could use the Forge of Camelot to carry out his work. Of course, none of the local residents would object if the best master of the tower wanted to use the workroom. The protagonist began to bargain over the price of the blacksmith's services. Fortunately, everyone present managed to find a common language and choose the most optimal price for both parties. This time, it will take about 4 working days for the blacksmith to make. Since the Traitor King disappeared, the country has not become better. People thought that this was due to treason, so the state could not prosper. The protagonist saw very well how the participants of the Round Table fought, no matter whether Arthur was a fake or not, when Lancelot was called a traitor. However, recent events have come in handy, as it is only natural to cut off the rotten part so that fresh flesh appears. The court wizard owed a great debt to the player, since he had given him a chance to do the right thing. Anyway, while Kim Yu-wan was still recovering, Merlin wanted to take him to a certain place. After Lancelot died, the court wizard discovered a strange place that only royalty could enter. Right in front of him, Arthur saw Mordred Pendragon, that is, his dear son. Merlin wanted to bring peace to this young man as soon as possible, but not to bury the prince. The court wizard was afraid that something might happen in Britain, because unrest was beginning among the locals. The protagonist asked the spirit if he would like to move into the body of his son. This decision seemed too cruel for a man who felt guilty about the death of a child. Kim Yu-won suggested that Arthur might feel better if his son's body became undead. The answer to this question seemed too obvious to the spirit trapped in the ogre's body. What the player was about to do could help Britain recover. This is why Arthur should think about building a new state together with his son. Mordred Pendragon always dreamed of inheriting his father's throne. Therefore, the late youth would certainly have trusted any path that his parent chose. It is no secret that King Arthur's son sincerely loved his native land, Britain. The protagonist did not want to waste the decision made by the former ruler of this state. With the help of his new abilities, the player was able to easily revive Mordred Pendragon's body. The awakened ruler swore that he would never betray the savior and would be sincerely loyal to him. The skill of communicating with the king of the undead belonging to the protagonist has increased significantly. The heavenly rebel had not met Kim Yu-won before, but he felt as if the two of them had some connection. Sun Wukong speculated that they might have been good friends in their past lives. It was the sky rebel who saved the protagonist after he fell from the sky. Sun Wukong pondered for a long time about what exactly connected him with Kim Yu-won. The main character didn't feel weak at all, as if they were close to each other. Thoughts about the mysterious player continued to trouble the mind of the heavenly rebel for a long time. The protagonist noted that Arthur looked pretty bad for someone who almost became a high ranker. The warrior simply needed time to get used to the new living conditions. The heavenly rebel saw something great, because before he could not even imagine that the king of knights would serve another king. Sun Wukong once again recalled the day when he had to save Kim Yu-won's life. But the great sage did not understand at all why the player thought that he could get help from him. If you start thinking about it from the other side, you can still identify one reason. The thing is, Kim Yu-won probably knew a lot about the heavenly rebel. The protagonist assumed that the great sage came to him because of his ashen eyes. Although this skill was only obtained by Sun Wukong, it originally belonged to the monkeys of Mount Huaguo, Wugong's family. Since the player, who is not even part of this bloodline, has ashen eyes, the protagonist expected that the heavenly rebel would want to help him. According to Kim Yu-won, there is no person in this world who does not know about the great heavenly sage, Sun Wukong. The main character tried to pretend that he didn't understand his interlocutor at all. The heavenly rebel was confident until the very end that Kim Yu-won knew him well. Moreover, both warriors had the same monkey eyes. With ashen eyes, Sun Wukong saw his main body standing next to Kim Yu-won. The protagonist didn't know what to answer to this because even if he lied, the heavenly rebel would be able to recognize the lie. As expected, it is a very bad idea to pretend in front of the great sage. Kim Yu-won admitted that in his world they were well enough acquainted. Moreover, a deeply trusting relationship prevailed between them. Their friendship was so strong that at times they behaved like enemies. Minor conflicts arose between the two young men quite often. Sun Wukong demanded that the player immediately leave his place in the sun. Very often their little quarrels turned into real fights. Unfortunately, in his past, the main character often lost to his comrade. The Sky Rebel told his friend that he didn't have enough skills to become a ranker. After some time, the main character was able to ensure that the number of their defeats and victories was equal. Over the years of training, the protagonist gradually improved his physical fitness. Kim Yu-won was not only a strong fighter, but also a very agile fighter. At the beginning of their acquaintance, the young man always lost to his friend. However, it turned out that he had to lose 9 times to get his first win. Sun Wukong was sincerely pleased with his close friend's power evolution. Be that as it may, being together, the young man always felt happy. Since the protagonist wanted to defeat the one who cannot die, he had to follow the heavenly rebel. But during one of the more serene periods of their lives, everything changed dramatically. It so happened that the main character accidentally learned about the outer gods who rule outside the tower. In any case, these powerful beings were not called deities for nothing. In order to gain precious experience, Kim Yu-won fought with the great sage. However, this was not enough because one day the main character lost to his enemies. One fateful day, the players had to choose which of them would go back in time. This required a person who would achieve the best results in the tower in the shortest possible time. The player who has killed the most deities in his lifetime. It was then that all the surviving rankers unanimously nominated Kim Yu-won as their candidate. Sun Wukong realized that his comrade had returned straight from the future. That is why the protagonist needed to remove Lancelot, who would become the source of unrest in the tower in the future. Unfortunately, the progress was so small that the young man was not even sure that it was there. The great sage obviously was not delighted with the information he heard. Now the heavenly rebel could only think about how to get his real body back. Sun Wukong's physical form was stuck on the 40th floor of the tower. The main character happily promised to help get the necessary body. Moreover, the heavenly rebel had already managed to help his comrade. Suddenly, right in the sky, behind the great sage, a strange cloud of energy appeared. For some unknown reason, the Valkyries decided to visit the lands of Britain. They must have come to see the situation, since the Round Table is a guardian guild. Lancelot, while alive, maintained a strong connection with the Olympians. If the head of the Round Steel simply drew a line on Olympus, then they would not have taken any steps. The greatest war of Ragnarok, which led to the fall of Asgard, is about to begin at the Round Table. The Olympians planned this, and they used Lancelot to bring about the fall of Asgard. In other words, the Valkyries came here because the war began. Asgard has a clear moral duty, so they will not rush into war without clear and prepared, expecting to lose. Even before the war begins, Olympus will collapse because the first cracks have appeared. No matter how much the protagonist says he came from the future, it is unknown whether he really controls every move, breaking through countless variables. In fact, the young man was still incredibly far from power in the tower. In any case, the main character asked his comrade not to worry, because they would get to the 40th floor very quickly. Kim Yu-won invited the administrator to a personal meeting. The protagonist carefully examined the territorial boundaries of Britain. This area was the so-called end of the tower world. Thanks to the administrator going crazy about the court and fulfilling Zeus's wish, the main character was able to accumulate a sufficient number of points. The administrator's priority task always comes first, followed by the tower's order and the course of the trial. These are the reasons why tower workers need to perform their special roles. The next test was in the house, where the player had to walk through the forest for a year in order to create a path. Also, each participant can receive additional help from the pioneers. If the cleanup is completed quickly, players will be awarded an additional reward. Sun Wukong stated that he would not help during the test under any circumstances. Moreover, the main characters did not need other people's concessions, because in such a case, the administration could issue him a fine or disqualify him. The Sky Rebel was puzzled that he would have to wait for his comrade for about a year. However, Kim Yu-won expected to overcome this challenge in just 1 month. The young man said that he would definitely call when the task was completed. Meanwhile, in the unknown forest, which was located on the 25th floor, things were quite restless. The guards were discussing the notorious Kim Yu-won, who had left the capital. They say he just came from a test with the tower administrator. One of the knights said that the help of such a skilled player would be considered a very noble act. The reorganization alone would take a year, but Kim Yu-won says he can finish it all in half a month. The first thing the main character decided to do was to take the main front line. Still, the knight expected that the potential player would behave more cautiously. Obviously, major incidents would be completely unnecessary now. The main character attracted a lot of attention with his abrupt actions and decisions. The young man felt slightly tired, but he still had enough energy. Kim Yu-won warned the knights that even the slightest hesitation could put his comrades in danger. The leader of the group should never appear frightened in the eyes of others. The Divine Stone of Darkness began to interact with the Divine Stone of Thunder. The attributes have been activated, but due to the low proficiency level, an additional 30 seconds will be required. It's crazy, but the words that Kim Yu-won would finish the trial in half a month turned out to be true. The young man easily eliminated all the threats that arose on his thorny path. The other players present were lucky to have such an experienced participant to watch their backs. The fourth day of exploration of the territory where the competition took place has arrived. The main character walked too fast, making it difficult for the other players to follow him. Today's hike will end as soon as the sun goes down, so despite all the difficulties, participants must put in maximum effort. One day, the knight heard that a high-level ranker with skills like the Lightning Lord would appear. Of course, the player's strength right now wasn't as strong as if he were a high-level ranker, but as a level 25 participant, his speed seemed incredible. Suddenly, one of the knights felt the presence of a monster next to him. But fortunately, another warrior managed to easily repel the attack of the forest monster. The frightened pioneer warmly thanked the savior who suddenly appeared. The fist of the heavenly demon divine cult's lord Pun Peng Nim introduced himself to the players. The man stated that he had come here on the orders of the young deputy of their organization. The knight was genuinely amazed by the presence of one of the four heavenly leaders. But the player still didn't understand why Punpung Nim was looking for a deputy in the forest. The Lord came to a territory that cannot be entered for food without permission from the squad of pioneers. Suddenly, the knight realized which deputy head of the heavenly demon cult he was talking about. Kim Yu-wan returned for the Lord because he was afraid that he might start clinging to some strange people. Earlier, the main character ordered the master to bring other warriors with him. Players found it hard to believe that Kim Yu-wan was the young leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. After learning about this, the participants were filled with hope that they would be able to pass the test in half a month. The fighters bowed their heads in submission and then swore allegiance to the new leader. But the main character understood perfectly well that he had to complete this test only by his own efforts. From the very beginning, it is impossible to get help from anyone except the team of pioneers. The protagonist had complete control and absolute power over the participants who had entered into a contract with the heavenly demon divine cult. Kim Yu-wan, as the young leader, ordered the warriors to help the pioneering party and explore the forest as quickly as possible. For the rest of the fighters, it was a great honor to carry out the commands of their leader. After some time, the court wizard of Britain contacted the player to find out how he was doing. The exploration of the forest goes well, but the young man still needs the strength of the cult members. Thanks to teamwork, the test progressed much faster than originally planned. Already on the 14th day, the main character passed the test of the discoverer of the world. Now the deputy of the heavenly cult clan could move to the 26th floor. In total, the main characters were able to earn 150,000 points for completing the test. Of course, the reward was evenly distributed between the Fist Lord and the Chan Lord. There is no more hated boss than the one who does not dare to repay his subordinates with kindness. Without the help of the heavenly demon's divine remote, the youth would not have been able to achieve such a result. Now the player must return to Camelot as quickly as possible so that Hephaestus does not get nervous. Punpung Nim said he would like to receive something different as a reward. Even despite his rank, the Fist Lord wanted to engage in a duel with the young leader. Of course, the main character was not going to refuse such a tempting offer. Kim Yu-wan asked those present to arrange a space so that they would not touch anyone during the battle. The match started by mutual consent, so the effect of the penalty was temporarily eliminated. Lord of the Fist, the last person to reach the Lord level out of the other four. A top-level ranker uses martial arts that symbolize the fist. Kim Yu-wan didn't intend to use the heavenly demon's skills since they matched his opponent's skills. In addition, there were many other attacks that the main character had previously honed. This time, the Fist Lord intended to give the young deputy a good thrashing. However, the protagonist using Divine Thunderclap was practically invulnerable. Much time has passed since their last meeting, meaning the player has improved his abilities. The giant's power began to flow through the body of the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. The endurance level is redirected to the strength level in a higher ratio. The Fist Lord felt the bones in his body tremble one by one. It would be a shock to lose to a player who has only completed 10 floors. Apart from today, Punpung Nim has not missed a single day of training, so the master wanted to have a good fight with the player without any consequences. The man wanted to know how well the young deputy was able to improve his own skills. After long days of waiting, his wish finally came true. As a countermeasure, one of the heavenly cult masters used 100 lightning fist. Suddenly, Punpung Nim heard a rather familiar voice inside his head. As it turned out, the Fist Lord felt a spiritual connection with the head of the heavenly demon cult. Nothing even remotely like this had ever happened in Punpung Nim's life before. Stopping, the Lord of the Fist told his opponent about the vision he had seen. The protagonist smiled because Punpung Nim was most afraid of the heavenly demon. Having admitted his defeat, the Lord of the Fist thanked the young deputy for so willingly agreeing to his request. Much time has passed since the player suddenly left for the border of Britain. However, just as unexpectedly, the main character returned to the court wizard. Fortunately, the great sage agreed to give his comrade a ride to the capital. Merlin couldn't believe that the heavenly demon cult had joined forces with Muram, putting them on par with the Giant Guild. Following the recent uproar in Asgard, many knights have expressed a desire to leave the Round Table. The players found themselves in a huge war, but the main character was confident that all the problems would soon subside. Kim Yu-wan promised to do everything possible to prevent bloody losses. The least number of victims was a mandatory requirement on the part of the wizard. Merlin gave the young man a flow of energy that could help in preventing the war. The Stone of All Seas also played a far from insignificant role in the hands of the main character. Hephaestus made the right choice by creating the perfect armor with it. The new suit was quite comfortable, as its light texture covered most of the body. If Caney concentrates adamantium, it will be considered a full expansion of the volume. Suddenly, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult drew his sharp blade. Raising his sword into the sky, the young man took aim to make the most accurate strike. It turned out that the main character wanted to test how strong his armor was. Without any inner doubt, Kim Yu-won tried to cut off his own hand. Thanks to adamantium, the enemy will not be able to make even the slightest cut. Even though the new suit is paper-thin, it will be very difficult to damage. Kim Yu-won asked his interlocutor to step back, as further actions could be too dangerous. Streams of blue energy began to cultivate around the protagonist's body. For a split second, the young man even thought he saw the silhouette of someone's back behind him. Perhaps this is the same creature whose eyes the protagonist saw in the form of Kanei. It is somewhat different from objects that have consciousness and soul. He had no name, he was not a monster, and he was not an ordinary person. For a few seconds, the main character heard horsehair, similar to the rustling wind. The creature tried to convey its thoughts, but the young man could not make out a single word. When it was all over, the wizard asked why this energy was so unstable. Kim Yu-won clearly saw the creature's face, but he couldn't remember anything, as if it had been erased from his memory. The protagonist wanted to find out from the object how it managed to master the power of the external god. The player, who did not want to waste any extra time on rest, said that it was time for him to leave. Merlin asked the young man to visit the territories of the Kingdom of Britain whenever possible. Perhaps when the main character comes here next time, there will already be a statue in his honor. A notification appeared stating that compensation for opening the world had ended. The main character chose to increase his stats by 1 unit as his main reward. Having completed all the business on the 25th floor, the young man set off on a long journey. Luckily, the player was doing quite well, as he was able to change floors in the shortest possible time. Every day, the main character went through difficult tests and in return received a high reward. Combat experience gained on the lower floors was always useful at the higher levels. 6 months later, the protagonist was finally able to overcome 40 floors. Now the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon cult was undergoing a test on the 41st level of the tower. Local bandits, who were not mentioned in Kim Yu-won's noble deeds, were about to attack. One of the players activated the invitation skill, so in theory, the young man shouldn't hear anything. At this point, the protagonist had 50 current summoning stones. The players assumed that if they hadn't seen this participant in the 25th floor rankings, then he wasn't such a serious opponent. Rumor has it that one can climb up the tower by deception, just like the hidden children of officials. The leader ordered everyone to take their positions because everyone needed to attack just in case. Having waited for the most opportune moment, the group of bandits pounced on their victim. But the players had no idea that they had actually fallen into a well-thought-out trap. The main character was upset because the last surviving team could not hold out long enough. It was a pretty good idea to use the rocks to lure the bandits. Thus, the main character was able to collect about 1,000 attributes for summoning. Having used all the summoning stones, the protagonist was able to arrange a meeting with the Demon King Diablo. But it is quite surprising that a being of such a high rank can appear on the 41st floor. This is a trial where the governors and the demon tribe form an alliance, so the chance of a remnant appearing is higher. But in order for a top-level ranker to appear among the top 20, the unholy guild lord. Diablo is too big a creature for normal players to handle. As the manager said, due to the fault of the main character, the balance of the test collapsed. The demon didn't expect at all that some crazy bastard would use 1,000 stones to summon. Obviously, the main character was not at all afraid to take unnecessary risks in the tower. Kim Yu-won was planning to kill Diablo in order to get more points. Diablo just laughed when he heard such self-confident words from the boy's lips. The demon threatened to turn every knuckle of his enemy into smoldering ash. The protagonist was not happy that the enemy was trying to impose a negative effect on him. First, it is necessary to destroy the vicious haram of the opponent. Kim Yu-won launched the use of flaming eyes as well as divine flames. For a split second, the player thought his plan had worked. However, the demon was able to eliminate the attack without any effort. Diablo liked how confident his opponent was acting, but the flame that the main character used caused hatred in the demon. It was to be expected that the divine fire would have no effect on the great and mighty Diablo. His mind is as strong as his physical shell is resilient, but it seems that the lightning charged by Kanei was able to leave its mark on the demonic body. At least the protagonist knew roughly what attacks to use against his opponent. By activating the heavenly step, the young man could float for 5 seconds. This was quite enough for the protagonist to be able to concentrate his final attack. Kim Yu-won felt that he had enough energy in his body to defeat the demon. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to Diablo's physical shell. Having distributed the giant strength throughout his body, the protagonist began to cut off his opponent's limbs. Now the demon did not act as self-confident as he had a few minutes ago. Diablo offered the player to come to the Demon King's guild to receive the position of king. Kim Yu-won was far from an ordinary person, and the proof of that was the dark energy inside his body. The main character was capable enough to become the Demon King. Diablo really liked the young man, because such proposals had never been heard before in the history of the guild. However, the main character, who did not want to have anything to do with evil spirits, dealt his final crushing blow. As a reward, the participant of the competition received the blessing of the demonic king of fire and destruction, Diablo. Having completed the test, the main character was able to move to the 42nd floor. The next level turned out to be quite gloomy, as the foul air and pessimistic atmosphere spoiled the first impression. This time, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult decided to meet with his comrade. With a smile on his face, the relative of Zeus imagined the place that, in his opinion, was a real hell. The heir to Olympus sincerely did not understand how his uncle could live in such a disadvantaged place. It is no secret that Hargan wanted to see the abode of Hades with his own eyes. Even before his reincarnation, the protagonist was never interested in the 42nd floor, not only because of food and resources, but because it is difficult to breathe in this world. Zeus' relative managed to hear about what happened not long ago on the 33rd floor. There is no other tower participant who has met the Olympians so often. The number of rankers who are minions of Zeus has increased, and they have become smarter. In fact, Hargan's rank is much higher than his father's when he was a player. It seems there are still a few people who are trying their best to get ahead. Now the players had to move through a place that was a real entrance to the very essence of this world. The dungeon was quite deep, as the participants had been moving for 10 minutes already. Kim Yu-wan, who sensed the energy in the distance, stopped his comrade. The thing is that this gloomy place was distinguished by a huge number of otherworldly monsters. Surely the owner of the 41st floor has prepared a small surprise for his guests. The protagonist didn't know if he would be able to defeat Cerberus, but he had to try. The young man ordered the monster to hurry and get out of here as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Cerberus, who feared the power of giants, turned out to be not the most terrible opponent. Once Hercules fought for 7 days with hundreds of bloodthirsty Cerberuses, and on the bodies of these otherworldly beasts, there remain memories in the form of scars about that incident. The main character decided to leave the animals alone and contact their owner. All this time, the owner of Cerberus carefully watched the arriving guests. Number 2 on all of Olympus, the most reliable and the only sane high rank among the 3 gods. The god who is most needed to save Kronos, and the one whom Zeus imprisoned on Olympus. The relative of Zeus bowed his head and greeted the ruler of darkness, the great Hades. As a gesture of hospitality, the Lord of Darkness treated his guests to some gifts. For example, Hades suggested drinking black tea, which helps restore mana and stabilize the body. The protagonist tried to turn off his thoughts in order to enjoy the hellish herbal drink. The player's energy recovery has been increased for 1 hour, and their mind has been cleared. Kim Yu-wan felt grateful because the hellish herbal tea was truly a rare item. Hades still couldn't believe that one of the players managed to stop Zeus's lightning. The Dark Lord told his nephew that from now on he should work together with this warrior. Hargan immediately replied that he would be happy to be with him until the end, because Kim Yu-wan could be trusted with his life. The Dark Lord had the impression that the guest was hiding something while he was fighting the Cerberuses. Hades couldn't trust players who had any secrets from him. It is very difficult to cooperate with someone who is not willing to show their true colors. However, for 7 years there was a worthy young man, Hephaestus, by Kim Yu-wan's side. Fortunately, even in a parallel universe, most problems can be solved with good connections. Hades asked the guest what he thought of the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Chen Mujin. But the main character had no idea when this man would make his next move. Chen Mujin was the type of fighter who tried not to exceed his authority. Besides, right now the biggest impact can be made by just one word from a heavenly demon. Therefore, in this situation it is impossible to give an accurate forecast of the future. However, Hades disagreed as he believed that this only meant that the heavenly demonic sect did not have to interfere. The fighting will end as soon as they resolve the issue with the king. If the heavenly demonic sect interferes and unites with Hades, then a war with Zeus will begin. They can get the best results with minimal casualties if it ends in a normal fight. The upcoming Ragnarok and Gigantomachy should follow the same scenario. In other words, the main priority at the moment is to deal with the king, and there was just the one who could perfectly complete the task. The absence of Poseidon upset the delicate balance between the 3 gods of Olympus. It has been 6 months since the Lord of the Seas was imprisoned in the underground prison. However, the real reason for the imbalance of power was not the Lightning Lord. The protagonist stated that the real cause of the chaos that had arisen was Hercules. Hades asked what the current chances were that they would be able to win. It turned out that the approximate figures were 70%. There was one more variable that could have significantly influenced the course of events. The Lord of the Dead wanted to know if the prognosis would improve if Hercules joined them. Kim Yu-wan was the only person who brought so many changes to Olympus. He saved Hephaestus and also fought with the administrator of the Olympic court. And even the fact that the young man was able to stop Zeus's lightning is incredibly surprising. And even though his words were absurd, he was definitely not bluffing. Only someone who has gone through unimaginable difficulties and emerged victorious can be so confident. Having finished the conversation, the main character was about to go to the 40th floor, as he needed to do some things before meeting Hercules. Hades said bluntly that the skills Kim Yu-won demonstrated in the battle with Cerberus were not as formidable as they might seem. It's not just about skills, but also about the results the protagonist creates. His intervention prevented Zeus from using the giants and the demon tribe to destroy Asgard. Hades said that now was the perfect time to talk to Odin. The Lord of the Dead also ordered his nephew to meet with Apollo's brothers and sisters. However, it is too late now, so the young men should wait until dawn. It's surprising that in this hell there is a separate place for guests to spend the night. Previously, the main character did not often stop in such places. Right now, Kim Yu-won was busy thinking about Kaney's glove. The young man doubted whether he should try to use this attribute. Obviously, Kaney was keeping a close eye on what was going on in the area. Suddenly, a notification appeared announcing a call to hell. The protagonist felt his body embraced by a thorny bolt of lightning. Kim Yu-won was transported to a strange place that was underwater. Surprisingly, even in such a situation, the main character could breathe. The current began to carry the brave player away in an unknown direction. Kaney was the tunnel leading to this limitless power. So this is the source of the Dark Divine Stone's power. The dead souls began to worship the newly arrived guest. Surprisingly, almost all entities temporarily left the other world. In fact, the main character did not end up on the 40th floor, but was immersed in his own thoughts. Arthur revealed that shortly after his death, he was connected to Susanoo, who found himself on the border between two worlds. Unfortunately, this information was of little use. Arthur added that before his death he saw something that looked like the sea. However, the stranger was not sure, since it lasted only a moment. As expected, the dead souls are located right under the sea, and in the distance above the city there was a very tall tower. Arthur was there a long time ago, even after the foundation of Britain. He stopped at that place when he met with the Rancor. The main character deftly attacked all the warriors trying to attack him. Olympus must have a lot of money to build something like this for a god who recently became a Rancor. Kim Yu-won asked the guards to convey his words to Ares. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult was about to challenge the god of war himself. An uncontrollable roar began to spread through the walls of Ares' residence. The warrior heard swords clashing and blood spilling behind him. The god of war, Ares, asked who dared to invade his domain. The gentleman was informed that player Kim Yu-won had come to visit him. The guards were outraged that the stranger dared to challenge their master. However, the main character did not appear alone, but together with Arthur, who possessed the icy power of Excalibur. The knights were surprised because previously the members of the Round Table were their comrades. But the owner of the residence explained that the soul, which had become undead, acts solely in the interests of its new owner. Apparently, Kim Yu-won was the new master of the resurrected warrior. Ares finally met a player who dared to stand up to him. The god asked the guest if he could handle the guards since each of them was a Rancor. The main character suggested not to involve weaklings in their fight. The player came here not only for the sake of a regular battle that will show which of them has greater physical and spiritual potential. The winner intended to take everything possible from the loser, but Ares believed that his opponent had nothing of interest. Suddenly, the main character began to study the energy of the Stone of all the Seas. Ares ordered that no one should interfere in the fight without his permission. What God hated most was when pathetic little people got in the way under his feet. Since the sea stone is at stake, he must be confident of his victory. Ares stated that during war, it is always necessary to obtain resources that are useful in battle. That is why God was going to kill the enemy first and then take away his gains. Kim Yu-won ordered Arthur to make sure that no one interfered with their duel. The main character is very lucky to get the former king of Britain, since not every player can summon the undead. The young man looked closely at his opponent and asked him to attack first. However, the protagonist had no intention of summoning other undead, as such a move would be considered cheating. Unlike some of the participants, the young man always preferred a fair fight. In the opinion of the god of war, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult was acting too arrogantly. With the help of the Ashen Gaze, the player completely calculated the trajectory of the sword strikes. He also activated enhanced reflexes to increase his chances of winning. The concentrated power of the giants began to flow through the protagonist's body again. Thanks to gigantification, the player's blows were quite heavy and rough. Apparently, the god of war was gradually beginning to envy the strength of his opponent. More precisely, Ares was frightened by the powerful forces of Harganus, a relative of Zeus. The protagonist deliberately tried to anger his unbalanced opponent. Under the influence of the insults, the god of war began to strike unevenly. Ares was angry, because the main character was able to touch him to the quick with his unpleasant words. Finding the right moment, the protagonist used the lightning strike skill during the battle. Kim Yu-won was delighted that his original plan worked out quite well. However, Ares, who was a descendant of the god of lightning, was not afraid of his father's abilities. Unfortunately, many of the guards present were hit by the uncontrollable energy. The knights couldn't believe that any player was a worthy competitor for the god of war. It felt like Ares was fighting against a fellow ranker. Kim Yu-won noted that his opponent did not care at all about the safety of his subordinates. This revered god, at first glance, was no different from a bloodthirsty warrior. Kim Yu-won has the Sea Stone, Gigantification, Ash Glare, and Lightning. If Ares kills his opponent and gains at least one power, he will one day be able to surpass his own father. The spirit asked the owner how much longer he was going to stand there, rooted to the spot. Arthur said that if he didn't want to kill Ares, someone else would be happy to do it. The late king was very angry because, unlike other people, he respected the knightly code more than anyone else. Arthur must have felt genuine disgust towards Ares. For a second, the god of war felt as if he had seen his own father. However, the power of lightning did not belong to just one person. The protagonist knew that the mana he was using had unlimited potential. The player senses the source of the item's power and can use it to its maximum. Ares understood perfectly well that in this situation, it was not to his advantage to drag out the fight. Therefore, the god of war will try to end the duel with one decisive blow. The son of Zeus believed that his opponent's forces were still insufficient. This victory was important not only because of the war throne, but also because of pride. Streams of adrenaline flowed through the body of the young god. However, at some point, Ares felt as if he could not move at all. Kim Yu Warrior told the enemy that he was not good enough in his battles. Before rushing headlong at his victim, the god of war should have thought carefully. Ares realized that his opponent had been losing on purpose all this time. The protagonist gave in so that he would have a chance to get closer to his enemy. Meanwhile, the surviving knights were genuinely frightened by what was happening. The glorious warriors tried to shout to their master. All this time, Arthur stood guard so that none of the guards could approach his master. The enraged knights instantly grabbed their blades. By defeating Ares, the protagonist gained the power to turn rankers into dust. All the knights present rushed to the remains of their master. As expected, those at the top quickly learned about the incident. A golden chariot belonging to the people of Olympus appeared right in the sky. Athena asked the protagonist if he really killed Ares. Kim Yu-won, who was enjoying the moment, was in no hurry to give an answer. However, the knights quickly confirmed that the imposter had defeated their master. It turns out that the main character was the enemy of Athena's brother herself. The cacophony began because the Gorgon heard the sounds of Olympus. The shield of Aegis and Gorgon is one of the strongest shields in the world. The original of this weapon can easily turn anyone into stone. The 12th eye of the great sage watched the main character. Fortunately, Sun Wukong arrived at the crime scene fairly quickly. The all-warriors were frightened by the appearance of the great heavenly emperor. Athena also couldn't believe that the heavenly rebel had sided with Kim Yu-won. However, Sun Wukong did not want to be called an ally of anything. Athena asked the great sage if he wished to start a war with Olympus. The girl ordered the knights to immediately punish all the enemies of Zeus. Sun Wukong couldn't wait to show off his new fighting skills. The heavenly rebel noticed that the shield was made by Hephaestus himself. It must have taken a lot of adamantium to create such an impressive weapon. Sun Wukong promised that he would deal with Athena on his own. Kim Yu-won ordered Arthur to attack the others with him. The players were genuinely interested in this unexpected turn of events. For the great sage, this fight was like a very sophisticated game. The Gorgon's blessing was activated, completely enveloping the shield. Athena couldn't allow any of the players to break through her defense. At the moment, the main goal of the heavenly rebel was to lure the enemy to him. He wanted to find the best angle to make the most accurate attack. Using a Rijingu, the great sage jumped into the air. Cloud Leap was one of the Sky Rebel's best skills. Previously, the main character heard that Ares was just a friend and not Athena's brother. It turns out that all these rumors were another lie spread by the Knights of Olympus. Because the player had recently pushed himself to the limit, he was now unable to fight at full strength. Now the rebels had to think about how to escape from here. Athena ordered her subordinates to stop the fugitives at any cost. Kim Yu-won objected, as it seemed as if these warriors had never heard of the rules of a duel. With the help of demonic energy, the protagonist created a holy flame. The tired player advised his opponents to step aside, because he was in a great hurry now, and therefore would not hold back his strength. Unlike other skills, the holy flame was indeed too powerful. It's probably the ability to absorb everyone except strong rankers. Kim Yu-won hoped that his suffering because of Olympus would end today. This was only the beginning of the protagonist's clearly planned revenge. After some time, the Sky Rebel noticed that his friend had fled the battlefield. It turns out that the heavenly sage no longer needs to fight with Athena. It was even better this way because Sun Wukong didn't like to hit women. Athena asked her opponent when exactly he met his partner. The Sky Rebel said that they had carefully planned today's attack. However, the great sage was not going to share any more details. Nevertheless, the warrior was sincerely grateful for the time well spent. After bowing, the heavenly rebel rushed after his comrade. Athena watched in silence as the great sage disappeared among the clouds. The next target that the main character pursued was on the 38th floor. Due to the numerous volcanoes, the area was quite hot. No one would have even thought that a nuclear bomb would be hidden in such a peaceful place. Follow the large steps on the ground indicated that they were approaching the goal. Kim Yu-won hoped that he would be able to find his old acquaintance as soon as possible. Just a few minutes later, the main character found the person to whom the footprints belonged. The athletic man asked Kim Yu-won if he was lost in the forest. The stranger explained to the young man that he was busy cutting down trees in that place. Apparently, the man decided to change his occupation again and this time become a lumberjack. Since the stranger was not known for his talkativeness, the main character tried to ask him to stay the night. Many months had passed since the young man had last seen his comrade, Hercules. Fortunately, the man still gave off the same atmosphere, which meant that the main character would be able to find a common language with his old friend. Kim Yu-won knew that he could win this man over to his side without any effort. The young man needed him, because only with their combined efforts could they destroy Olympus. He is a good person and does not know how to refuse, so the main character will definitely be able to win his trust. Kim Yu-won once again said that he wanted to stay overnight because he felt like he was about to pass out at any moment. Hercules promised to give the traveler shelter if he would wait until he finished cutting down the trees. It must be admitted that this time the protagonist crossed the line a little with his impudent request. Eventually, among the locals, Hercules received the title of Giant Killer. The hut had remained virtually unchanged since the last time the young man had met his friend. Hercules told the traveler that he could go inside because the door was open. Kim Yu-won asked the man why he needed so many trees when the weather was too hot to make a fire. The protagonist suggested that Hercules could be preparing these logs for shipment. The giant slayer promised to cook dinner as soon as he finished his work. Kim Yu-won decided to take care of the food himself, and thus express his gratitude for the overnight stay. The young man cooked quite often, so he never had problems with food. Moreover, the main character coped with it easily because he had used this kitchen before. The giant slayer Hercules asked the guest with interest what he could be called. Oddly enough, the man had never heard of a player named Kim Yu-won before. The main character was even surprised because he had been gaining popularity lately. However, Hercules, who rarely left the forest, did not follow the latest news. Kim Yu-won advised the man to go out in public often because it is not so interesting to live when cut off from the world. In response, Hercules told his interlocutor that he did not look like a person close to the universe. But despite their first meeting, the giant slayer felt some kind of closeness between them. The main character said that people with similar interests find it much easier to find a common language. In order not to appear ignorant, Hercules also decided to introduce himself to his guest. Over the next few days, the young warriors were busy cutting down trees. The thing is that the giant plants on this floor had special value in the eyes of buyers. Of course, the local trees are good material for both construction and other needs. Hercules, who was the strongest man in the tower, was ideal for this job. It's amazing how he carries such heavy things every day without even using tools. Kim Yu-won decided to stay in these parts for a few more days, arguing that he liked the pace of life on this floor. Moreover, he has plenty of time to prepare for the next test. However, Hercules advised his guest to leave before it got dark in the forest. Now the giant slayer's gaze looked like he was about to enter into battle. Hercules stated that it was quite dangerous for ordinary players to be in these places. Apparently, the giant killer was afraid and did not want his guest to suffer. Kim Yu-won said that before he left, he would like to ask just one question. The protagonist asked his old friend why he hated giants so much. Apparently, Hercules was not thrilled with such questions, which revealed intimate topics. Kim Yu-won didn't understand his friend because he used to get along with Surt and the other giants. The blessing of the sea instantly surrounded the entire body of the curious protagonist. Hercules stated that they were not close enough to discuss such matters. Giant Slayer. I will remind you once again about the danger of being on this floor, because it was different from other levels. Kim Yu-won expected that they would not be able to have a heart-to-heart talk, since they had only spent a few days together in this life. Surely Hercules will be very sorry if he hears the truth from the lips of a stranger. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult just wanted to hear the truth one last time. Once again, get acquainted with the stories of the most respected hero and brave idol. The 16th day has begun. The promise between giants and humans is activated. The owner of this realm is changing, so the penalty has been increased for unspecified races in this zone. Now, the ownership of this floor belongs to a tribe of bloodthirsty giants. Hercules advised his guest to stand still if he did not want to go to hell. The hideous giants, who were no different from monsters, rushed towards their enemy. Unfortunately, the Titan Slayer has been given a penalty for being of an unspecified race. With each new attack, Hercules once again received energy restrictions. But even despite all the inconveniences, the giant slayer continued to attack mercilessly. In his past life, Hercules often told his friend that he needed to define a clear goal before we even use weapons and fists. To use force without good reason is tantamount to murder. Now that the protagonist had more profound experience, he often reflected on these words. Even after years of training and real fights, the young man still doubted this principle. After the war ended, the great warriors intended to make promises to each other and decide who would rule the world. Humanity will own one half and the giants will get the other half. No one has any right to invade the territory of other people's lands, which are marked by borders. The king of the giants, Gigantes, and Zeus, the ruler of Olympus, swore their lives. Apparently, since the time of the Gigantomachus, the strongest man has continued to adhere to these principles. For 1,000 years, the Titan Slayer, Hercules, destroyed his brave body. The giant slayer stated that the area would only become safe again after some time. But if the protagonist was going to survive, he should have gone to a safer place, like a hut. Kim Yu-won reflected on the fact that some rankers disappear completely due to the penalties imposed. At this point, Hercules' main goal was to kill the last giant. Hercules warned his guest that if he wanted to go with him, he could not guarantee his safety when it came to battle. Luckily, the protagonist knew the exact location of this bastard Gigantes. Kim Yu-won said that he could easily become a guide and take Hercules straight to his destination. Grabbing the young man by the scruff of the neck, the giant slayer asked where he got such information. The main character asked his friend not to squeeze so hard because his body, in comparison with him, was too weak. Removing his hand, Hercules apologized and asked how to get to the giant. The man said that he had previously tried to search for it through the lava, but to no avail. Kim Yu-won was not surprised, because in fact the last of the giants was much deeper. Hercules gave the lion's coat to his friend and then began to break through the earth. The giant slayer couldn't believe that they would have to go down so deep. Kim Yu-won asked his comrade to deliver 3 more precise strikes to the ground. Right under the feet of the 2 brave warriors, a faint, almost imperceptible gap appeared. Hercules could not believe that right below them was a completely different world. Kim Yu-won confessed that one person told him about the existence of this place. The main character did not share more precise details. All of Hercules would never be able to meet him anyway. The fact is that the young man received this information from a giant killer from the future. Don't burden brave Hercules with stories about time travel. Kim Yu-won told his acquaintance to follow him if he wanted to know the truth. For the first time in a long time, Hercules felt comfortable because he had met a person he could call his friend. However, the giant slayer tried to remain vigilant as this player could turn out to be a trap at any moment. In Hercules' eyes, there still remained the possibility that his guest might be a spy for the giants. Without realizing it, the giant killer was gradually moving away from his escort. Kim Yu-won stopped as once again Hercules was required to use his power. Although the man doubted his new acquaintance, he obediently fulfilled the request. After the impact, Hercules felt vibration and energy begin to spread through his body. The man's gaze changed dramatically because the last demon was very close. In his past life, Hercules did everything possible to make his opponent's death as painful as possible. It was because of the death of Gigantes that the second Gigantomachy began in the world of the tower. Many were sacrificed, including those who could stop the external deities. Suddenly, right behind the backs of the traveling warriors, the last of the giants appeared. Gigantes was well aware of the reasons why Hercules decided to descend to this place. All the lands here were soaked in the blood of the giants that the man had killed. The bloodthirsty monster swore that he would definitely tear out the neck of his opponent and present it to Zeus. Gigantes wanted to punish absolutely all people who dared to break their word. Kim Yu-won stopped the giant because he believed only in his own strength and fought blindly, even though his opponent was a representative of a completely different race. Surely Gigantes didn't even know the real reasons why he was fighting his opponent. However, the monster claimed that he had to kill Hercules because he had killed the most representatives of the giants. But the strongest man intended to take revenge on his opponent because he killed his mother. The protagonist opened his palm and handed his loyal comrade a golden amulet. Kim Yu-won revealed that he had recently stolen this item from the god of war. As soon as Hercules, the son of Alcmene, took the amulet in his hands, the object recognized its owner. The magical artifact began to play memories from the giant killer's childhood. The woman tearfully apologized to her child because he was born in a world where everyone wants to take advantage of his power. However, Alcmena continued to sincerely dream of her son going his own way. In her opinion, Hercules should become the person who knows how to control his strength. The mother always taught her son to think, and only then swing his fists. Fortunately, after years of hard training, Nashi was able to become the kind of person that Alcmene would be proud of. However, there were ill-wishers who wanted to drag the young man into a terrible war. Of course, the mother was categorically against making a soldier out of her child. But the father insisted that he had more rights to decide the fate of his son. As sad as it may sound, the woman did not want this child from the beginning. But after the birth, everything changed because Alcmene was filled with warm feelings for her heir. The woman said that only a madman would start using a child as some kind of weapon. Unfortunately, Zeus was interested only in the affairs of Olympus, and not his family. The Lord of Lightning was not afraid of losing his relatives, because there were many women who would like to have children from him. In order to destroy the tower, Zeus was ready to create 2 or 3 more Hercules. Ares stated that the death of the guild leader and ranker was just a trivial matter. In achieving his goals, Zeus always used the most shameful and cowardly methods. Another child from Alcmene was simply discarded as an unnecessary weapon. Finally, the god of war, Ares, told the woman that she would die at the hands of giants. Now that no one will interfere, the people of Olympus will finally be able to use Hercules. The giant slayer prayed for this bitter vision to end immediately. The man could not watch as Zeus's men killed his dear mother. After all, there were weaknesses that even the strongest man could not overcome. An unknown young man told the woman that he would be killed very soon. He advised Alcmene to take Hercules far, far away and pretend that she knew nothing about what had happened. However, even if the boy was destined to become a sword, the mother was not going to turn a blind eye to it. The woman did not understand how she could give up her own child for protection. The stranger suggested that Alcmena was doing this solely out of a sense of responsibility. Throughout her life, Alcmena sincerely loved this child who became the meaning of her existence. She never stopped loving him for a second and continued to enjoy their moments together. The woman was pleased to watch this boy grow up completely different. Even as she was dying, she thanked the universe for giving her this wonderful child. The pendant, called the blood drop, stopped playing memories of Hercules' mother's life. Gigantes was struck by how tragic his opponent's past was. The giant was also pleasantly surprised that the main character took a risk and came here in person to resolve the misunderstanding between representatives of 2 different species. As expected, the mighty Gigantes understood the principle of the magic pendant. Previously, the giant heard from the elder of Urfa about a man named Kim Yuan. Sometimes the giant would wake up to check out the news that was happening in the outside world. Kim Yuan asked then why the giant had not stopped Hercules all this time. Gigantes showed early on his body left by Zeus's lightning. All this time, the giant was stubbornly preparing to damage Olympus during the next war. The second Gigantomachy was even larger than the first, as many major guilds took part in it. However, some of the strongest participants, the giants, were completely destroyed. Gigantes guessed that given how hard the player had hit Poseidon, he was definitely an enemy of Olympus. If the protagonist is in the same position as the giant, then he can change many things with his choice. The giant has enough power to destroy or shake an entire floor of the tower. Gigantes told the player that despite being just a small fish in the sea, he was making real history. If the main character had shown initiative, the giant would have gladly offered him a high position in his ranks. The earth has begun to rise, and now Hercules must make the final decision. Now the strongest man had to not only sort out his feelings, but also choose whose side he would take. Unfortunately, the main character recently took the life of the god of war, Ares. For this reason, Hercules would not have been able to carry out his revenge for his mother's death. Bowing down, the strongest man apologized to the giant for his unjustified cruelty. Hercules declared that as soon as he finished all his work, he would give his life to the giant. But before paying for his sins, the man was going to find his father to take revenge. Even with his sincere apology, the giant could not absolve his opponent of all his sins. However, the giant acknowledged that Hercules was just another victim who had fallen into the hands of Zeus. Gigantes asked the strongest man to completely destroy Olympus as atonement. The man promised that for the honor of his late mother, he would do everything possible. Hercules sincerely thanked his comrade, because if it were not for him, the senseless fight with the giants would have continued further. Now the man has a new goal, namely revenge on the ruler of Olympus. In order to cheer up his friend, the main character decided to give him one gift. Using summoning magic, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult moved the spirit here. As a gift, the main character presented Hercules with the resurrected god of war. Of course, Ares, who had recently been forced to die, harbored hatred towards his new master. The god of war jumped to his feet to try and attack the necromancer player. However, due to a set of certain rules, Ares could not harm his new master. Ares was a powerful ranker in life, so he was different from most of the dead. Kim Yu-won told his comrade that he could do whatever his soul desired with the resurrected dead man. Hercules asked the god of war to voluntarily admit his guilt and repent of his sins. But Ares proved too stubborn, so the strongest man had to give him several blows. Only when the god of war lost his former appearance did he begin to beg for mercy. Ares, who was still in pain, nevertheless admitted his guilt and involvement in the death of Hercules' mother. However, even repentance did not help, because after this the god of war received even more blows to his face. Kim Yu-won felt weak in his body as the calls had never been so long before. The main character prayed that his comrade would stop beating the dead man. The young man said that if Hercules ever felt like beating someone up again, he could call on the god of war again after some time. But the strongest man said that there were many scoundrels who deserved his fists. To begin, players must become familiar with the list of villains who wanted Alkmen dead. Kim Yu-won used a special system that filtered out enemies and allies. Of course, at the moment, the main priority was the death of the Lightning Lord. However, before killing Zeus, the protagonist needs to do something. Kim Yu-won allowed his comrade to mercilessly kill everyone except the ruler of Olympus. Hercules said that in that case he had to leave in order to settle accounts with all his enemies. Probably the giant slayer no longer took into account the skills of his comrade, who is a necromancer. Kim Yu-won asked the god of war nicely to remove his arrogant look. When the warnings had no effect, the young man said that he would now call Hercules. Ares plaintively asked her master to have mercy and not condemn him to further suffering. Kim Yu-won could use him as much as he wanted, just like any other undead, as an empty, spineless shell. However, the protagonist hinted to his slave that he could fight freely again. But the god of war refused to swear allegiance because his new master was an enemy of the Olympians. In Ares' opinion, no matter how formidable Hercules was, he would not point his sword at his parents. Kim Yu-won stated that in that case, he would have to use god of war. The protagonist had enough authority to use someone else's power for his own purposes. However, if Ares agrees, the player will promise not to send him to battle the Olympians. The souls of powerful rankers like the god of war are a very valuable resource. Such a specimen is difficult to obtain, and therefore the protagonist wanted it to act of its own free will. Kim Yu-won made a contract with an oath, after which Ares was banned from fighting the Olympians. The action then took place on the 77th floor of the tower in the Temple of Hera. The guards noted that their mistress had not appeared at her residence for many days. Unfortunately, the situation between the players became increasingly unstable. It's hard to believe that due to the fault of just one participant, Zeus and Poseidon separated. Not long ago, there were rumors about the unification of the ruler of all the seas and the god of the dead. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard among the walls of Hera's residence. It was Hercules who came to the 77th floor to carry out his vengeance. The guards didn't understand why one player came here without any support. Moreover, the knights immediately recognized him as the hero of the past gigantomachy. Hercules sternly asked the guards where their mistress was now. The knights said in fear that there was no one on the territory of the residence at the moment. Not hearing a satisfactory answer to his question, Hercules began to destroy everything. The guards didn't expect the former war hero to act like some kind of bandit. The Olympus rankers weren't going to back down from a player who had been missing for 1,000 years. One of the guards, Mantis, told his comrade that they had to solve the problems with words. But another knight, who rushed thoughtlessly into battle, was forced to pay for his courage. Hercules ordered the guards to call all the rankers who were on the residence grounds. Very soon, the main character received a notification from Hargan, who was shocked by the latest events in Hera's estate. It seems that the strongest man has begun to establish his own order among the minions of Olympus. Now, the main character didn't really want to answer the messages of his friend, Hargan. However, the young man instantly activated after Hades wrote to him, having completed all the preparations. Kim Yu-won felt genuine satisfaction because everything was going according to his plan. Now, the main character had to move the pillar that would shake the ruler of lightning. The protagonist returned to the 42nd floor to meet Hargan again. The heir to Olympus began to question his friend about how he persuaded Hercules to join them. But dismissing the stupid questions, the young man told his comrade that he must join his half-brother in confronting Zeus. Hargan was afraid of a confrontation with the ruler of heaven, who was ranked 9th. Even though the heir to Olympus is faster than any player, he still cannot compete with his father. Kim Yu-won tried to convince his friend that his strength would be sufficient to resist. There are several main reasons why the young man believed in the power of Zeus's relative. However, he warned the young man that the truth might be a little shocking. Hargan asked his friend not to delay and to post the information as quickly as possible. Firstly, among all the possible heirs, Zeus loved only one child. Hargan didn't even suspect it, but he was not a favorite in the Olympian family. Ranks are not important because Zeus can only be defeated by the child he cherishes most. But the more the heir to Olympus talked about it, the less plausible it sounded. Hargan didn't understand why he would end up being the Lightning Lord's favorite. There is already one good example of Zeus treating his children cruelly. Hargan was sincerely grateful for the gift of life, but if it weren't for May, he would have died long ago. Olympus is the place where goals and results are more important than fairness. Throughout his life, Zeus never limited himself in his actions, sometimes acting very cruelly. Hargan said he would need a few minutes to think it over. The main character needs to find out if his friend can make the right choice. Unfortunately, the information said put too much pressure on the heir to Olympus. But now there were more important problems because not long ago, Hargan received a notification that Zeus had ordered an attack on the divine cult of the Sky Demon. Now the protagonist had no choice but to start acting right now. Kim Yu-won asked his comrade if he had finished all the preparations. Hargan intended to watch me watch hundreds or thousands of people die in a senseless war. The protagonist immediately got involved with the heavenly divine demonic cult. Chen Miyun is already there, so the participants will definitely be safe. They also have some strong rankers that could provide protection. Zeus would not be able to use Apollo with Hades, but there was still a chance that Athena, Hermes, or Dionysus would help him. In theory, there should be no guilds that could interfere in the affairs of the Olympians. There are powerful rankers who have been forced to be locked in the Olympus prison for many years. The next Gigantomachy is approaching, and the four supreme deities have split up. Even Hephaestus, who had previously equipped them with weapons, chose the other side of the conflict. The main character sincerely hoped that all his worries would ultimately be in vain. Olympus Outpost, aerial base of the cult of the divine sky demon. Athena said that first we need to organize an attack on the guild. The warrior needed at least 4 strong rankers, such as Odysseus or Hermes. The girl also promised that by tomorrow she would be able to prepare another fighter. Father always called Athena only when there were any problems. Athena asked her subordinate to follow orders and fight properly. The power of freedom and theft, the ranker of Olympus, Hermes, promised to end the confrontation faster. Suddenly, the flying ship, which had crashed into the cliff, began to rattle very loudly. The young man apologized for not having the opportunity to move the ship to a safe zone. Athena sensed the presence of the heavenly demon Chen Miyun, who had recently finished his training high in the mountains. The deathly silence that had enveloped half of the lands of the Martial Kingdom disappeared. The head decided to greet the uninvited guests himself and find out the reason for their visit. The old master addressed all the members of the heavenly demon divine cult. Everyone present must give their all to protect their home. Athena ordered Hermes to deal with the 3 lords while she attacked the rest. The army of Olympus had long been preparing for the occasion when they would be allowed to once again demonstrate their former assistance. The girl ordered the fighters to destroy the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The lords could not believe that the people of Olympus dared to attack them. Some members of the cult blamed the young gentleman for everything that happened. However, there were now more important issues that required maximum unity on the part of the participants. The prisoner asked what he needed to do to be released from prison. Athena promised to deal with this problem a little later, after the end of the battle. Previously, the Lord of Lightning Zeus allowed his daughter to free the prisoner. Chen Miyun continued to tearfully beg to be released from captivity. However, Athena asked the prisoner to show at least a little patience. For now, Chen Miyun must wait until the Lord of Olympus calls him. The familiar name began to awaken old, almost forgotten memories in the prisoner. The energy, like a mad force, tried to break out of its prison. Even the egg belonging to the main character, having gone mad, menacingly bared its fangs. The divine cult of the heavenly demon began to be covered in an enchanting glow. Many years ago, a girl named Pandora was given a special gift. However, the girl should not open this box under any circumstances. The warrior who once killed Pandora's parents decided to leave behind a gift. The box, emitting a bright glow, kept many insidious secrets inside. After some time, the Olympians sent additional support to the warriors. A girl named Pandora came here to help the brave fighters defeat the enemy. The knights warned the warrior that if she came without a weapon, she should wait behind. The guards had never even suspected the existence of such a charming beauty on Olympus. But sometimes even the most attractive appearance can hide a terrible secret. Strange voices began to creep into the heads of the brave Olympian warriors. The frightened minions of Zeus thought that their death would be bloody and cruel. The divine cult of the heavenly demon will never leave the Olympians alone. The fighters will be torn to pieces, and their torn corpses will not even be able to be delivered to Olympus for burial. Many warriors were too weak to cope with spiritual torment. Pandora couldn't hold on, so she immediately began attacking her opponents. If she appeared on the battlefield, then Zeus's people will definitely be able to deal with the cult. However, its appearance also indicated huge losses on both sides. At best, only Athena, the head of the cult of the sky demon, and Hermes will survive. Finally, the warrior everyone had been waiting for so long appeared on the way to the battlefield. The egg hurried the protagonist, because if he did not manage to protect the cult, it would be too late. The hidden creature reacted extremely aggressively to Pandora's appearance among the cult's residents. The main character tried to stop the girl, who was slowly walking somewhere. The young man asked her to stay, because in the distance there was nothing waiting for her except pain and destruction. The heir of Zeus felt his head begin to split from sharp pain. Kim Yu-won asked his comrade to go to the Divine Mountain and help the cult leader. Hargan obediently left because it was too unsafe to be with Pandora. This girl's power was that she could amplify any negative emotions. And since the egg made itself known, it means it is one of the seeds that the reckless chaos planted. The main character tried to calm the hidden beast, because very soon it would be able to enjoy another feast. Pandora began to ask the player why he was trying so hard to stop her. Kim Yu-won tried to explain to the girl that her existence brings pain to others. A fragment of energy lightning began to actively react to Kaney's glove. Unfortunately, Pandora was one of the strongest fighters on Olympus. The girl was able to easily react to the main character's attack and strike back. Close combat turned out to not be the best idea, as it took up too much stamina. Pandora turned out to have a much higher rank than Athena when she was active. This time is no different, as a head-on collision does not produce the desired results. The girl fearfully asked her opponent why he was trying to kill her. The frightened Pandora did not feel guilty at all about what happened. Therefore, the young warrior was not going to bow her head so easily to the enemy. The protagonist was sure that there was a way to defeat Pandora. All of her abilities depend solely on the existence of negative emotions, so it is necessary to find a solution that can eliminate them. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Athena and the head of the cult continued. It was amazing that the old man could release so much mana and speed during battle. He definitely deserved to be called the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Master. Athena expected that Kim Yu-won would fall very soon because no player could cope with Pandora. Now the biggest problem was still the head of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Athena needs to gain enough stamina to restore Pandora. The girl threatened the old man that today he would die along with his young master. But the master was not afraid at all, since one of the greatest players of all time was on his side. He can find a way to solve any problem to continue to break through, and he would rather die than admit his defeat in the fight against the people of Olympus. The protagonist began to gradually increase the effect of the divine flame. The girl felt how the hot flame completely burned her delicate skin. The fire is weak, but it is still capable of absorbing other people's emotions. The growth of the divine flame directly depends on the enemy's fear level. All the emotions that Pandora has now will continue to fuel the fire. And as long as her state of mind remains the same, the flame will grow even stronger. The protagonist felt the egg begin to spin and hiss actively because of the fire. Finally, the turning point has arrived when the little monster is ready to come out. The protagonist ordered his pet to completely absorb the enemy's soul. Meanwhile, hatching was gradually approaching 100%. It looks like the egg ate a lot if it had so much strength and energy to be born. This time was very different from the last time the egg absorbed Orochi or Lancelot. The protagonist suggested that if the creature hatched now, then an external god might appear. The little stranger asked his master why he was brought into this world. Kim Yu-man could hardly see anything, but it seemed like something appeared among the shells. Now the main character could enter into full contact with his new subordinate. Right in front of the young man, a tiny creature appeared in the initial phase of development. The main character has seen a lot, but he did not believe that the external god is actually a little man.